Yeah.
Chat, what's up? How we doing? Yo, yo, yo.
What are your thoughts on what he shared, including that Monyet might surprise us in terms of roles?
I was gonna say he's always very forthcoming.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you.
There, and I don't blame him because I think that they don't want to put everything out on display.
Yeah.
So that's why I think he didn't want to answer my question. But I feel like
100K.
we're going to be
Who
seeing
would have thought?
something new coming into this Icebox. Maybe they also have that.
Who would have thought? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Monyet is a really good player to have that because he has the sense as both a smokes player, but also as a duelist.
Yes.
So, like, you know, that's that line that you want to toe if you're playing the club, where you can go aggressive but not overdo it, but still be able to reinforce your team, still be able to provide cover.
Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy that we got here.
Made in heaven for him. So if he comes out and he's going to be playing Clove, I think that's going to be excellent.
Yeah, I mean, probably even double duelist. Just saying, just pointing it out there.
That too.
The thing that
how's everyone feeling?
Stood out.
Where's my YouTube chat? Have I got you guys up? There we go.
The discussion about DFM and how he thinks that they're, how he feels.
Died for RRQ? Yeah, they should look decent.
I think that again,
they should look pretty good.
It just feels like they do have some issues that they are trying to work on, and there are some players that kind of pop off in this game and some players that don't. So we're just kind of looking to see if it can just all work together and not just like one at a time or one per game.
Next goal is 100 million. Yeah, something like that. Let's hope we actually don't get that big. That's too much, man.
I think that they have obviously looked a lot better, but I think that as far as like public perception is concerned, it's a little bit of a.
You still want to be able to live like a. You want to be recognized everywhere. That's craziness. People who want that are crazy. I am brutal. Thank you so much for the 15 months. Thank you, thank you. Just hit Immortal for the first time. Nice. Chat, do you know what absolutely bangs in this current meta right now? Clove, judge only on defense. No one's playing a drone initiator. Just peek out early, hit a first bullet on the ISO, and then you just farm.
And for those of you watching at home, I want to remind you.
I played 7 games. I won 6. I just judged only pretty much for all of it. No one's using a drone. No one clears anywhere. It's incredible.
We'll be asking the players, and we'll be showing it here. And
I think we got to make the meta worse right now, and I think that is the worst way to do it.
That one, but interesting to know.
Well, he probably doesn't. Most Koreans, I mean, just kind of Asians in general, just don't really use.
There's a gene apparently that.
Locked in knee and ISO for split, bro. When PaperX actually play these and play that in officials, it's gonna be so sick. It suits them so well. It's so strong. It's so strong right now.
That's interesting. Maybe
really hard to hold down a map. You kind of got to have like a molly agent. Kind of got to have a Killjoy, I guess. Killjoy, Cypher. Could double.
Okay, so this is like maybe just a Korean thing.
You could double Sentinel. I don't know, man. Oh.
In America, they use deodorant.
Okay, I don't have.
It is. Well,
don't have the translation up, but that's too old, right? That's got to be too old.
Yeah, but this
I'm pretty sure I recognize that.
How are you guys feeling in terms
too old for tea, right? Yes, thank you so much, bro. Thank you. Gifted 10 subs. Chat, you know what to do. Let's get the slug oiler going. Thank you so much for that, bro.
I'm actually thinking about it now. I'm a little bit more concerned.
10 subs for the 100k followers. Thank you so much for that, bro.
William predicted for them.
If you got gifted as well, make sure you at and say thank you. Too old for tea. Thank you very much for doing that, bro. Ashley Peach as well. Thank you for the 8 months, bro. Appreciate the tier 1.
And this could be their undoing.
Oh.
Too old for tea as well. 57 gifted altogether, man. Crazy.
Yeah, he'll have to
Thanks so much, dude.
Get over to them.
Yeah. How about you, Asurai? In terms of confidence of an RRQ win, Asurai, the predictor, even though he has claimed.
Something said the ISO hype will die down eventually. I mean, people will either start using Odin more, which isn't a good place for the game to go, or they'll get used to it a little bit more, and it's like Sova's kind of strong. Any kind of chip damage is strong.
Individualistic plays, RRQ feels like they have that edge over DFM. For me, it's just as simple as that. I don't really have to explain too hard into it. I feel like Jemkin's just insane. Monyet showed how good he can be.
Can people figure out over time it'll get enough? I think it will get enough just because it dominates ranked at the moment. I reckon the win percentage must be really high.
So that being said, and then they also have.
I feel like every game I'm in, if you don't have an ISO, you've lost.
They were teammates before when they were still playing in Indonesia, I think, for Onyx, so you have that synergy already. So he's not.
Or you have an ISO, your ISO's getting 10 kills, but theirs is dropping 35.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's a very fair point. Obviously, this is why we predicted for RRQ.
Do I like mangoes? Why do I feel like this is a trap?
What,
I like mangoes. What are you going to say now? Did I fall for the trap, or is this a genuine question?
Back then, Monyet was really
mangoes are nice though, bro.
The roster, a lot of potential, but overheated. And not only did
no trap, just a genuine mango-based question. Okay, respect, man. Yeah, mangoes are banging.
Experience as well, and coming back with that, but still being a very young player. I think this is what is going to make RRQ very powerful. It's the same with Jemkin. You know, he isn't really.
Did you see Scream get 35 kills in one half on ISO? No, someone told me about it though.
I mean,
that guy must be, yeah, that guy must be unbelievable on ISO.
You know, complete success here in Pacific, and you know, it's been a long time coming. I know the Indonesian fan base has been waiting.
Jumping at the bit.
All right, chat. Watch this delay, man.
I know you guys have been patiently waiting for our match to start, and we are going to be welcoming our players. I can't wait to see Monyet walk out in his brand new RRQ jersey.
Okay, not too bad. Oh, Lexi definitely didn't do that. A lie. Today, maybe. Today's the day. Theo, how we doing, man? Thank you for the 21 insight on the Fnatic sub. No, not really. I was talking to Minnie a little bit yesterday. I was like, how's everything going? He's like, yeah, practice is going well. Surely was letting on. T1? Yeah, T1 should have, I mean, T1 should have won 2-0 yesterday, really.
Undefeated soundtrack specifically made for VCT Pacific, but we're welcoming our two teams now, RRQ and DFM. Both these teams.
But do you know what's going to be fun right now? DFM with a little bit of time. Like RRQ, their roster looks pretty stacked now.
At the international stage.
They do, and I mean, honestly, if they're able to get it here with Monyet joining the team, then he's allowed for other coaches.
DFM with a bit of time, their coach comes up with some cool stuff.
An absolute monster that we know he can be, and then I'm gonna take him and I'm gonna
can be ran into how the specific opening team got a stream to monetize, bro. I get crazy amounts of copyright strikes from Pacific. I get an average of about 20
ended up being not the case whatsoever.
From one stream.
Where contenders were favorites to even take the LCQ last year in Pacific.
Infamous, of course, dude, of course, of course.
Didn't manage to make that happen.
Maybe send that as well on Discord. We should be fine.
Haven't quite been able to meet that here, but now with this final swap, is this the team that we thought that they were going to be? Is this going to be that squad that punches their way up into the top 4?
Yeah, DFM on the flip side now, it's the same sentiments that we've heard from teams like T1, where this is like the final chance before, you know, next year kind of comes in. They have to get their, have to get their everything straight right now.
What maps we got?
They had time during Shanghai to kind of just talk about things, restructure what's going to happen moving forward with the 5-man roster that they have. Again, they haven't really changed.
When is EMEA starting? EMEA starts tomorrow, but it starts a little bit later tomorrow. EMEA only has one game, and it's like the late, well, the old later slot that it used to be. It's like 8 PM CST.
One of their matches this stage 2. If they want
but EMEA starts an hour later than last season.
Getting close to champions at all. It's sort of like T1. It's a very tough situation, but you know what? We do need a Japan representative up there on stage at some point. We're gonna go over our casters, jump into our first match of today. Take it away, Chobra and Valdez.
Hello, thank you, Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown of the pre-show.
Just gonna yell loudly over the music, not gonna copyright. That's actually.
We're gonna be breaking down this first awesome match, RRQ and DFM, first time here in stage 2. Yeah. How are you feeling about this matchup, Joe?
I'm very excited for multiple reasons. Obviously, a lot of people know that I've been excited about the RRQ roster for a long time, but this is a whole new look, right? Obviously, at the beginning of the year, we had Jemkin coming in, Estrella joining, and now you've got Manya.
Yeah, RRQ's roster is really stacked
changed,
now.
Right? The majority of this team now no longer the same from last year, but the Desk talked about why they're excited. Now,
they got
DFM,
firepower. I'll put that out there. Do they have everything
Been
else?
fighting tooth and nail for a lot of these matches, and taking a look at the compositions right away. All right, the surprises that RRQ
Right,
talked
I'm
about.
surprised they leaned.
I'm
surprised they leaned heavy into a harbor.
And you're going for no duelist.
RRQ no duelist, but we got the double comp. Okay, so Detonate focus me, need to focus on holding yellow on defense because that's the weakness of this comp. And then, man, so much of this is on the harbor. I feel like this like either looks great when the harbor's got good stuff and like the synergy's there, or it looks horrendous. We'll see.
We actually haven't seen their Icebox this year, so we see that they're going to stick with the Viper Harbor 2 controller composition.
Yeah, it's just very interesting. I like that RRQ, they come in, they show a lot of respect for Detonate's Focus Me. They have kind of a new composition to bring into the first map. They want to start off stage 2 with a bang, and definitely with some surprises. As Ewok was already talking about, we would see over the course of this second stage. So definitely very excited to see how this is going to work out up against DFM, who in their own right definitely have some proving to do. I think RRQ stage 1 was pretty good. You know, they took that last match over Gen G. They finished 3-2.
Okay.
Whereas DFM, you know, starting with the 1-4, they have a
RRQ
lot of work
coach
to
said
do.
Pacific got a new coach desk.
They want to make something happen.
What's the reason? Got extra padding in there for the beating that it takes. Okay, RRQ on defense, DFM on attack. And that's not a good pistol stat. 39%, dude.
But then the one share for Medusa has that Killjoy on the attack here, favoring a lot more the firepower.
No one wants the util. It's Icebox. There's not a classic in sight.
On the lurk on the A side as well.
Let's see what this is going to look like for DFM.
Okay, I already like this though. Starting to get the official. Again, DFM chat with a bit of time off. There's gonna be some cool stuff. Their coach is pretty legit.
Yeah, already very deep for Medusa, so he could immediately start to go get information on A if he ever so needs. But the dash being used by DFM, so it's a pretty big commitment to the P site with the toxic screen up. They want to supplement it with the high tide, make sure that you have full time. And look at this, they're already concerned.
Yeah, and it's just wall to get first bit of map control, wall to get second bit of map control.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot.
It's a nice plan. They go 3 people snowman.
From the shock dart, but this is going to have to come down to
I mean, this knife should be huge.
Wall already going to be thrown forward. And a flash over
There's the double flash, but the Dizzy did not go far enough.
Here by RRQ, they just have to go in and win these fights dry, and it's not working out for them.
Yeah, not looking good so far. Estrella is going to be the one guy to get it going.
Lovely bait and
Sparrow do get a couple apiece, but now a lot of time bought here. And still a couple of members left for Medusa. It's all up to
how on earth do you win this one?
Back on the roster in the first round.
Lovely. Bro, they played this really well, though. So if we just focus on just purely Snowman at the moment, the fact there's like a Harbor High Tide, I think it's called, Cascade maybe, can't remember which one's which. The fact they, okay, Cascade. The fact they throw this so far away, that they have to use their double flashes really early so they don't get enough space. Like the Dizzy doesn't even flash anyone because he had to throw it so early. So that was like a really good plan from DFM. They realized they're playing against a Flood comp, and they're trying to make sure that they have to, instead of getting close Flood, they have to use all their util like for an area where no one is, basically. That was sick. That was a great pistol from them. It was a good start. That's what I'm saying, man. This coach is really good. Their game plans and their overall macro stuff are really good. I just feel like a lot of the time it's just like an individual diff.
He's in here on the jet, trying to enter. He is going to get that first kill. Medusa going to push through the wall. He does immediately go down to the one click from Jemkin, but May is still not cleared out on the top.
God, this kid, man. Look at this kid go.
And he's going to not pick up the ace after all of that here.
They still did a lot of damage though. They were allowed 1 death and they got so far too.
Firepower advantage that did go the way of DFM, but it is still looking pretty good for DFM here.
Yeah, they at least get the plant on this one. A little bit costly.
Yeah, so,
They get the best 2 guns
sure.
though.
We mentioned the 4 rifles being purchased up by DFM. It is a lot of value lost.
Yeah, I say individual diff. That doesn't include this guy. This guy actually diffs most people.
So firepower-wise, the bonus is still going to be a pretty strong bonus round, but May really proving that he has been putting up the numbers through and through. And let's not forget, May and Jemkin, they used to go at it against each other back in Challengers Japan last year. Now they're meeting each other on the big stage.
May, bro, he's so... His stream is fun to watch, man. That guy's got really good aim.
Now trying to prove that he earns a spot at that discussion here in VCT Pacific.
I mean,
The Aspects of APAC, kind of.
Very strong talent, as they were saying, even on the analyst desk. It's, you know, we know what he can do. It's more so about
okay. First big bonus, and with the depth that they were allowed to pick up an extra gun.
Speaking of which, he's going to be pushing right down the middle here.
Hey, the molly was good, so... Okay, I think it's so fine for DFM, just testing a bit of middle on the bonus. It's a bonus, why not try a bit of middle? Probably won't be seeing that much again. And that is a clean round, bro. Got 1 armor rebuy. Money's pretty good for RRQ.
We should note that it is Jemkin picking up the Gecko, trying to follow up in something's footsteps. It seems the Russian duelist switching over to the Geckos across different maps. We'll see how good his util usage continues to be. But as much as the round itself doesn't go well at all for DFM, I like that they say, okay, it's a bonus. Let's throw something else out there. Let's throw a little bit of conditioning, a bit of a curveball
exactly
to
what
make
I
sure
said.
that they have to continue to invest.
Just getting a little bit scared of middle. I think it's okay. Okay, knives as well, so the money's going to be nice for him. Everyone else can't buy, so only May can buy after this one.
Just pushing in behind them. They did not expect that at all, and it really took the wind out of the sails of that.
Here we go. Here's a double flash comp.
As you mentioned, trying.
Are they expecting this? They're playing pretty far back. Honestly, this is a good sign from DFM. Now they can go a little bit closer. And the good news is when they do this, it's like only good once because the Dizzy normally gets sent over, and as long as you hold on to it, it's a massive win. And like the whole comp kind of works around double flash, so it's a big win at the moment for DFM.
Still got a shock dart, of course. You still have the mosh as well for anything like a retake or just to delay.
Hello, Prius. How we doing?
Starts to run out. That's going to be something that DFM really has to figure out what they want to do, right? It's another
something like that
you're not used to playing against. Sure, there's no duelist on the other side, but the concern right now is DFM, they're the ones who have to break through. Now starting to re-clear space, but the Cascade and the drone gives it up pretty clearly. So RRQ shifting to a 2-1-2 default.
Well,
this drone is going to see a couple of them.
That's 2 of them.
Outside of A.
So the overall plan of faking over towards B and walking up A really didn't work. So the Lurker now over towards B just starts dueling. Yeah, I mean we got 3 people here in a fast flank. Dude, I don't even think they're gonna expect Barra here, right? Yeah. Oh, that's a shot, bro.
Yeah, Xpera, huge value there. Medusa finally able to take him down, but this is gonna make this a pretty even spot. As looking for the defuse now.
Kind of hard. They got no vision block. Lil Bro's just doing it. Lil Bro's just doing it.
Okay. Also able to stop them from getting in. Anthem does trade one back, but this is still going to be a round over to RRQ. You do see that Anthem does barely get away there.
Seems like DFM maybe was a bit too concerned about staying calm here in the post plan.
Yeah, I mean, someone needed to swing a little bit earlier. I don't know if there was like a calm at the same time as the defuse came in, but
let's say it wasn't Wingman. Let's say it was
like no one actually swung for the first half here. That is a shot and a half.
Guaranteed by RRQ. And while I appreciate the fact that DFM's not panicking, it is something they're going to have to revisit, and especially, of course, considering that the Wingman is a factor, right? It's still going to be a 3v3 firefight.
Yeah, also playing off-site against this comp. I mean, it's kind of fine, but you kind of gotta accept it,
Only
I guess.
2 rifles in this round, though. We'll see where they do go with this. As the wall is up, they are pushing in towards B. Just waiting at yellow to see if anyone is going to poke their head out.
Prius, you're never visiting. You're not invited.
You could try to recover it in the process of a retake. Draws out the Reckoning as well, so ult for ult, but you still got no command on the side of RRQ.
Yeah, that you do. Anthem, though, pushing out here, able to get that first kill. And now it's just kind of on the run. They are going to get this plant down and look to defend it. As there it is, but Xfero up top, he is going to pick up one, and May's going to win that long-range fight now.
They silver it?
Lockdown here from the side of RRQ.
I think it's done so early that it's so fine to just accept this.
Stop this from happening.
This is the silver ult, though.
Rotate out of here entirely and move over to A.
Oh, they missed their molly a little bit. Yeah, and this one guy is keeping them all here.
And this is an absolute pain point for RRQ.
Yeah, that's a lovely flash on top of this. So Pharaoh again has really good timing on the flank. I'm pretty sure he had at least two running.
All the ultimates on the side of RRQ. I would say that's a victory in and of its own. But if they get more kills here, it's going to be bad for RRQ.
Yeah, May just absolutely fantastic.
They got double flank and May's already just locked down spawn.
Would just be out there rotating in and out.
Jesus, what a shot.
Quick headshot with the Sheriff, and you see that Jemkin's saying, well, I don't think I've got a chance here. And he might just look to back out of this one.
Yeah, you got us.
Yeah, that was nice. I like the DFM were pretty calm with the Killjoy ult going down.
Give away the upgrades already. Pings coming in on the rifles that would have been dropped. So it does look like DFM will have quite a few.
People get whoever has to play DFM within like the first 2 weeks get a pretty bad draw, because they're one of those teams that once you have some demos on them, I think it's fine. But the first time you play against a lot of their maps and they spent some time, it's pretty hard. They do some good stuff.
Yeah, and it's great to see
like this pistol was still pretty impressive.
Some of these crucial impact shots right in that round. We have Medusa picking one up with the Sheriff as well. Anthem doing a great job buying time over by Yellow, kind of sacrificing himself behind that container. So this is good news for DFM, and already we're seeing the impact of that bonus round that they
like
had
Lev from last year. Yeah, a little bit like that. Those are like K-Corp from last year. Probably not the company you want to be included in. Okay, so we got a silver ult on attack, and we see an insta drone over from here.
The stack over towards the site at the moment. They have left their Killjoy Xfero there in the middle of the map, and it is just more over here at A.
Okay, I mean, this is going to be a blind. Oh.
Get onto the back of the site, and DFM should be able to do
at least they know that the site's clear. We've got 5 people ready to flood, though. Not expecting that angle. I like this from DFM. We made sure we had the most space possible.
Position off of that dash, but for now, it's a quick retake coming in from RRQ. The attacker lockdown has to be used to try to fend this off.
This is sick as well. They have no Dizzy now with this.
He's already there to try to block it too. Medusa.
How much extra space do they get? The thing is, Viper's still alive, so they kind of need to be scared of the wall.
Shock dart as well, trying to pressure on Anthem here, trying to punish, but now Anthem's still up top. Are they going to check this one? The timing is pretty good. The shots are good as well, but Elmimore and Jemkin do trade one apiece. Anthem's still alive on 17 health. And it is a straight up 2v2, a little bit.
Whoa!
But that was insane. He's able to beat the corner.
That was ridiculous.
He's not going to be able to. Monyet in a 1v1.
Damn, I mean, that is straight up individual, man. That last kill is crazy out of the 3 from Anthem. Yeah, that was unreal, bro. I never thought he was going to win this duel. He was so low.
But he just gets it on a swing, jiggling right back into the wall. And like you said, Valdez, all these members of DFM staying up top above. That's disgusting. They're using the map to their advantage. That's one of the things that makes Icebox a little bit annoying, is there's a lot of verticality. And RRQ, they've been counting it out, and it's leading to a couple round losses.
Yeah, absolutely. RRQ definitely struggling a bit. They're going to have to figure out something there.
Yeah, and this is great, man. This high tide. The good thing is, though, RRQ are doing nice as well, right? So this default where the high tide goes here, you can't stop them from getting out here, really. They tried to with a recon. The majority of the time, they're just like, well, we can at least get an orb. But it's still a nice, default at the moment.
But the trade, it's not going to come through. Death is good for 2.
Yeah, and their own smoke kind of blocked their flash. Yeah.
Just waiting for this rotation to come out, and Xfero, oh no.
Damn, I like that he waited to see if there was any more as well.
just stacking them up here. Nice shot from Elmimore. But, you know, not the easiest defense here, but that's another one. Going the way of Elmimore, making things interesting. Looking at pressure, trying to get on top of Anthem here.
Oh my god, what is this guy on today?
Hits the head and gets another one, but the shock dart will take him down as the rotation is coming back towards A, as we do see.
What did Anthem do in between the two stages?
Yeah, what the hell's going on with him?
He's doing like a really
These last 2 rounds have been
slow
sick from him.
swing against Jumpkin and absolutely outplaying him in that
Oh.
1v2. Elmimore sees one. They haven't spotted him yet.
Oh, that's huge. That's
Oh, it wasn't expecting the last. He did good to make this one doable. Dude, DFM looking nice. Gonna have to have a timeout.
5 now on the board.
The thing is,
Has to be a
you will have to have a
timeout
timeout,
from RRQ.
but
Yeah,
the idea of what was going
here's
up towards
one of
A
the
was kind of
worst
nice.
feelings has to be that you bring an absolute info-heavy composition and you just get.
I think they need to be a
laps
little bit
around
more
on the
chill
map.
with how often they're using the Dizzy
You're
Flash,
counting
because
things out, you're
DFM
making
are doing a really
assumptions.
good
Well,
job
you
of
have the
making
purple
sure that
initiator. It
they'll
doesn't
use the
feel
Dizzy
good,
and then they
so I
don't have it
imagine that
again.
Ewok's gonna have to calm his players down, maybe remind
And also they
them
can do something
of a
about this
couple
A main
habits that he's
default.
seen
Like they can
from both
save their
teams.
recon
But
instead
also,
of using it
credit where credit is
insta.
due. DFM is using this composition against RRQ very well. They're forcing them to actually use the util very early. They force them to invest a member and some of the killjoy util early and mid in the beginning couple of rounds. So playing a very big macro game, focusing on the strengths that DFM have prepared themselves here on the Icebox.
Yeah, absolutely. I really like what DFM are bringing to the table so far, and RRQ definitely showing something new, but perhaps, you know, I assume they have practiced it a lot leading up into this and scrims and stuff.
35?
35
is not too bad. That's kind of sitting in the middle of the pack, right, with the coaches. Maybe high middle.
Not quite working out as they had practiced. So we'll see how it does go here after the timeout. You saw the post-timeout win rate.
Okay, let's see. I kind of want to see, do DFM change up their default
Not
now?
great, but not the lowest
Yeah, a
we've
little
seen
bit.
either, so we'll see how much impact Ewok can have. It is a buy round for RRQ, and you've got ults online. So you imagine that this is one of those rounds you should be winning off of the timeout. Already, just the 2 initiators trying to vie for Pipes control. Get that ult orb as well, build towards the Thrash. You already have 2 other valuable ones in the Pit and the Hunter's Fury.
He's able to walk up and take that
Yeah,
one down.
this makes a lot of... Whoa.
Slowly creeping forward. This is happening while Elmimore is also in, and Elmimore is just going to
Oh,
be
that was
caught
mental,
totally
is it
off
not?
guard. Not even going to check it, as May had just snuck into that little corner. And that's going to bring DFM to the
It
advantage
makes sense
here
against
this
the
round.
old default they were doing.
And now on the B side, they feel
They
like
did just change it
now
up
need
to have
push out,
3
but it's
people
another
watching for a
crossfire. I don't
push.
think RRQ's gonna be expecting this
Oh
at
my god,
all.
DFM were all over them on this round,
They
chat.
were
They
not.
insert one
As
here.
Anthem is
They
gonna
had
take that
2
one down.
people
London
waiting for a push.
Looking to try to
So they
push him
kind of
up
knew
here.
that
Oh,
RRQ were
he's
going to
not.
go
Well,
aggro.
he does take down Anthem, but he immediately gets traded back. And obviously DFM 4-2 in terms of players right now, and they have a free push towards A at this point in time, so they will just go for that.
The stat, yeah, the
I
stat's
hate
not
to
worth
call
looking
him
at,
out on
really.
it, but Coach
The
Ewok
stat's
was the one
more
who
a
said
little
he
bit of
thinks
fun,
a lot
to
of
be
people
honest.
are underestimating DFM. I'm gonna be
Because
honest,
coaches
RRQ
that
players will
coaches that pull the
underestimate
stat in
DFM
a
a
knee
little bit
code
here.
get wrecked.
Not making assumptions about the possible double teams, not making assumptions about the possible crossfires. And right now, DFM look as calm as ever as they look to try to go to another 6th-round win.
And you see trying to take some long trades here. It does go 1-for-1 once again. Jempkin still outside the back of the site, and 1v3. He is going to back away from this one and give it over to DFM. But yeah, like you mentioned, you know, Anthem is looking great to start off this map, and you asked, you know, what did they do in preparation for Stage 2? What changed? And it does look like DFM have come in with a new fire for Stage 2.
Yeah, I'm worried that RRQ are kind of out of ideas at the moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because you can talk about the strats, etc.
But I think that I would have done the opposite of what they did, right? They went a bit too aggro, whereas I think, like, a lot of the time when I've been watching it, they've been trying to get the flash out of them. So I think if you literally just save everything, you actually just play full retake, I think it would work a lot better. Like, their whole retake over towards A, the only reason they got messed up was because of the Killjoy ult. That meant that they couldn't pick up their Dizzy.
To make sure they're not getting pushed around both on the map as a macro level, but also individually at a micro level.
You see the way some of these trades did go. DFM just kind of expecting it. And little nice there from May. Things going swimmingly. They take a very dominant round after the RRQ timeout.
Okay, we got
so
backup judge
fantastic.
for the
Here on
knives.
the attacker side of Icebox, already at 6-2. So DFM looking to continue
Yeah,
with their
I just want to see
here.
these two over towards site. Try to leave site. Or I say it, the problem is now there's 3 of them, so they're going to be tempted to fight.
May has gone for the judge here.
I think one thing that's probably throwing
But I like that they're all like left side of the site. No one's committed too heavy, so they can easily get out and they can just try and spam through a lot of these walls.
Sometimes they leave A open, allow for RRQ to aggress. So
Oh, that's nice as well. We got Sova doing the drum behind where the knife would hit.
In terms of what they have shown. Did see some poking out through mid here as the orb
shot,
falls.
man.
Oh, that was sick from Xfero.
That's an absolute
Very
shot.
quick flick. He is going to take down Medusa.
And that's a big one because that's the tail end. Now they can't watch their flank anymore. You imagine that DFM will have to stay grouped. It's either that or they go in with even lower numbers.
Man advantage. Let's see.
Like
I want them to play off a site. Just let them take the site. It's all good.
We'll just make sure that we're
but just overall to stop the plant. Then you could flood in when they try and plant again.
And keep the map control.
We're going to go for a similar entry with the Hunter's
Gecko's committed on site.
Clear out some of the corners. Looks like it did a little
Guys, stop fighting like this.
Taken out by Jemkin as the pressure onto the back of the site, and Elmimore is going to get his own Hunter's Fury kill. This push has been pretty much shut down as you do see Zest going for the plants here. Takes a bit of damage, but Anthem is able to defend.
God,
it
it's
for now,
close though. Oh no.
It's all up to Anthem in the 1v1, and Monyette's going to
My God, that's close.
And bring RRQ
Dude,
back
what is with what is in teams in Pacific at the moment playing their comps on Icebox wrong?
He's the only remaining player from the DFM squad last year, and there were several times even last year.
Okay, big round from Monyette.
Doing his best, making the calls as he transitions to that IGL role. He was hitting some good shots, but this is a whole different level, really leading by example, and you can tell it's having a great impact on the rest of the team staying calm. It all starts with Xfero with a nasty flick. Oh man, you could tell. That's one of those flicks where you know it's always in the back of his mind, right? He's just waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, no, he was ready. He reacted extremely quickly. And
maybe for week 1 only? I hope so.
Saw that Monyette pretty critical there towards the end, also hitting his shots in what could have been a really precarious situation. I mean, they really needed that round. RRQ did.
Oh.
But let's see how it's going to go. As now May is getting a bit aggressive, trying to peek onto this one.
But the defense wanted to pinch here with the fish ult. And the fish ult's now just open in spawn. They should just relax, right? Cancel their strat and just hold the fish ult.
He's got some support from his team as well.
Oh, Xfero's up top. That's going to be a hard position to read. But Ned, is he checking for it? No.
Oh,
gets routed.
Yeah, just get traded back by Anthem, who did push in towards A.
Damn, we actually see an A split.
Mid and through A, they are able to get onto the
What a shot.
Oh,
goodness.
Another one through the wall. Kind of insane how he's able to shut this one down just by himself. So now DFM in a little bit of a scramble. Not expecting the
2v4
third
in
guy
this
to be
peak.
in that corner. As May still
Still
here,
no plant.
Still trying to poke down the plants, but
They got the double flashes, but they used one flash.
Let's see if May can get this 1v2 here. As Estrella is looking this direction, he's going to drop down.
Okay, lovely from RRQ. Yeah, decided to mix up a little bit. Fish ult over towards spawn, and they wanted the double push and try and pinch over towards here. DFM maybe should have cancelled and just held the fish ult, but they actually had A site. It wasn't too bad. Man, it's such a classic Icebox game where DFM playing just normal Icebox. So normal Icebox is like what, 4-1, 5-man hit sites. Both of their mid strats have failed, and this is just such a common thing. And this is why everyone complains about this map, because you never actually need to go through middle. It is just a crap map. Because this is what is better. You're better off just 5-person hitting a site than you are doing anything on middle.
Does look just to be 5 members pushing in through the front door of A. And I think this worked very early on in this map.
Yeah, this is a good example of it.
Down here on the
just like
end,
they try something middle, it fails because they go into multiple crossfires.
Xfero outside the pit is going to get this first kill.
Yeah, and you saw that, and that was a spike as well, so you know that DFM now a little bit stuck. Xfero just looking to buy time. It's going to be the lockdown to counter out the enemy's Viper's Pit as well. All ultimates going out in this round.
Yeah, we got pits, we got a lockdown. We are fully committing into this one. The lockdown is going to push them out, though, as you mentioned. On the counter, Sparrow, though, is going to
This
push
guy's
out
hitting
and
some
try to
shots
catch them
today, though.
with their
Give him that.
backs turned. He is going to be traded back by May.
This is the spike recovered by DFM as well. So RRQ not getting as much value as he originally would have hoped. And once
Whoa.
again up top.
God, why is it
RRQ,
lagging
you
slightly? Do I
gotta
need to
start looking
refresh?
up.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, May is just swinging on the vine into the site and just not expecting that at all. It is going to still be a 3v3 situation, as this pit is still up for Monyet. Estrella still able to hold this corner now. As, yeah, Temkin able to come in and help the cleanup, and now it's all up to Medusa, who has a lot of pressure on him. And 7 seconds, he gets 2, and he's going to hold the plant here. And he gets a third one! He's able to clutch it out in an insane
Wait, how did he get the
manner.
last kill, though?
What has gotten
He should have been
into this
done.
guy?
That double swing was so clean too from RRQ. The high
Wait,
low,
that's
it's
a
not like they were
nuts
on
round.
top
How's
or
he
anything.
stolen that?
But Medusa just has full faith that he's gonna hit the first shot. Transfers is right over. TFM, whatever their training regimen has been in between the stages, everyone's gonna pick that up. I mean,
Wait,
look at this.
this
Sure,
should be
it's an off and he
impossible.
misses, which, by the way, a rare sight
Oh
for
my
Jeffy, but
god,
the
that's
reaction
insane,
there
dude.
Off of the plan as well.
Yeah.
That's an insane
He looks
1v3.
very
What the
satisfied
hell?
with that one. You saw the little smirk
Oh
he
my
had.
god,
I mean,
RRQ
how
must
could you not
be
satisfied? And that's gonna deal a
devastated.
mental blow
They
as
literally
well to
needed that
RRQ.
round
I
so
mean, that's a
badly.
round they should have had. 3 versus 1 at the very end, and Medusa just shuts them down. So DFM now 7-4, and they're going to open up with the first kill here onto Monyet. As they do look to pressure on in, Xfaro is able to take this long trade, and that's the spike down as well.
So now you know that DFM will have to reposition. You still have the turret and the alarm bot to watch mid. So RRQ, given that it's a 4v4 and the weaker weapons on Elmimore, they're going to start to try to group
The
up.
Japanese casters are
They're
freaking out.
just
I mean, it
fighting out
was
by
an
screen.
insane
Make sure you make use of those
1v3.
nanoswarms, maybe do a little chip damage. At least make sure that you're
Like if
holding
you
on to
pause,
screen so
if
the
you
retake
pause
can
that
happen.
with
Should
what
the spike
8
be
seconds to
planted.
go, higher lower setup
They are
of
gonna
one
have
back
this
of the
lockdown
site.
coming in.
I don't know what percentage you're giving him.
They
It's
do
not more than 5.
declare that they will be moving towards the A site and looking to plant here. Sparrow slowly backing out of this one. And let's see what this retake looks like for the side of RRQ. That take comes down onto Elmimore. That was not planned.
Yeah, that means no shock darts for the time being.
Spike planted.
There's going to be Estrella trying to pull out here. He's going to get that first kill here onto Medusa, and May just on the corner, able to hold it down, able to
Oh
peek it
man,
once again. He
the
picks up
shots
three,
that are
picks
getting
up
hit,
four,
by the
and
way, are
DFM
incredible.
will
Bro,
close
that's
out
a
the half with 8
really nice
rounds.
half from them.
A very, very
RRQ,
rejuvenated
I
TFM.
mean, they've got a lot
They
to
might be looking to
learn
shock the
from
world once again
this
in their
one.
opening
There's
match
that
in
at
Stage
least.
2, just like they did
It was
in
so hard
Stage
playing
1.
against DFM for the
They
first
came out
time, like I
swinging
said.
Back then against T1, of course, didn't go the rest of their way, but now maybe try.
Yeah, that wasn't, dude. That was a nice, that was a nice half to watch.
We'll see if RRQ can bring it back.
Yeah, and we did have some data
really was nice.
from RRQ on this map. Their attacker side, 46%. They're going to have to up those numbers here today if they are going to have a chance up against DFM, who just looks revitalized for Stage 2, as you mentioned. They just look fantastic. Not sure what has gotten into them, but clearly the preparation and practice.
May, yeah, he's a
has made
beast,
them a new
man.
team.
His aim
Maybe
is just
Quack
so
was
good.
onto something, you know?
Maybe
Manya
he
coming
was.
back, and you know, some changes. We see some interesting agent compositions, and DFM's like, no, we're just gonna bring it home the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, and on a map they haven't played at all this year to boot, and using a composition that I believe Zeta's actually been trying to stick with the Harbor, and it hasn't really gone very positively for them. But DFM working their magic with it, very slow, very
Hey,
methodical.
NDG, what's up,
And
bro?
more
how we
than
doing?
anything, again, I think the fact that they're
Good to see you here,
always
bro.
having someone there to trade, right? No one's going off trying to make solo
Good
plays.
to see you,
It's not like
man.
Maze digging deep into his own pockets just to bring
Wasted
home some
Val
frags.
as well with the tier 1.
That's
Thank
the
you
big
so much.
difference
Thank you,
here
thank you.
today for DFM.
Yeah, he's certainly being aggressive at times.
Sure.
But it's more so like a team unit, as you mentioned, and he's playing off of utility. He is peeking into people.
You watch the
at the right
VODs?
times
Respects, man.
with the
Thank you,
support of
thank
his
you, thank you,
team,
dude.
and sitting at 18-9 right now, so he's feeling pretty good.
W
about
Powell
his
as well. Thank you so
current
much as well.
score
Appreciate
line.
the 14 months, man. Appreciate the
And
tier 1.
he has been having quite
Okay,
the
do we actually get a
map,
classic? We get
as
no armor with
a
it
lot
just
of the
because they want the
players
drone
here
on the
the DFM
tank.
roster. And let's see what
And
this attacker side is
okay,
gonna look like now
so
for the side of
RRQ's
RRQ
comp
with their
struggles to
triple
get
initiator.
here.
Yeah, so in theory with the triple initiator, you have tools
Let's
to
see if they actually saying that they got a Sova, so I guess Sova can recon it. Just the fact that they struggle to cross this, which is why we're using this smoke.
Now that they're on the attack, RRQ, they have
no one really uses the delay smoke anymore.
And how they choose to use those timings.
That's just trying to jiggle peek, just trying to
a good pistol from DFM.
On what this push is going to look like. Cess ready for the utility to come over the top.
That still should be okay, right?
Temkin picking up the first kill on this entry. And his buddy
okay, they're in trouble, man.
The
yeah, they're in trouble. That's a giant swing from Monyet on 19 HP.
Now it's only May left in a 1v4.
Okay, RRQ, I think they also realized that they struggled to get over towards yellow, so they used a knife, a recon, a flash. They used literally everything. So, yeah, honestly, with the Sova, it might not be as hard as I thought. You can do the, not that this was the recon that can't get seen from sight, but...
So it's good to see that the round may feel lost, but May keeping his focus, making sure that he's getting what he can.
Well, he's going to see that barrel and the hands, actually, of the Killjoy. There's not a lot of time here.
Okay, I like this a lot from RRQ. Kind of like this. I love both of these pistols, right? DFM's pistol where they put the wall over towards here was genius. This pistol as well, they're proving that they can take yellow. Something that in theory the comp should struggle at slightly. So, yeah, and they util dumped the hell out of it.
You can sit back and say, all right, you guys
so much.
We pinged you behind it. It's a free kill. Now we have a numbers advantage. And it's the pistol, so sure, maybe a little bit more impact, but we'll see if RRQ...
Okay, we got a pistol each as well, so we get a good game. They're allowed a death. Kind of allowed 2 deaths. This is for hunting.
Better look for them to start off this half.
It's a lot of investment on the ghost bullets.
Okay, finally dealt with that in one way or another. And yeah, Xfero's just going to hold down this angle here on the Killjoy. Rest of the team pushed over at B.
Thing is with this much time passed, DFM, yeah, you might as well start shifting your weight to B. You've already made the commitment to take the space aggressively.
Okay, Icebox, we get a 4-1. One spot something over towards middle.
That, this big shift is going to help them out in space.
And with this, it's a good indication that we got 4 over towards here. Anything stop the little bro? That's devastating.
Actually, from Estrella and Jemkin. Going to prevent that deny.
What a flash, man. What a well-timed flash.
Monyet gets 3. And the Eagle here not going to work out for the side of DFM. Unless May, he had a 1v4 the last time. He's trying to get a 1v5 this time. And even the 1v4 did not work. So looking pretty good for RRQ to link 2 in a row. As there it will go. May only picks up 1.
Yeah, and of course for RRQ,
and they pick up the gun.
As well, so
and they're allowed a death. They got a death, so we get a really good bonus for them.
On that lurk. That's a lot of firepower that they can work with.
Poor Medusa. Swung into 3 people, spamming it.
Spamming through that smoke, knowing that this is the strength of the double controller trying to come in, deny the wingman, and that would have been trouble for RRQ as they have to close the gap. So overall, keeping their heads in the game. Thrash now online.
No flash going to be hard. Yeah, they kind of have a.
To try to flip the tables.
They kind of have a comp that you would imagine this comp excels against. Whoa, they really want to deny that orb. Whoa, kind of nice. I mean, this comp has so much util that you can just do that. Like, it feels like we used a lot, but actually, they still got a good amount.
Everybody throws one piece of utility each. It's already 3 or 4, and then they've still got more for the actual execute, and then maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a stacked comp for util.
You have to realize that their smokes, their screens will not be respected for the majority of the
insert one over towards here. They got an alarm bot in case they get super aggro as well. So it's the 4-1 just with a default over towards A, so we can have the 1 being able to have a little bit more control, which gives them the options of going back. They then, like, I mean, this is as good as a default as you're going to get. Got a recon that scans yellow. Okay, question mark up with the wall down here. You took early A control. Like, this is a thing right now. Giant question marks over towards A and B for DFM.
I wonder if Xfero might have heard May right at the edge when he was on pipes, because that was an immediate reaction.
What did I miss? Why are they rotating? Maybe a Sova recon?
To see if there's any advancement hiding out. Double swing.
No way, he did not mean to get that guy.
But we still do have a couple of members here from DFM that have rotated over to A. Here's the Thrash, trying to clear out the back of this site, see what he can see. He's isn't going to see much, but we'll be able to get that back. The spike has been planted.
But one molly for after plant, flash recon.
Straight up retake from DFM as Anthem up on top.
Got Cove on defense, so this molly's pretty big.
Trying to push forward, but already
they can spam this while the molly's there.
Is going to clean out one, takes down Medusa, who was up top. And Elmibor still holding this angle. He's able to hold the spray and take down Anthem. Cess to straight it back, but there's not a lot of time here for the side of DFM on the retake, as they will try to hold this defuse here. They are going to get it to half.
Hold up. Hold up. Damn, they actually got the defuse, bro. Yeah, the wall. Viper wall was giant.
Does take them down, but it's still a DFM round win.
I was going to criticize them a little bit because especially against this comp, you kind of want to either keep a track of the mollies or you want to tap the spike before you use the Cove, because the Cove got annihilated as soon as that molly came down. Yeah, I mean, this is just the Viper diff there, bro. Viper wall going up, killed 2.
For Xfero as he had to back out. And in my head, I was getting ready to talk about once RRQ wins that round, what were they doing well? The fact that they were ahead in numbers.
Okay, so DFM call it timeout now. There's a few stuff they could be talking about. They could definitely be talking about the Cove, timing, but they probably need to tap the spike first. They could also talk about the fact they only just won this and they could just.
Very well played round.
Wow, let's see what the money's like.
Absolutely, really like the way they handled that. DFM on that retake, and this is a DFM timeout, even after that round victory. It's not a bonus, but everybody did go down at the end, so still some work to be done. I mean, they still need 4 rounds, and RRQ have come back with a vengeance from the attacker side. So for right now, it does feel like it's still anybody's map, and I'm curious.
Okay, and we get to see why his percentage is so low. Calls a timeout, they just won the round. But because they only won with 1 person alive, they decide to eco, try and do a bit of damage and make sure they have a full buy out potentially. Potentially with an op. So this right here is the demonstration of why the stat isn't a good stat. He's literally called him a timeout. No one lived, he died at the end? Oh, okay. He literally called him a timeout to do the eco. Yeah, because he would have a gun. You're right.
Utility here. Trying to spam through these so many different walls, and it's a lot of vision.
So yeah, probably big win condition they believe is having the op.
Especially on Icebox. There's a lot to clear out, as now the drone is going to come over the top here.
Well, they have enough. It's 2 full loss bonus.
The drone might have been able to see them there on the backside. And
yeah, Anthem will.
Catch Anthem, the flash on through, and Estrella is looking to push in, takes out Medusa, who was on the edge there of that screen. Cess just trade one back, but now the flash coming in on the back.
Oh my god, that was a nice, that's a nice shot on Heaven. Yeah, and they would have wanted to do a little bit more damage in this because some of this money is going to be a little bit outrageous.
Holding close on green on the other side. You know, once they got the until it was 8, just in case a rotate happens, trying to get a cheeky kill or 2 with the shorty. But
no, yeah, it would be 1-9. Yeah, they can't even op here.
The chances seem slimmer and slimmer, right? This time it's with a shorty against 4 members of RRQ with the rifles. So surely looking to try to just go down to the spike, if anything. There's no reason to give over a free ult point, especially to the likes of Elmibor, who's only 1 away. That's why he's on the hunt. Yeah. He doesn't even have the creds, but he still wants this kill. Oh, no. Oh, no. He'll get the ult.
Yeah. The gun's kind of huge.
Well, he does get the ult, but May...
Honestly, damage is huge here as well.
A Vandal.
If he dies, he could knife, and then he could start opping as well.
Might have spotted the gun barrel there. May looking to peek the corner and takes him down as well.
Whoa, giant. It's giant.
It's
really good damage.
At the very end of that round.
Yeah, sorry, it is 1-line loss bonus because they lost, so they don't have money, but they can after this get the op out, but obviously you need to win, really. 23-12, yeah, guys are monster. Okay, so they literally equaled this for this round, so let's see what they can do. And they did damage, like it's one of the better saves in terms of eco in this round. So overall, who would have thought, again, you get to see a drone here. Team's still getting wrecked by it, man. Crazy. Every single team will insta-Sova ult here within the first 5 seconds.
Gonna be hit by that dagger. And May, alongside of Anthem, maybe looking to push aggressively, but there's so many things in his face. As the
Spacing there was pretty bad. Nice shot.
And now it's all up to Jemkin here in the 1v2. Medusa gonna peek him again, but Jemkin, not to be outdone, picks up a second, is going to get this spike planted as well. We have a straight up 1v1. Sass a bit healthier.
As Fischl as well with the plant.
Weary of the flank. The spike in a good position for him to try to spam it down from afar as well.
Sunset Emerald, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you. Not underscore Saint as well with the prime. Thank you for the 2 months. Not Saint. Definitely not Saint.
It's a matter of time for Sass. So many angles to clear.
Dude, it is lagging. What is going on today? Thing is, he has the wall.
He is going to tap it, and here comes the
yeah, going up makes sense.
Desperately
heard him, I think. Yeah,
and now he can wall up in half it at least.
Down that snake bite, or rather get hit by the snake bite.
Oh, it's close. It's close. Damn, bro. Respect. Gets the defuse. And he used Fischl. Giant win, man. Giant win.
Oh, man. 2 rounds like
Played it well, bro. Got the height against the fish.
For your own sake, you have to win this map, because otherwise those 2 rounds are going to live in your head rent-free for the rest of the night.
2 free diffusers. Yeah, the Viper's just diffusing everything with this wall.
He knows he can survive to get the defuse before the mosh goes off. Not sure if he was confident or if he just thought it was the best chance, but it works out for DFM. He was already past the half. Look at him. He's keeping his eye on the bar. He's got the smile. The coaches weren't sure.
It was close. Yeah, I wasn't sure.
They seemed pleasantly surprised at the very end there. But a win's a win, as they say. And DFM now just 3 rounds away from taking this map. And you see that May...
Yeah, so with this, we got 1, 2 that can't buy. We got 4 people that can't buy. So whoever loses this, you would imagine loses 2. So giant round. DFM still thinking that they can't take over towards yellow. In theory, they should struggle. But again, if they use 4 bits of util again, this guy yellow is dead.
DFM's cleared it so deep. May jumping off of the conveyor belt as well, looking right across the edge. So DFM knows for certain that this is a B hit.
They definitely do. Jemkin trying to just throw something at Medusa. They want to hit him with something. Shock darts coming out. Medusa will be cleared up, but Sass.
The harbor wall was really nice, though. Yeah, the harbor wall game. Yeah, the harbor wall was everything here. Still a 2-on-2. Boss man. No, not like that.
But May should know he is in the corner.
30 seconds.
Oh, that's a big miss. Oh no, that's a devastating round for him.
RRQ. They realize that Xfero's stuck, and they might as well make it a 2v1. 20 seconds, have to book it all the way to the A site. The spike should get planted, but RRQ, they're trying to calm things down. They want to check all corners.
Still
only
10
14 seconds. Now you don't have that leisure. You got to swivel.
10 seconds
left. They do a bunch of that. It's going to be up to Anthem, who was incredibly clutch at the beginning of this map. We'll see if he can pull it back for the team here once again. It is a 1v2. He was able to pull off a 1v3 earlier to get the clutch for the team.
Nightmare.
This is a big ask.
There's a recon at least.
The turret down here up against the Killjoy. He doesn't have a lot of information, and yep, Estrella just perfect timing there.
Big miss, man. Big costly miss. In terms of good stuff though, this harbor, like even though they use so, like this is what I'm saying about this comp struggling to go yellow, right? Flash, molly, recon, knife, another flash, and over towards B. Because of the wall, they still managed to hold on to yellow. Like they threw everything yellow and they still lost. It's just hard for them to get out of this choke, and at the same time, like, worry about blocking the crossfire. If someone's in front of this wall, they haven't really got anything, and no one can like dash over towards yellow, so this box just becomes like a nightmare. But yeah, I like what they did here with the wall. Just I mean, in theory, RRQ should just wait it out. Sunset Emerald again. What is going on there? Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for doing that.
See if he can get some cheeky kills on this eco.
Yeah, that is absolutely a cheeky angle. Seeing if he can get one for free. Now, RRQ, if they invest this pit, they have to realize that there's a lot of ultimates on the other side, so it's not going to be as
yeah, it's just an eco, like we said. What? Dude, he hits that one though?
Oh, that's already massive. I mean, you get value under the Marshall, and there's still no plant down. Some spam coming on through. Even the classic right clicks getting some damage, but It does look like RRQ able to bully their way onto the site here. May still holding onto this Marshall.
Yeah, but the flank, Medusa coming in from far. He picks up a rifle as well. Ooh. He could do a lot of damage. May not wanting to show his barrel through the Viper's pit.
He's just going to hang out in the corner here for a little bit. Cess trying to make some noise up there. The ping does come down.
Medusa needs to make
yeah, just waiting for Medusa here.
To be able to jump in.
He's going to make his way in. And Medusa, oh, that's a 2K. He's trying to retake this one. He's trying to make the clutch happen. It's really not that much time, but if they both peek him, there is potential. He is going to get some damage down on the Jemkin, who just pushes through it and takes him down. RRQ nearly
all right, it ended up being a pretty good eco, right? 2 people just surviving after rebuy armor, got 3 gun rebuys. At least they kept every single eco at the moment. DFM are doing pretty good damage.
RRQ starving for credits.
That shot
sure
was
they have to
nuts,
reinvest
bro.
every one of these rounds. Just goes to show how clean DFM's been looking.
Which comp do I prefer, the triple initiator or triple controller? I think FPX, honestly, if they had the Clove B heavy yellow with one-way hair, I think they have the best Icebox in the world. So I kind of prefer FPX's comp, just because I think it's unbelievable on attack, and I just think they're one default away from being borderline unbeatable on the map.
You know,
I think there's too many one ways you can do on this map. I think they sussed it, man. I'll be honest.
From the side of DFM, seeing what they can see there.
Oh, the drone not tagging anything.
But maybe it only works because Life's a mentalist as well. I'm not entirely sure.
It does look like they're going to shift a little bit more power to mid and
but like their overall macro of how they play the map is incredible.
Gives them a bit of an inkling that RRQ
like one of the best I've seen.
Now RRQ, they've denied, you know,
but defense is shambles, bro. In my opinion, they play it wrong.
So they have the freedom of choice to go either way, and now in the timing of the drone going through green, they're going to start to shift their weight, and the drone fake has worked pretty well. DFM's not going to bite fully, but they are saying, okay, the likelihood was on B side at that moment.
Yeah. And then the more the time goes by, we do have a lot of members here of DFM who are
good ults to retake.
And are ready for this retake, and there it is. Harbalt's going to come down, but
we got nothing to stop that though.
And trying to peek here.
Oh, they take a lot of space. Oh, wait, he tucked in? Oh, why did he tuck in?
Here is the lockdown, trying to push them back as much as possible.
Nade looks off, right? Can they not just defuse this? Oh no, Nade looks good.
During all of that utility, Monette good for the first kill, trying to get the spray down. They know that they're sticking at Monette.
Oh my god, what a hero.
They're able to stop the defuse from
yeah, not having another one of those diffusers. Okay, Giant from RRQ. I think DFM misplayed it a little bit. Instead of hiding from the fish, they kind of had to break this. I saw people tucking in, and then 2 of them got detained. So that was just like a split-second decision making that kind of cost them a little bit. It was nice from RRQ though. See the util dump over towards site. It looked like they realized they were going to play retake, and they just didn't use any util getting over towards the site, and then they had everything for this.
Through the jungle of Icebox, picking up a kill, making sure he gives vision for the second on the defuser as well, and that will draw out that second time out. So again,
Sunset Emerald again, bro. What is this? Is this just Logic changing his name? Thank you for the gift as well.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, I've been saying it's kind of anybody's map because, yes, DFM got ahead, but then RRQ were coming back very strongly. But the way the last 6 or so rounds have looked, RRQ has definitely been in major control. Even with some of them getting kind of dicey, kind of sloppy, whatever you want to call it, RRQ's still very consistently pushing ahead. And now it does feel like they have very nice momentum, forcing that second timeout here, winning a big round.
That's your first message as well. You had even messaged. What is this?
The thrash, the combat, things like the lockdown as well. So understanding the dynamic between the ultimates.
25%. Yeah, but chat. He earlier. Look at his timeouts. He did a timeout here, where if he cared about his stats, he would have told them to buy. He does a timeout here, where they're gonna be on a low buy eco. Like he doesn't give a. He doesn't care. This is why the stat doesn't work.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Let's see
if you actually cared about your stats, you could be in a team and you could have like a high 80% coach win rate, but you're not having impact. You're not having impact. You're just calling it when you got all the ults, you know you're gonna win. The point is,
now short to 1-4 split just to make sure that you're not giving away green clearance for free, but you're staying very tightly grouped up. And May wants to be the Joker who's going to break things apart, trying to make sure RRQ stays divided, but he's got no support to be able to push further out.
Let's see how this one goes. We do have the flash over the top. The orb is going to be taken here. And no full committal just yet, but that lockdown will be committed to here from Xpero.
What is the timing like on these two?
Back.
Wild.
Nope. I don't think either of them are going to have it.
That's so wild. They're never going to know.
Anthem might be able to do some damage because I think that turret's about to deactivate if Xpero goes deeper into the site.
That is very wonky. And now we got some fighting here on A. A couple trades back. May only does get
God,
one.
it's so laggy today. Let me refresh after this.
Planted. He is going to tap onto it, force some sprays down, see if he can get some angles on where exactly those members are.
The alarm bot's here.
The alarm
it's fine.
in his way, but if he goes up on Belt, RRQ will have no idea.
Oh, but RRQ are getting some really good
everyone's dead anyway. Doesn't matter too much.
Also going to be taken down.
Yeah, let me refresh this one.
Trades on A as this is happening, and Anthem also going to be taken down as Xpero is able to watch that angle and takes him down. So RRQ finally taking the lead here once again.
And just at the end, we saw exactly how that turret was placed. I'm pretty sure it actually just didn't tag him because he stuck all the way
2 times,
deep.
dude. I think that's why it's lagging.
I mean,
I'm just gonna leave it on normal. It's only a little bit.
For now, like you said, Monette's lurk hitting a bit faster, throwing DFM into confusion one step earlier.
Yeah, RRQ just feels like they started out a little bit slow, kind of caught off guard by DFM, but as we have seen, I mean, 4 rounds in a row.
We'll see if it lags again. It shouldn't do. I think it was only lagging because it was on the timestamp.
DFM haven't had a lot of momentum here. They're finally able, of course, to
okay, so they ecoed down 4 big buy rounds, and this is pretty much it, right? They would have to low buy after this, and then 13.
The map from there. So let's see if DFM can hold on.
And so they've chosen to just leave A side empty. They're going to vie for green control a bit more aggressively. That's going to be the curveball they're relying on. Planting May deep, but RRQ, they've got a decent read on this because there's been no movement on A. There's no tag on the turret in mid. They're playing this slowly to try to regain space, make sure that there has to be a commitment from DFM. May even getting tagged, trying to bait them in.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's trying to get a lot for it. Just actually see if anyone's following up the drone. People like to just one-pass and fake map control.
Give them the information they need to
so question mark. Straight over towards this. That's nice though. Sees 2 going back. And obviously you only saw 2 over towards B. Yeah, do we have 5-person sack here for DFM? Do they try to get Viper down?
They do look to push here onto this one, the Hunter's Fury once again, but Monette's still going to go in, and Neth is going to take him down, but Estrella and Temkin, they push onto the site, and this defuse is looking good. It is a 5-kill in a row rounds here for
they got annihilated.
Only losing Monette.
Buyback site, KO just took down everything. They got annihilated.
There was no difference here for RRQ. There were a couple rounds earlier where they looked a little bit disjointed, but this time,
okay, 2 chances to finish this off.
Saying, even if I don't get the kill,
chat, I'm gonna flashbang you, I think.
So you guys can all go for
let's wait for this.
It's funny that it has to be a Viper, but someone has to do it. There's no duelist on this side. They've already committed to it.
I mean, yeah, they had good positions. The fact that the wall just goes down. Chat, flashbang, watch out. 3, 2, 1, turn.
Don't you worry.
Oh, it didn't even go on your screen. You guys are so fine.
Yes, we did watch. He's got his blades out, and he's looking to push down through pipes, and he's looking to get a flank going. But now he's just going to regroup with the team over towards B, as this push is coming in pretty quickly from the side of RRQ.
Missed the flash, yeah.
Shock Dart already, and some information that DFM is here and ready to potentially defend.
Yeah, RRQ's very well aware that the whole team is here. What a spam by Estrella.
Yeah, that's just massive. But Anthem, a couple of Guardian kills, making this interesting. Gonna take a lot of wind out of the sails.
Hey, bro, they love fighting them at yellow at the moment.
Backing off, a push is coming down mid.
Hey, that's Spike. Now what do they do? Keep an eye on Killjoy, lucking all the way through.
DFM has no idea. I mean, Medusa's watching it, but not through the window.
Yeah.
Anthem is like
really
kind of watching for potential of middle, but
get massive value here, potentially get
still haven't seen each other.
We do see, I think it was Anthem was looking down mid, but he's not looking in the right spot. The shot a little bit messy, but
oh, it's a giant kill, 5 HP. That's what it came down to. Big 1v2, free A site. Got some mollies though. Alright, alarm bot out of range.
That it has to eventually have been the entire stack, or at least just watching mid here by DFM. Omi Moore looking to get this clutch, bring home the victory for RRQ. Sure, Neth, like you said, only 5 HP, but it is still another body.
Did I do pick'ems for EMEA? I think so, yeah. I think I only just didn't do Americas because it starts a little bit later.
Vandal in hand, and Elmi Moore still a lot of angles he has to hold down. As he is going to find Medusa in the 1v1. And not exactly the best peak,
I mean, Giant, bro. Anthem did so good to get to. I like that whole idea, though, that, again, I think they're just looking at this comp, and you can definitely see the game plan to fight heavy over towards yellow.
Able to stay around on Icebox.
Yeah, RRQ trying to force
RRQ has a timeout, right? Maybe. Maybe a good time to use it.
It can actually work if you have more util, because now if they're hiding in corners to get the crossfire, you're going to make sure either they're taking chip damage or they have to come out at a disadvantageous time, things like that. But over on B, I mean, both of you can just spam through the smoke, and you are not going to have the certainty that you have the better angles. Got a little bit lax there, and that's going to force Coach Ewok to call that timeout. Try to make sure they cross the finish line, because or else
did I pick Na'Vi or Heretics? I went for Na'Vi.
Yeah, absolutely.
I went for Na'Vi. So I think Heretics will be practicing the new patch.
The first half, and now RRQ have ruled mostly the second half.
Oh.
But
or at least be looking forward
to that scoreline, 12-11. DFM slowly struggling, slowly clawing their way back into a position. That wasn't a round I feel like they should have been able to win, but RRQ perhaps just trying to push a bit too hard onto that B site. They get caught out with a couple of deaths, and then they lose a lot of pressure on that push, and they have to rotate. Doesn't work out for them. And I would love to listen and hear what Ewok has to say going into this final round before potential overtime.
Yeah, something that RRQ hasn't really done much of is work mid, right? They haven't put much pressure on it early. Now, obviously, having no duelist means that you're not going to have a speedy hit on it. But
focus on the normal stuff.
We've seen him do this a couple times in stage 1.
It's hard for them. But they knew last time when they tapped Spike over towards A that they used all their ults and they tried to flood. They might think that they're retaking over towards A again.
To push out eventually to take control of pipes and belt for a little bit of A control.
Oh, that's a lot of fast B pressure. We got it drone. We got wall up. We got knife. Knife didn't hit anyone. Oh, that's a lie. He got hit by the knife. That's sick. Now they think that he could be behind yellow. They're not 100% sure he actually...
looking for this one, and he might actually find himself looking at 3 members. Oh, but the timing on that is perfect. He sees Neth, he sees the shots come through, and is able to get out without a scratch.
Yeah, Medusa's going to be the one that DFM's banking on. If he gets the first kill, then he can be the bait that forces them to chase. But the Thrash is being used to clear. They can't quite clear Nest, and that's the Hunter's Fury trying to fish for it. Will not land the kill onto Xfero.
Yeah, not quite. Does do a decent
job. I mean, Fish hit the Jet, but do they expect the Killjoy up here? Dude, if Killjoy tucked in here, oh my god.
So much has been traded out,
Can he get one more?
He gets out.
He gets out.
How does he get out of there? He's able to get that kill and just skirt away.
That's so funny.
Not much damage
I did not think he was going to get out of there.
And now, no time. I mean, Viper's Pit up on the B side. DFM's
Whoa.
pretty sure that this is a hit.
Oh, Medusa.
He's still alive.
Yeah, how is this guy still alive?
He's still kicking as May is able to come in and take down Jemkin through the Viper's screen, and now Monyet up top.
Wow, he got another one.
He does pick up 2. Can he make a 3? No, Neth able to jump down with the shorty.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, can't win this, right?
Whoa.
Oh my god, bro, that would have been disastrous. If he got that kill early, he gets the plant down.
I mean, RRQ, they were starting to look better and better. Overtime. But just a couple of these corners, and it's always that second floor, you know?
That was crazy,
They're always looking at ground floor. They're good at clearing that.
I can't believe this guy gets his knife out. He thinks he's sticking it. He thinks he's sticking the plant. Yeah, look at the time there.
RRQ's ankles, not letting them close out the map. And DFM, what focus to bring this back to overtime right at the end.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty insane how they were able to win, especially the round before, where I felt like they were in a really rough spot. Once RRQ hit 12, and perhaps RRQ themselves kind of thought, okay, we did it. You know, DFM, they don't have an economy. We just beat them in the most important round. We got this. And then DFM just annoyingly sticking through. Annoying for RRQ, of course, and DFM. All credit to them. They're making this real interesting in this first map. This is not exactly.
Well, I don't think DFM will be going over towards middle with their success
really
rate.
Come out with a fire here in this first one.
Yeah, and made 27 kills to the 20 deaths.
I say as we double push middle.
Lion's share here for DFM. I mean, on the Korean stream, they were able to talk to the coaching staff of DFM, and they talked about how they want to play around May even more, enable him even more.
That could be enough, though.
Play to his strengths, make sure
that he's
comfortable playing things like the Jet, which is something that he was shying away from. They were playing mostly all just Raze maps, and now we're seeing his Jet looks good. I think you should play it more, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean, there's it's kind of insane what he's doing on this map. Like, just play it every time.
Knife hits too.
It's so strong. Maybe not on every single map, but you know, it's very good. It's very good.
40 seconds. That's hitting in spawn still. Oh god, they're going middle. Honestly, if we look at the mini map, if they go B, it's an unbelievable call right now. The turret will spot them early. Oh, the turret's gonna get blocked. Oh, they dashed before. Dashed before the wall blocked it, so they do get the info.
Now RRQ just needs to stay alive to play to the number of strengths here on the retake.
That's exactly what it looks like they're going to try to do as the plant does come down. They kind of in a cheeky spot here. And a lot of angles covered by DFM. Let's see how RRQ does want to handle the retake.
This is going to be interesting. Sefero's got a really good flank.
The rest, the lion's share of the members looking to poke straight in as Medusa falling down gets taken out of the air by Mamiet. And now Elmimore, the perfect timing to get on in here. A couple of kills do go to DFM. Anthem still holding it down.
Yeah, Sefero's just unbelievable push on this one.
And RRQ will pick up the first overtime round.
Yeah, never
that's three attempts from DFM over towards middle, all resulted in a loss.
I wanted to give credit to DFM as well. You know, they were able to push through mid, but they wanted to make sure that
yeah, he did good. I mean, first guy falling down is an easy one, but yeah, the second kill was huge. Oh, that's a huge kill as well. The wall kind of gives it away that they go middle.
For these trades, but unfortunately, Monyet forces Medusa out of position, and that leads to the crumbling of DFM's post plant.
Yeah, Monyet, a couple of very important early kills there. Also, that spray just held for the entire time, just getting the kill at the very end. That's got to feel pretty good for him. And let's see now, RRQ, as you mentioned, both these teams have been very successful on the attacker side, but DFM not able to get it done on their overtime attacker side. Is now Sass going to be...
Yeah, there's a good amount of util use for this.
Now. Let's see if RRQ does commit onto the B side. It doesn't feel like they've had a lot of success, though, pushing towards B. So it does look like they will rotate out.
Yeah, but DFM knows the same thing, right? They realize that B's usually just been used to push and pull.
Okay, so B default, insert one over.
By Anthem. 2 members to trade in a crossfire at that.
3 people on A.
He's going to be the first point of contact. Now, this drone should let RRQ know that DFM was holding close.
Yeah, it should, as he is going to send that out pretty early. May is going to be rooted out of one of those nests and does get pushed back. So bit by bit, they are trying to peel away layers of the A site. But we still have a couple of guys that are still
so with that, they then take A control. We've got one person faking A, and we've got everyone going over towards B. This guy definitely heard something. Rotate's coming in. 4 people here. 30 seconds. How on earth do they deal with the Viper at yellow?
Should be very ready for this. Now can they hit the
only way they win is if DFM overextends.
A couple of guys there behind yellow. Now he's got the shorty out, but Sass is going to be rooted here as May picks up a couple. He is pretty low on health, but already doing the lion's share of the carrying. As now pushing in Medusa, they don't clear him out. He picks up 2. And out to Estrella with 7 seconds. He's got to hold this one, and May is going to peek him. Oh, Estrella does get the kill, but Anthem easily backs off and denies the round win. So we're tied up once again, 13-13.
Yeah, I don't know what the cue was in terms of sound. Maybe this guy heard the rotate, maybe this guy heard someone close here, but yeah, they had 4 people here, and again, comp struggles at yellow. They want to just fight them here. Been happening the whole game.
Okay, we can still leave one person here just in case, but everyone else should start rotating. Because if they're not following on this 0 point, right, the tendencies they have, usually we're going to see them try to go for these dry swings on some of this, on the flashes afterwards to try to go for the pre-checks around the walls. I'm not seeing it. I want my teammates to be on the other side. And RRQ probably scratching their heads wondering, how in the world were there 4 people waiting for us at the B site?
Yeah.
But maybe you're being a bit too transparent.
Yeah. So sometimes it can be hard, that mental battle where it's like you feel like you're having a good read. The rotation back to the site should catch them off guard, but they're just reading you like a book.
Did I pick my pick'em for this? RRQ, I'm pretty sure.
Do take this timeout.
It's a stacked roster now.
Trying to talk over what to do for the future potentially as they head back to the attacker side. Both teams are not able to get an attacker side win.
And RRQ, given the way that they were pushing and pulling on that map, I feel like the players might have thought that it was theirs to close out once again. But the denial, that's DFM's share. They take us to another set of overtime. Still no operators on either side, so we're not going to see any of those ballsy plays. But it is going to be a push out from RRQ. Now,
this knife might hit lots.
For most of the half after it didn't
Oh,
work
only
initially.
2? It was close to hitting 2 more.
Now they'll just back off after seeing how many members they've tagged.
Yeah. 0 point comes through and they're like, oh, okay. Let's slow this one down a little bit. Drone's going to come over the top, sees a head. See what else it can see as May is looking to follow up right behind this one. Just slowly peeking
a lot of space early.
Walls are going to be thrown up. But May and Medusa have pushed forward here over the wire as well. Getting onto the site, now peeking onto the back of it as RRQ are stacked up here. Elmi Moore able to get a couple. And
nice trades from them. Yeah, it was really nice trades. The overall strat from DFM was kind of nice.
So
all to the left, kind of like what Fnatic would do with an alarm bot behind it, and then go all the way around the right. Because DFM had a lot of numbers there. I mean, was it Elmi Moore that got double killed at the beginning? That was everything, really.
And surprise, surprise, there's just
yeah,
too
this
many
is
targets
everything.
when Anthem swings out around that box. The DFM, a rude awakening for them.
Dude, he slaps him up there.
From the site. No plan either.
That's wild.
So didn't even quite see the light of day. Now RRQ
hit the guy upper
for the 3rd and 4th time, trying to close out this map. Their choice on Icebox.
Yeah, it is very close on their choice of
Wingman, yeah, what is that about?
Again, as I said earlier, a win's a win if they can get it done.
Got a slap on him, man. We'll give him that.
Easy for them. And now, RRQ back on the attacker side. Nobody seeming to have much luck on the attacker side in overtime. Anthem here with the drone. Let's see what he can see.
Does anybody clear it on purpose? Looks like it's just going to be Monyet shown alone. It's the Viper, so it's hard to really glean any information. Obviously, you can work off of assumptions and patterns, but it doesn't really serve a lot of info. Now you see the drone as well, so DFM holding their ground on B. Meanwhile, Xfero not making any.
Oh, he peeks out there. He gets flashed. Really unfortunate timing for May, but this is a great
needs to
opportunity
kill
now
too.
for RRQ. They know Anthem's right around the corner.
Oh my god.
Is gonna help out
back to back.
Medusa still able to get the one.
No way, he's full blind.
Not able to
There's no way.
From getting that kill somehow, and Anthem holds it down.
He ate it.
What is going on?
30 seconds left.
Icebox just wants us to watch more of DFM because everything's going their way.
He's a giant pause though. Yeah, giant pause, giant kill. Good reposition, can be anywhere.
He's kind of the thorn in the middle of the map. They don't know exactly where he's going to rotate to. They can't rotate over very quickly.
Oh boy, it's falling apart.
Pick off onto Anthem here. Neth also looking to swing, and now it's
oh boy.
He's able to hold on to that one.
And he gets the info, gets out of there. Oh man, nicely done. Wait. At 10 HP, it should be done. Tom's coming in, he's 10 HP.
This is looking like a done deal, and
Vero did really, really good. They over-rotated a little bit.
15-13.
Okay. And that was close. Yeah, but DFM has some really nice stuff, to be honest.
But like you said, a win is a win. They're laughing as well. They know it didn't quite go as planned, and DFM coming out so strong. But this looks like it might be an absolute marathon of a match, as we've already gone through a couple overtimes here on Icebox.
Yeah, clearly these two teams very evenly matched, at least on this first map. We'll have to see what DFM can do when they return in the second map, which I do believe is Ascent. their choice. But either way, guys, we're done here for the first map. Let's throw it back to the analyst desk.
All right, let me get this fun uploaded.
Well, it was looking a little rough for RRQ, but the power of friendship helped eke them through really far into overtime, and they make it through. I mean, this is a good showing from DFM, though.
Oh yeah, this was, I mean, a much different look. One that we couldn't have really.
Yeah, they had some cool stuff.
Very refreshing
cool stuff.
to see.
The harbor, good game plan of what they wanted to do on defense, especially.
We've been seeing him play,
Back pistol was nice.
Ascent hasn't been the best aside from the victory.
Their attack A side was kind of nice.
But this Jet is cracked. That was an incredible performance. I mean, to be able to get DFM up 8-4 at the half, solid start, and it was really concerning for DFM.
May, yeah, he's a beast, man.
They're running dual
he really is.
So having that really poor start on the defense, it was looking like this was going to be DFM's map. But yeah, I mean, power of friendship, power of perseverance. They barely managed to come out on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the biggest takeaway here, specifically for DFM, is
how would you deal with Paper X as an opposing team?
Right?
So you can hold a passive default for the first 40 seconds on every map.
Maybe the firepower,
pretty much.
The way that they kind of just how quickly they can go for
wait for them to push you.
So
the best example is
so snappy every single time.
The best example is
go for a nasty flick. You were talking about May, of course. You also saw
what was it?
Medusa come into play.
Copenhagen FPX when it was like the Navi version of FPX.
And that ultimately almost led them to this, first map win.
Now, I do
That's like the best example on Bind. Yeah. But they literally didn't do anything on attack, and they won every round.
Well, May doing amazing.
That's the best, most intense example of it, I think.
No duelists.
Maybe most exaggerated example of it. Bagels Val, thank you so much for the Prime, bro. Welcome into the Slug Club. Thank you for doing that, dude. Thank you for using your Prime on me.
That obviously did not go their way whatsoever. That was a 0-13 blowout.
What a team effort, yeah. That's some close scores. You're not wrong. 22, 22, 23, 25, 27.
But this did not come easily.
Yeah, I think the problem supposedly here for RRQ is how they kind of, I think the casters were talking about it like layers and such. RRQ, I felt like didn't have the right grasp
Will
of
Boaster
how to
play
layer
recon?
Nah.
Talk about Initiator? Nah, I think I'll just slot this guy into
kind of hard,
Leo's roles.
Shooting style to just kind of keep DFM at bay, and it felt like
then the real question is, how long is Leo going to be out for?
What the tempo is.
That's probably the real question.
Before that, and you see like just some heroic plays just so that they can clutch some of these rounds in, which ultimately help them win the game. But of course, still kind of makes you think, how can they just make it cleaner moving forward? Again, even though they win this first map.
I mean, that is definitely going to be the question. This was RRQ's map pick.
Okay, chat, let me spam some ads. Let me spam some ads. We'll be back in a bit. We got map 2, which is definitely know what map 2 is. Ascent. There we go.
Less comp, you gotta be able to layer that utility, like you were saying, Asa, right? I mean, Killers, how are you feeling like, going into Ascent now?
I mean, I think that if May continues to just play the Jet, then yeah, I think this absolutely could go the distance. I think this absolutely could go all the way to 3 maps. But, I mean, one of the big things that they had was a lot of hero plays here for the side of DFM, and I think that Ewok is probably going to be telling them, like, okay, we cannot allow for these things to happen. This is what we're doing wrong. This is how we're letting them kind of, like, inch their way back into these rounds and pull off these clutches against us. If they're able to tighten things up there, then I think that RRQ is still going to be in a good spot. Because, I mean, similar to May, showing off this Jet, we know that Jemkin absolutely cracked in his own right on Jet. So I think that firepower-wise, they're going to be decently matched, and I think that a lot of this will come down to the team play.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like we got a showcase of how technical these teams got during the break, and it really shows during that first map, and I absolutely love it.
I do love some of the highlights we got from Monyet, though. We were talking about that zipline moment when Monyet basically Rambo'd his way through A site and just demolished everyone on the other side. But Ascent is the next map. It's DFM's pick. And yeah, they had 2 losses on this map, but those losses were pretty close. I don't know. This is going to be kind of tough for RRQ. This is not a bad map for DFM.
Nope, not at all. I mean, one of the things that they kind of bounce back and forth against each other decently well. Granted, we've only seen it twice from RRQ, 3 times from DFM. You know, if they want to continue to iterate and innovate, maybe we get something a little bit different. But I think that this is probably going to be maybe DFM just shifting over into a more standard composition, bring that Killjoy back in, just saw it on Icebox, keep that here, going into Ascent, pivot off the Raze, move over to the Jet. Probably just going to be, you know, potentially mirrored matchups coming through between these two squads. But, I mean, overall, you know, higher attack win percentage there for the side of RRQ. Pretty weak defense, strong defense for DFM, weak attack. So this could just end up being like, you know, like a 6 and 6 half.
Correct me if I'm wrong. It was Flipsider that was playing as the KO, right, for RRQ here. He leaves now.
I do believe so.
So where does Monyet kind of fit into this if they're just going to go for the El Clasico, you know, comp for Ascent? Is he going to take the reins of a KO?
I would assume potentially this is where we could see Monyet playing the Omen, and then Estrella moving over onto that KO perhaps. That, or maybe if they even pivot, you know, like Elmimore into that one, and then have Estrella run the Sova, something that he's also quite well versed with. I mean, this is the thing about RRQ, is like they do have all of these possibilities because their players are quite flexible. So, I mean, they could come out with anything.
And Ewok did say expect to be surprised. So it could happen. I mean, Monyet on an Omen would make the most sense, but maybe we will be surprised. Before we go into the next game, though, we got our GGG Guess and Gain game. This is our current rank. I'm crap at bronze. So.
Oh, I'm also bronze. It just says gold. Accent.
Are you?
Yeah, hey, whoa. Graphics people, fix that.
Oh, yeah.
I'm the only gold one in here.
He's the chosen one.
All right,
What is this?
The question is, which team wins more rounds after timeout map 2? This is an interesting stat, actually. We've been showcasing this throughout the Pacific. I believe Team Secret and Paper Rex are top there when Warbirds was still in from stage 1. Who wins more rounds after the coach's timeout? RRQ is slightly higher at 35%. Win rate and DFM at 26%. This is like something to consider. I see the audience kind of knows that. 70% of you guys have picked RRQ. So we are going to predict, and you guys got, you know, maybe 10 seconds to decide on this. You can talk through the process. You don't have to hide your answer. You can talk us through it.
I'm just thinking that DFM's going to start off strong again, so they end like an 8-4, and then RRQ, or like, I don't know, like a strong start, multiple rounds, then RRQ the one that has to kind of stop the brakes, pump the brakes, call a timeout, and then they start building things back up. So that's probably my thought process here.
I committed zero brain effort into this. I'm just going to say RRQ. It just felt like Ewok was having some decent impact with his timeouts there. And I think he likes to call timeouts when the team is in a position to win, rather than something like we see from Bleed, where it's like, okay, I'm going to call this on a Thrifty, and then, you know, we'll set up the attempt at a Thrifty as well as, you know, for the next buy round. So I'm just going to go for RRQ.
Okay, fair.
I'm going to go for a tie.
Is that double again?
Is it double? I don't know. We're going to find out later.
Yeah.
It is double. It is double. I'm just going to go double or nothing.
That's true.
That's what I'm doing today. I completely agree, though. I think natural inclination, you know, no brain pick would be RRQ, just based on stats. But let's first see what the agent picks are, because that, you know, you can't change your answers, but it might change it, you know, verbally.
Yeah, Ascent. And their Ascent's, DFM's Ascent's always looked alright.
No, I fumbled.
Alright. Yep. Okay.
Ooh,
So
okay,
this
wow.
is exactly what I wanted to see here for the side of Detonation.
Brand new comp, though.
With Monyet
They
back
brand
on
new comp.
spokes.
Pivoting to the standard comp.
Just on the Jet again. I mean, you're talking about how effective he was, so
Everything I asked for, delivered. Thank you, both teams.
hell yeah. El Clasico, but there's a lot of thought behind it as well, where we know DFM played very differently on Ascent this time, just going to this, and then RRQ. So very much looking forward to see how this kind of fares out, because again, it is the standard comps, but the way they kind of reached up to it had definitely a different reasoning behind it.
And I think that this is a lot more...
You're watching the 13-0 to Zeta, which other teams are on the 13-0 list in pro games. E2, EG, I can't remember, there's like 6 of them, right?
Was talking about it. These guys have clashed before in Japan. Now we get to see it here. Jet v Jet.
There's not too many pro teams.
And Ewok did say he did not want to underestimate DFM. You can see why.
Under
Monyet has also
Thieves.
been pulling his weight. This has been absolutely exciting. We're going to go into game 2 of today. Over to our casters, Chobra and Valdez.
Yeah, I think there's 6 teams.
Thank you, Analyst Deskers, for that one.
Might even be 5, I'm not sure.
And just hype building going into the second map here.
Wait, who did the guard get 30-0 by?
Afterwards, I'm trying to think. What was the case on Icebox? What did we actually have?
Oh, for the timeouts?
Yeah.
I think they might.
I think they both lost. Like, everybody lost after their timeouts.
I think they were pretty even. Maybe one.
Oh, as in they 13-0'd 100 Thieves. Okay, yeah.
As well, but
okay, right. DFM on defense, RRQ on attack, and
when you're going with the classic comps on Ascent, May gets
he goes back for more. The flash, wait, I kind of like this though, where they use their one way against them slightly. He's just like, he's just going in and out, essentially. He's just left and righting, just into the smoke in case they throw a flash. Pretty cool.
Type of duelist.
Just so the head is covered.
See one guy left here on the 0 point, and it is going to be still the rotation.
And Adrian, thank you so much as well with the 10 mums. Thank you for doing that, dude.
To see if anyone is going to poke their head out.
Appreciate the prime.
As we can see, nobody is
the baby, yeah, Baby J echoes fiasco. Oh, split, right?
Coming in, and now Anthem gonna get first contact here in B main.
The fake drone, it bought just enough time, but they have to start to funnel through, and that smoke comes in perfectly for DFM to try to stall it. RRQ, they're slowly making their way, don't want to give away free kills, and that's a good trade from Monyet.
That it is Anthem
good recon.
Boathouse, but he is buying a lot
of
great
time.
He's staying alive. He's going to throw a shock dart in as well, and Neth and Sass able to make their way back over to the B side. He's run out of bullets.
What is he meant to do there?
Down Elmi Moore. He does not have the spike, and he has a classic as the Sova. And he will be looking to rotate all the way from behind.
Yeah, and Sass even putting up the smoke as well, just in case the wraparound has happened, since the last time they saw Sova was on the A site.
10 seconds.
Try to switch to something that has some ammo, but it's not going to be powerful enough as Anthem clears it out. And DFM, quick reactions, quick calls from Anthem, continuing today as the IGL of DFM as they pick up the pistol.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean, it was a nice pistol from them as well. He did great back of sight, Anthem did.
Just kind of, they pushed in, but they didn't clear everybody out very fast, and they were not able to get the plant down. So everybody able to rotate over from DFM and win a couple of trades, and it just essentially goes their way. They know they have the spike down there on the site, and they will start off with yet another pistol round win.
Streamer things, yeah. We get in there. Okay, so they're allowed a death on defense. We've got an outlaw, obviously can one-shot everyone or against the bar eco.
DFM liking what they saw from the recent Masters winners. Coming back to Pacific. So with the outlaw,
this is all patch,
they'll
correct?
Be putting down a lot of pressure down mid. Now, thankfully for RRQ on their side, they didn't invest into any sheriffs. So
gotta wait a little bit for the new patch.
Ultimate value really should drop off in the next round, but we'll see how much he can pick up here on this one.
Yeah, well,
by a little bit, I mean a week.
He's going to start off with 1 onto Xferal, and that's going to be a big push in towards Street Neth. Going to spot that one. Throw down a nade as well, and now May is over here. He's going to pick up another.
God, he's just farming them.
He is just mowing
yeah,
down.
it is one of the better guns to farm with.
Hope of an ace, but still going to feel pretty good here for DFM. Elmi Moore is like, well, what do I do here?
Is there a gun on the floor there, I guess?
Trying to see, is there anything he can do? Is anyone going to push him close? You saw a little smile on him as well. Says, come fight me, bro. 1v1 me, bro. Medusa's kind of thinking about it, but DFM will be wise. Will not take the bait.
Right.
He's going to pick up a 4th kill, actually, so...
only an armory buy as well, so a really nice round from them. They get a great bonus. They obviously know about the outlaw. Seems they all went down, so should get 5 heavy armors.
Very powerful weapon. Like you said, he's close to his Blade Storm, which means ultimately that he can eventually upgrade straight into an operator as well. If things go even moderately here for DFM, you can see the smile on his face, loving the shots he had. Now 4-1. A strong start.
Oh, really, Lexi? Okay,
like
I can change that for tomorrow, though. I should be fine for today. Thanks for the heads up.
The defensive side should be a little bit favored.
Yeah, definitely should be. It's their map choice, and you know that DFM do enjoy this map. And they started off strong on Icebox. Feels like they have even more tailwind behind them to push them forward on this map, given the circumstances.
It's a heavy setup over towards A.
Kind of a close manner, but other than that, it's a new map. It's a new DFM. they say. As the push is coming on in, we are going to have...
And when do we put the mollies up? Oh, he's...
Is going to come in
oh my god, the flash into the recon was incredible.
Great value, Xfero able to take the first one out. Medusa still in the back of the side here, will be taken down by Jemkin, but the spray from Sess does
that
get
was
one.
nice.
But it is just a Bulldog, as RRQ will make their way onto the A side.
Yeah, RRQ really wants to try to make sure they can carry over all 4 weapons. That would be great. Oh no! Bit of a missed timing there for
Wait,
Mike.
what's going on there? Why is no one expecting a walkout heaven?
Yeah, maybe just not looking that way, but now trying to drop down here and not quite able to line up.
Okay, well, it's just a bonus. May has enough money for an op, and they did an alright amount of damage. You got 2 gun rebuys, armor rebuy. It's all good. Some nice timing there from RRQ's util though. That was good to see.
They all had full armor off that outlaw, so they'll be able to buy up with some half armors, go with some rifles. Now, as foreseen, it is going to be the operator picked up on the other side for May. We'll see RQ. Are they ready for it? Do they suspect it? And also, what is their answer to start to push that away?
Yeah, that is a good question. We have seen, outside of the first round, a lot of pressure here towards the site. And
timing on the knife here. Looks like it's going to get 3.
Over towards B.
Yeah.
Trying to push
huge
here, but 3 members suppressed. Going to get some information there. It does look like RRQ.
Okay, this is an instant call from them after that, though. Okay, and now they find out there's an op in play. They should have known this anyway with the money, but it's nice to confirm it. Yeah, and this is just a nightmare, though. Odin over towards B, op over towards middle.
So RRQ trying to play mind games against DFM now, making them think that it's just going to be the classic rotate. And now the execute onto the A side. The paranoia is good.
Did the flash? Yeah, it did.
And that he does. May not able to hit the shot, but it is traded. Neth does get one here in the corner as the push is coming in, and finally
Big
they
Joe
do
here.
take out May though on the top.
Alright, lovely swing on top of that. It was a great recon as well.
We'll be able to get this plant. There's only Medusa and Anthem left.
No way, the timing is nuts. Just
either.
walked by him.
Player standing.
Bro is frying.
As well.
Yeah, and I think you just gotta save the Odin. They're kind of just holding too heavy over towards the op because I think they know they most likely would want to save the op here. Soulcast? No, Soulcast is just 6th. Nothing's changing. They just signed him as a 6th. The affiliate or affiliation rule the Riot put in this year, where like orgs can affiliate with each other, and you can kind of just have people on multi rosters.
Oh, he goes down. Nice headshot here from Xfero. And that is going to be Medusa losing his Odin on top of everything else. So that is a lot invested into that round, and RRQ immediately just wipe the slate clean and tie up the score.
Yeah, it always feels rough because on Ascent, the faster you get the Odin, the faster you get the op, it's good. But for now, let's talk about this replay. I mean, the way that they first of all bait out the operator first, they're ready to train the power.
There's a lovely flash on that one as well.
They can get past the choke point, and then they go for another great double swing with a wide swing as well to create those fights. So
winning a lot of pistols. I mean, it's 2-1 at the moment, pistol-wise.
RRQ, a lot better teamwork than we saw in the beginning of Icebox. Maybe a little bit of warm-up needed for the squad.
Yeah, for sure. DFM as well. It's a little bit like they were scrambling.
Yeah, and we go down to an eco, we go to Baki, and we can see how... Ah man, it's a rough spot for DFM at the moment because they're going to go into this eco, and if the right people get kills, they got a lot of ults for the next big buy rounds. And DFM going to be pretty far away from at least the main ults, by these 3 being the main ults.
For a big clash in B.
Surely RRQ, you don't take the chance to use the null command, but either way, B site usually the go-to position for something like the null command. DFM's reading through that. Pop
that is giant. The Omen flash was incredible as well.
Right, well, Jemkin is at least able to get that one, but still huge value for May.
And there's a shorty back of sight.
Oh
my god.
Spray them down. Neth also picks up one, and now it's all up to
yeah, I mean, they tried to hit B, and
that
did not go well, man. That plan was sick, though. The Omen flash into the updraft at the top, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, excellent trap set up by DFM. Just
do they get an Odin out now? Again? Or...
There is a good chance it's about time RRQ starts to put pressure on B, right?
Okay, well, I was talking about the amount of money they were going to stack up, but that Omen flash just hit everyone.
Set up. The paranoia is perfect. May immediately jumps up, gets two, slows things down, and RRQ kind of a hit the panic button situation as they just try to force their way.
Save the Bucky, yeah, they get rid of it, they get the Odin out, and yeah, this is, I mean, it's just a must on this map. Respect RRQ trying to go B against the Eco, just because when you got no Odin here, it's nice to go B every so often.
Spot Jemkin out here in mid. May have seen a little bit extra. It died so fast, I'm not even sure myself.
I think probably just Jemkin spotted. But at the end of the day, the alarm bot's still there, so I love this from Anthem, right? You force RRQ to have to spend more time clearing out positions in mid, and you trust your alarm bot. Now, it has been cleared, and the members on B site, they just have to hold in the site. They cannot stop this push any earlier.
Okay, well, Straya's going to
Omen all back to site, knife hits the Omen. They know the Jet's there because Jet got a kill. Yeah, this is a good call, but this angle is so... I said this angle is so strong.
Util coming out, but he's trained on for 3! The transfer!
Oh, that was beautiful. Also the positioning as well from Anthem. He just knows that, okay, they're going to push. They're going to swing off the start. Let me swing ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, that was a convincing round from DFM as well. The Omen, felt like the Omen ult really messed them up a little bit. They want to go for a B hit. Omen ult standard over towards back of B. And then we see some teams that are like really good at this, where they kind of just hold a set area and then maybe push spawn into a split. But yeah, this felt like more on the fly than it was planned. Like a lot of teams these days know that Omen is going to be using this over towards B, so they'll normally go B and just hold this area. And it didn't feel like it was convincing. It just felt more like a reactional stuff from RRQ.
The scoreboard, 8 kills himself in the 6 rounds that we have had, and a second operator already. So now RRQ going to look to push in here on a thrifty round themselves. Manya trying to lead the charge through the smoke. A lot of smoke dropped in towards this A site.
My god, Anthem jumped into double util. There's no way. That overview is sick.
Maybe a bit over aggressive, and now, okay, Nev is going to be able to hold down health for just a little bit, but just the one kill.
No, they won this. Bro, if you're Anthem, you're so gutted here. There was nothing when he jumped.
Teams are taking pages out of Gen G's book, but maybe everyone thrifting each other isn't quite what we were looking for here in Stage 2.
Yeah.
It is happening a lot, but just goes to show that I think you know, a lot of the teams now upgraded in their teamwork as well.
Back-to-back thrifty, yeah. It was interesting that they went for like this smoke here instead of the smoke in the choke point. Like the smoke in the choke would have meant that they could have jeweled out a little bit heavier. They went for this smoke, which kind of meant they were fine letting him over towards site. I don't know if you want to really do that against Ecos. Like you kind of want to just fight him in the choke point. It's obviously worse guns far from range.
And honestly, we might see more on Ascent, especially with the way some of the util can get you a lot more space, things like that. We'll have to wait and see, but for now, a couple power ultimates online. Of course, the Blade Storm was there, but most importantly, I mean, Anthem getting taken out on an unfortunate timing. He tries to get ahead of the util, but the damaging util flying in, the shock darts of the fragment a little bit later than DFM expected. So Anthem actually drops right into the lava pit, so to speak.
That's rough. He did not win the game of don't touch the lava. That's for sure. He fell off the bookcase. And
oh, that would hurt.
That's why they say don't touch the lava. But yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Now that's going to be May losing a second operator on top of it all as well. So it feels like a lot of value on this map from both teams, just kind of going to the wayside with these thrifties coming through.
They got a good amount of ults now, everyone. Got Sova ult to cancel this. Then you got, I mean, we got all the ults that counter each other, basically.
Still a lot of focus on that mid.
KO ult to cancel the Sova ult.
Instead, May waiting to see if there's a counter peek. Now the smoke to pressure mid. They already cleared out the alarm bot. So DFM now basically have to stick with a 2-1-2. There's no other way to really get good information in the current state of this round.
Absolutely.
Okay, so the duel on A main kind of decides a lot of this round. I'm not saying it's everything, but
as we have a lot of blinds being thrown through. I heard a Hunter's Fury, yes, did come out. Medusa also going to pick up that kill onto Xfero outside behind. So that's going to be the one in Cess himself going to get a crisp headshot. And make it another one from May, but Estrella and Monyet trying to make things interesting. Neff will trade
Yeah,
one
at least
back.
Neff got the one on site. It's a
Only
nice
Monyet.
flash from him
They
as
know
well.
exactly where he is. He is going to TP onto the site, pick up the spike, and get it planted. But he's already taken a bit of damage, and they are swinging from every angle here, and he will be
I mean,
taken out.
the
So
Omen on
DFM
site did
on the board.
fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been so many members to fight through. So getting the plant at the very least, making sure that you've got some credits still flowing your way, despite the loss as we continue to trade round for round. But getting this kill on Xfero was big. I love the timing from Medusa as well to push forward and say, okay, you know what, we heard them kind of back out of A short, but they're definitely not coming into B because main control has been lost. That'll be the timeout. Everyone from the analyst desk of both languages now waiting to see
Do you
the
think
result of the
Monyet
next
plays
round.
especially aggressive compared to other smoke players?
Waiting
Nah,
for
not
the
really. But maybe I've been like... Problem is I've watched Redgar,
I mean, I think this is a pretty
Angel,
good time for RRQ to call the timeout. They did
Berlin.
just get, cleaned
They're
up
the
there.
most mental...
Yeah.
They're the most mental controllers
Honestly,
you're
the
ever gonna
scoreline
get.
is not that bad considering
So,
its attack on Ascent, right? You've still got
he
several
seems pretty
opportunities
chilled.
to try to bring their things forward. I mean, listen, you end on a
Tamek
5-7,
underscore
even a
bomb,
6-6,
thank you
that's
with the
great,
19 months, thank you with
most
the tier
of the
1.
time for an attacking team in the pro scene on Ascent. So
Appreciate
we'll
that.
see if RQ can turn
Thanks
things
for doing
around
that.
here. It's a pretty good half already, but if they do lose out here, the snowball starts to roll, right? Econ hasn't really stabilized for either team just yet, and I think that's what Coach Ewok is looking to stop.
No, he doesn't seem overly
He
aggressive,
always
to be honest.
looks a bit concerned. I feel.
Early 10s
A lot of
Omen.
coaches do. It makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
very
not
stressful
as
job,
bad
being
as
a coach.
not as crazy as the other
You
three.
try
A
to
little bit
fit
aggro.
everything you wanna say in
But
that
sometimes their
very
defaults
small
well
amount of
like
time.
that
Obviously,
anyway.
you have a lot of time during,
Sometimes it was actually
prior
just
to
the
match and during
overall
scrims and
like
stuff like that,
setups
but during the
that
match, you
Sentinels
just gotta
had.
watch and hope that it goes well, essentially. As May has gone back to the operator here. Third time's the charm.
What about putting Scream on Omen IGL? Yeah, you lost me at IGL, bro.
It hasn't transferred to a win whenever you picked up that operator.
He had me at the beginning,
but it's a full
but
stack of utility on
then
that
you
B
lost
side
me.
to support the operator. And also, I want to say that they're trying to counteract potential for this lockdown here on the B side.
Wait,
Medusa gonna peek out
where's that?
alone, but
Where'd
this
the
is
bullets go
actually
on
a
that
bit
turret?
more of an aggressive bait and switch here for the operator to be
I know he
planted,
took it
right?
away at
Because
the end
both
there, but the
Silva
first
and
bullets were just
Killjoy
not hitting.
going out, making so much noise for an extended period of time. RQ's going to want to re-clear this, I feel, but that could be their downfall.
Let's see how many people are going to peek around this corner. They are absolutely looking to do it, although they might send the drone.
Yeah, you got to use the drone. I mean, you have no other information else around the map either.
Or that.
I don't, yeah, you're going to have to use the drone one way or the other.
Well, he takes out the turret, now he's going to back away. And meanwhile, Anthem just waiting to market, feeling the pressure.
Oh my god, that's a peak, man.
Vandal here, and now the push coming
That
in.
was a
May
sick
is going
peek.
to hit that shot on the operator and shut down this push onto B for now, although we do have a couple of members pushing, and we do have double lockdown.
Yeah, and Monyet, he's just going to sacrifice himself, force them to have to stay in the site as well. He gets spotted, trying to stay alive.
Well, there's another one.
Can he find the second one? He thinks it's in sight, but I think May's going to survive this.
Yeah, May might survive
May's
this.
going to buy a lot of time there behind that little
Peek on
wall.
stairs.
There, the gun comes out once again.
Oh.
Monyet does get onto the site.
5 seconds.
5 seconds does get the plant
They
down.
got to plant this one, and that they will. Just barely with 1 second left, and Monyet pushing into them. Gonna see the barrel, takes out the first one.
Oh, the spam was good. Yeah, dude, nice. Nicely played from Monyet here. That was good, bro. And he just won the duel over towards stairs as well.
They go for a pinch play onto B,
That was nice.
expecting
The
the operator to
smoke,
come out
I mean,
and
just
give
getting in the
economic
smoke
situation.
at the end
But
was
DFM's actually
solid.
ahead of it, right? The support from the operator.
This peak was
Great
mental
hold
as
by
well.
Anthem initially
Like you
over
gotta
by
think that he
Market.
enabled
At
the
end of
trade
day,
over
Monyet
towards
takes
market
things
there with
into
that
his own
peak.
and creates all the space. You know, the old habits of the duelist coming in strong for the controller of RRQ. And now he's going to lead them to another round victory.
Yeah, that was pretty huge, and even though, you know, Monyet puts up a 4K, it was still a very
This could be a
close
giant round.
And it keeps this
If
map
RRQ win this, they kind of
close,
run away
but
with a little
as
bit
you
of
mentioned
attack
before,
off.
you know, already
6, that'd be too
4-round
much.
wins from the attacker side, and a couple of very strong ones to the side of RRQ. They get the operator out of May's hands once again, and potential now to get some rounds strung in a row here. To the judge for Sess. This is going to be the ult. Okay. taken out
I mean,
immediately.
that's just a res though. Did they expect the other?
In over by Tree, but the judge, not something they accounted for. Seth's just drawing out the aggro.
Oh, they put
waiting for
all
the
into
trade
it as
from
well.
his teammates.
I mean, it is a big
upgrade
round if they manage to win it.
to
They
that
get the
Vandal.
tag at
Now
the back,
Australia,
but
kind of an awkward spot. They're immediately going to throw down the smoke, and this is not going very well for RRQ. DFM are holding this
yeah,
off
this one fell
with
apart for
flying
RRQ.
colors, only losing May so far.
Double ult into it as well. I mean, they understood how big the round was ult-wise.
Continuing to just hold here in A main.
Yeah, you do have credits to buy up again, and there's a lot of time, so just fishing to see if you can get some kills.
30 seconds left.
RQ, they would love to have an opportunity to already tie things up at 5, but I feel like at this point, yeah, you're not going to want to
And this molly's just going to stop everything.
Sure, you get the trade.
Then use some util to try get into sight, and then the
2v4
molly's just going to stop him.
Without much other
They
util
just
to
save
work
him.
with, it will just be the save.
Yeah,
Two
I mean,
ults,
that's right.
Power ults used in
10
both the
seconds
No Command
left.
and the Hunter's Fury for RQ.
Yeah, not much to show for it. Just May going down. These guys are just going to hang out. Doesn't look like DFM wants to peek into that either. And so will be DFM picking up the round on the save from RRQ, the failed attack.
Colton Cold
does get
Mentor.
shut
I mean,
down.
he seemed pretty
6-4.
decent, man. Maybe some of his calling style
RRQ,
got predictable.
They
That's
do
like
still
what
have
most people
all
were
the
saying when they
rifles.
played against
Meanwhile,
him.
on the side of DFM, some considerations here with May 1 point away from the Blade Storm. But I'd imagine that you're in the lead 6-4. If you lose this one, no matter what you buy,
Leo
there's a
hero
good chance that
situation?
you
I
may
mean,
give the opening all the way to 6. So
giving
you
someone
buy
a-
up whatever
like
you can.
Leo,
In fact, they'll
good
make it work.
Back-to-back
They'll look
events where he
around to make
looks
sure
like he's
that they have full
like he
armor
didn't look great,
and
man.
all the guns other
It
than
just
an
felt like he was
operator.
being
Perhaps that was
constantly
part of
ill
the
for the past 2
consideration.
months. I think giving him like a month or whatever he needs, definitely
Let's
the
see
right
how this
move.
push goes for RRQ this time. They have been finding success trying to look for B hits and, you know, kind of split pushes through mid as well. A lot of mid pressure working out for them. But now May gonna
What
try
a
to
shot,
beat this.
bro.
Lives on 5 health.
Yeah, surprised he survives it,
Yeah,
but
he will have to back off. You said it. You still have that extra body to work with here for DFM, and it is a jet, so very, very nimble. Can be slippery. We saw May doing a lot of good movement earlier just to do some scouting for his teammates on these trades. Sass waiting.
they're getting a
Calls the
lot
bluff
from
on Magnet. He's already been hiding.
Wine at the moment.
That's the controller alone
3
on the
people
alert
over
for RRQ.
towards
No more
B. We
smoke,
still have
50
Anthem's
seconds.
recon. Should be
They
impossible
have
for
to find
RRQ, but
something
we'll
to
see.
work with, and maybe now you have to
If
use
the knife
timer to
somehow
your
goes
advantage to
spawn,
try
which
to
it
make
just
sure DFM
never
shows
should
their
here.
hand first.
Looks like they do want to push on in towards this
Knife
B
goes
site.
backside,
Medusa
hits the
on
jet,
back
they know the
one
jet's
main
low.
as well. Not able to get value though. Jemkin does pick
Okay,
up
hold
2.
up.
Anthem only getting Elmimore here as they will be able to get this plant onto the B side as well.
How did they manage to actually
Sparrow
get
trying to
out
get
fully
ahead of the
choke point
rotation.
here?
He's already deep in market, but does he realize that there's 2 here? Oh,
Whoa.
no!
Oh, massive.
Whoa,
value for
this is
Sparrow.
giant.
Sparrow, he wants too much. Okay, I was
He
getting
saw him
real scared
moving
that
back,
it was
he's
gonna
like,
go
hold up.
too long, but that is the shutdown. Now you know that they're probably grouped up together somewhere here towards the defender spawn.
That is just huge. I mean, DFM, they got to clear out market now as well. I mean, there's so many angles and they know exactly.
Wait, that should have
where
been a
Anthem
lot
is.
harder
They
than
take
this
him
was.
down,
I would love to
RRQ
see how they
picks
got
up
out of the
a
choke
fifth
point again
round
here.
win on the attack
Someone did
side
a
of
great
Ascent.
job of shooting the recon.
Can't
I saw
believe
no
it.
one
We've
get
seen
scanned, I'm pretty
moments
sure.
where you keep your target on your screen
And he
and
definitely
you
used
still
the
wait for
recon.
too long. And Sparrow decides that he's going to keep swinging 90 degrees to see if he can get double value. But either way, he'll make it work. Keeps control of market. Huge play by the Sentinel of RRQ.
You can see he's just checking behind. He's like, okay, I got to make sure that I don't get
Yep.
shot in the side of the head while I'm doing this. And also just to make sure
Five's not too bad.
he knows exactly how many members there will be pushing through there if he does go down. As
Ooh, they
now,
disrespect
we have
the
RRQ
smoke
last
without
round of the
making
half
any
here. It looks
util.
like 4 guys in
They
A.
actually contact.
Maybe going for another 8 hit here. Neth to get the
My God,
dagger
he
down, but they're already
just-
in onto the site.
he
The
just
jet
got the
is
dash
at
out.
least. And Jemkin able to clear out pretty much every corner on the site. They just waltz on in. It's going to be the retake from DFM.
Bro, they didn't use
Yeah,
any
they go to the
util,
Blade
man.
Storm,
He's
so
got
that Marshall
drone,
gonna be put
double
away for
shock,
now by May.
but
The
all the
site was
Killjoy
relatively
mollies.
left open, so DFM's meant
Killjoy
to go
at middle,
for this
though.
retake. Paranoia
Bro,
primed
look at this
up by
Killjoy off
Cess.
the middle.
See if they're ready for it, waiting for RQ to waste a lot of that utility first.
They
The
are
Juice
throwing
is gonna
a bunch
win.
of Flashes over the top.
Whoa.
May flying, and now Medusa going to get the
He
same
just
onto
took away his
Sparrow.
alarm
Here
bell.
comes May looking for it. Immediately gets shot out of the air. Elmimore holding down the site, picks up a
Bro,
3K.
Elmimore
And all of a
is...
sudden, it's only up to Medusa. The retake not working out. with the bulk of the members. So now Medusa has to clutch this one out. He's not
God, what a round from him.
and he gets taken out. Elmimore with the
Pretty good
4K.
half, really.
RRQ
Six
ties
on
it up.
attack and they lost
6
pistol.
rounds
That's
on attack.
giant.
Yeah, 6-6. An excellent showing for RRQ on the attack, like you said. Of course, bouncing back from the pistol round loss as well. So all things considered, I would say RRQ feeling like they have the advantage now going into the second half. But, you know, you look at it the other way, that means we're back to square one. And whoever wins the pistol, they'll have the advantage no matter what. No matter how you cut it. And timeout only being used by RRQ to make this catch-up happen. See if DFM chooses to use either of theirs post-halftime.
Yeah, so I guess our analysts, 2 of them going for RRQ, having those wins after the timeouts, right? So should be pretty happy at this moment in time.
Yeah,
but
yeah, so far.
It can all change in an instant if
Yes.
DFM call a timeout and then win a round.
And then it's tied. Victoria might get 2
Could
ranks
happen.
up, oh my.
Yeah, could happen.
Could happen. Now, we look at the live winning percent. This takes into account their record so far on the upcoming half and then combine it with the scoreline that they currently have. So trying to give you a bit of a better picture of what to expect, but lo and behold, it's pretty much half-half here on Ascent with these 2 teams. And I think that just goes to show how strong DFM's Ascent really is, right? I mean, you're going to the attacking side in the second half, and
Anything
the AI
crazy?
tells you that
Nothing
you still
too
have a
crazy.
49%. It's not
In terms
too
of
bad,
the
by the way. Our writers
pistols,
actually have
2-1,
to make this
1-0
work out.
for this map.
I just mean the computer's actually crunching the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's always fun to look at the stats. And to
Reason that
think
Fnatic
about
didn't
it,
go with
but
Patsy
at
Tech?
the end of the day,
Yeah, I'm not sure, man.
this map will
I mean,
be
Hero's meant to be a
unique in its
beast,
own right,
so
I would guess.
when they already
From this
didn't they
point in
already have
time.
like the
As you mentioned, I
affiliation
think the most
anyway?
important thing is
So I
who
think they're
starts
kind of
off
just
here with a
sticking
good,
to what Riot
pistol
wanted
round.
rule
If it is
wise.
RRQ, which by the way they did win the pistol round.
Might have been
second one
it might have been the fact that
in
they wanted to
Icebox,
start
but it
pracking
was
now.
both teams
Might have been
winning
the fact that
on
they've already been
attack,
pracking
actually,
as
for
well.
the pistol rounds. On
Be a lot of
Icebox.
things.
We did have DFM winning the pistol round here on defense to start off Ascent.
Xfero holding an off angle right past the box. Doesn't quite show his elbow. Both of them should get tagged. Xfero not sure if he was tagged just yet, but Manyan hides in the smoke.
That's going to hide in there, and a massive right click on Ame. He's just going to be taken out immediately, and Monyet being very annoying here in Hell. They're going to have to clear him out.
Oh my God.
Pretty low as a lot of targets here, but Monyet gets a second
No way
one.
this guy gets an
Xfero,
extra
low
kill on
health, still
13
able to
HP,
get one
heaven.
Sarah shot to finally ring true, though, for Medusa. And he is going to get huge value there.
Double
and that's
pistol.
a third one now to Medusa. Can he make it 4? He's going to spot Elmimore.
Oh.
Is the last member left here on RRQ.
Oh my God.
It has a lot to do, but they're pretty low on health. And the
Hey,
shot
lovely
does
the
not
end.
matter. Nep
Dude,
just gonna
Medusa
shoot him
did
down,
so much
and
with the
it's
Sheriff
DFM on
over
attack
towards
to
main.
get another pistol round win.
Yeah, you win both pistols, and you're absolutely in a much better position to try to close this map out. On any map, doesn't matter if it's attacker side or defender sided. It's such a huge
Oh, is he not on
advantage.
mandatory? Oh,
You're
okay, I
playing
thought he
an
was.
MR12
Then
type of
honestly,
system.
I'm not too
So
sure.
DFM feeling very good, taking the lead right back. I thought it was going to get dicey when Monyet bought so much time, but Medusa
I tell you what, you know the whole
Crispy
affiliation thing. It
Cobb
does feel weird though.
with the Sheriff.
You know, like
even
you know
make sure that he
the
dodges that shot dart
the
just
fact
so
that you
that stays
partner
out
with
of
a
it.
team still feels slightly
Yeah,
off.
that's really
It's like
the one guy who was able to
say
keep
that
it all
this is
together. It was
say that
pretty
this is
back
the
and forth
situation and you pulled in
for,
someone to
the
replace
majority of
Leo.
that round. You know, there were trades
The other team just gets
going
so
either
wrecked.
way, but then
And that's like their
eventually
whole
Medusa
year
steps up
done.
with that expensive pistol. Is able to make it work. We do have now
Definitely doesn't
DFM
really work.
after winning this pistol round, looking to push in through B main, just try clearing all the corners. We do have the smoke to come down now from Monyet.
Yeah, and RRQ will make the read. They've pushed out A main, they pushed out mid, so the stack coming through on B just in time. Not gonna all hold close though. Only more than
Three-person
only one,
stack.
just to try to buy some time.
Classics only.
Ah, yeah, that's a bit of a
Think go
very
great.
valiant effort to take down the drone,
Yeah.
but couldn't complete the mission.
Nice try, but yeah, just some bonus points there. Temkin does get 1 kill, but it's looking pretty good for DFM to follow up.
Yeah, I don't
with
think I'm
the
gonna be getting any
8-6.
more of that.
Estrella here with the classic.
Coach just said they didn't want to take
Poke
hype
into
from
this.
mandatory because of
I
that.
mean, I'm surprised
Yeah,
he
that
did,
makes
just
sense.
because it's not like anyone's
It-
been chipped.
Yeah.
And you may
No one
know
in
if
that
this
team
wins
would-
round,
like,
you
you
might
wouldn't-
as well
you would
go
never
down
want
to
it.
Spike.
It looks like he will back out for now.
Okay,
But
double pistol
to
though.
root him out.
Double pistol's pretty
I mean, I
huge.
think they probably
Losing a
could
map on
afford
double
to
pistols, never a
maybe
good sign.
give up one of the weapons. They're trying to consider, do we switch out to the Spectre or not, but they decide, okay. Oh, actually, they're going to go as a group. Well, Estrella probably thinking, thank you very much. Okay.
They're going to go as a group.
This is the correct call, by the way. Because there's just no reason.
I mean, they're allowed to death. They pick up the gun.
Everything to lose.
Yeah. Just, there's no reason to take the risk, really. And Estrella is going to come on in here and die to the spike. Down he goes. So, DFM take this 8th round very gladly after the pistol.
Yeah, it seems like Neth wanted to consider the option of, hey, it's just a Spectre. Like, can I go in with the Ghost so I'm not giving him any opportunities, but just see if I can get an extra point towards the Null command, because he does have, I believe, 4 points. So, yeah, okay, that's a very powerful ultimate. Try to get it online ASAP. But it looks like after some discussion, they decide, well, it is still an automatic weapon, right? That's something we could use on the next round. And DFM will carry over full value, just buying up 1 extra Vandal.
Let's see how it goes from here. Let's see what DFM's attacker side looks like.
Oh, they put the turret too far forward, right? To avoid it? Kind of sick.
Pretty similar in terms of rifle power, I should say.
They shoot it anyway, but maybe it wouldn't have reached. It was close.
Bought up just yet, but I just want to see what kind of strategies they do bring into this map from the attacker side.
Oh, that was nice though. The adjustment there was lunatic. The adjustment there was kind of sick though.
Yeah, recons from both sides. Monette not getting tagged in the site. Jemkin will try to hold on to Tree as the drone comes in to support. Trades across the site.
Oh, the double swing there was huge. Just a big shot to make this one doable.
He's trying to peek out, but might get double peeked as well. There goes Medusa. He's going to pick up another one. The Vandal getting huge value for him, as now they know exactly where Xpharaoh is.
The reposition.
Looking to get this.
Whoa! Oh no, he had no bullets.
From Xpharaoh, just barely
oh no, how many bullets did Neff have?
But they get the job done.
Man, so DFM
he stopped
trying to
shooting.
make sure that they have a 2v1, right? You're not trying to stick the plan or anything, but once
I was about to compliment them with how well they were playing together. They like, I mean, at least the third kill on site, it was a huge double swing.
He's ready for it, and he's got a Phantom. He can hold the spray.
I mean, maybe he had bullets and it was just a crouch here, though.
What a turnaround. I mean, very costly for RRQ, but just enough for them to still purchase up an Odin across with the half armor.
Okay, either way. Yeah, unbelievable bonus.
It's another one of those a win's a win in terms of rounds. It was
yeah, it's still going to feel like they should have won it, though.
Picking up a very juicy bonus. Some information now, and DFM still looking to push through here. Some pings going down onto Wine.
Shutting them down.
They are going to clear it out.
Yeah, they will eventually just trade that 0 point, but RRQ now knowing that it's mostly DFM vying for A main control. Now this lockdown, of course, doesn't clear the corner. Monette's actually maybe considering...
Doesn't look like they're ready to hit after this.
As it gives a little bit extra space. But the timer already going through.
Okay.
Just gonna push on through, takes a bit of damage.
Well, we've got 5 people all here, heavy over towards short.
After that lockdown, the door comes down and the plant is here. RRQ forced into the retake.
Now the retake coming through. The thing is RRQ, they think that there's no flank because the 0 point didn't tag anything, but Anthem should have an opening.
Yeah, we got a luck on short here.
Is trying his best to do.
Luck on short might be good for... Oh my god, that's a shot though. Fair play, man. Jemkin did unbelievable as well.
Tie things up here. Jemkin, I believe, getting 4.
That was a big shot from Australia.
I mean, Jemkin really trying to power through.
And DFM, especially with the plant as well, still have money to buy here.
But
you think about Bankai shifting to primary caller? Yeah, I think it's a good move for them, honestly. Ross ended up being one of their better fraggers, so I think actually just enabling that as well makes sense.
Just one at a time.
Very nice.
Estrella, yeah, coming in with the last kill as well. Estrella actually topping the scoreboard on Icebox for RRQ, despite IGLing, so that's a huge boon to them as well.
Yeah, everybody kind of pulling their weight on that side. I suppose the same could be said for DFM on this map. Icebox looked a little bit different, with May putting up more than 30. And now the spray comes in from Elmimore. It's going to be Xpharaoh to help him out. He does get traded back, though, and now the information is given by the recon dart.
For God's sake.
opening up more kills for himself.
This is the annoying thing about this gun. Looked like he really messed up.
Cleanly for now.
See if Medusa gets spotted
But
at
somehow
all. I think
it's
he
all fine.
wanted to check inside the smoke. I mean, we're very well aware of the possibility. Well, now he's been spotted, so no mystery there.
Cover going out.
Just an extra spray, and now Monyet trying to take this in mid. He picks up 2. Nathan Seth's
Has Monyet's performance been so far? Pretty good, man. It's nothing like crazy flashy. It's just been
Medusa
like big impact rounds.
Spotted. I mean, everybody's looking at this angle now. Exactly. And they have the spike down, so Medusa's just going to slink away into the spawn.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of creds here if you're DFM. Now, quite frankly, it's not like you can really even out your econ in the next round either. I guess you do have the loss streak coming in, so you can muster up mostly a half armor buy across the board. So there are situations where you're thinking, okay, well, listen, we're going to have to
Okay, this is finally going to reset their, I say reset their economy. They're finally going to eco off of this. 2-9 on top of it, it's still decent. Like, they're going to get a good low buy. The average is going to be like 3,200.
For their ultimates.
10 seconds
but
left.
RRQ, okay. Staying patient. They're also not exactly healthy in their economy.
Yeah. I guess just wanting to start some kind of snowball and get a bunch of rounds in a row without any big mishaps. And so that is their 3rd round in a row, actually, as they do take the lead. And I believe that's for the first time, because it was always tied up, you know.
Yeah,
DFM
this makes sense for a timeout.
And then it was tied, and they ended at 6-6, and then DFM took the pistol again.
Gonna be another timeout on the low buy. Guys starts getting lower and lower.
Goes to RRQ, the lead, but see how they were able to shut this push down.
Yeah, very patient from Monyet there to reposition. And now the timeout from DFM. See if not only can they claw their way back in the actual game, but also in the guessing game. Try to get their own timeout win.
This is
full meta now here at Pacific.
Yeah. Even if DFM don't win this one, it's not over yet.
That's true.
For Victoria, they could take a second timeout and then win the next one, and then. But well, we'll have to wait and see how that goes. It's still such a close map. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we maybe even like DFM come back and then RRQ have to call another timeout, and it gets really interesting from there.
I mean, listen, it's 9-8. We could be in for a very long haul, not only on this map, but potentially into a map 3, I believe, over onto Lotus. So see what DFM has discussed. Something that that we haven't seen too much of yet in the 5 rounds of the second half is a lot of mid pressure, whether it's through utility, whether it's through.
What's the plan on the eco? Bro, they're running into the Odin.
Now they're gonna leave it open once
again.
God. Looks like it's just gonna be a fast push. Do have
get massacred here.
Point away, from that ultimate. They're gonna force up into this for a couple of their members.
Yeah. Something that Achilles mentioned is that they don't necessarily take timeouts right before they buy.
I imagine he went a little bit
so
too
they're just going to try to push in here with whatever guns they have. And May, he gets in first, but he's immediately taken out by Elmer.
Oh no, the lineup.
Just sprays down
the triple lineup.
And that's going to put an end to that push immediately.
That was a fast eco round.
10-8.
Obviously, they got a little bit unlucky. Get that kill on site. Maybe it's a little different.
Not very fast.
Yeah, a bold attempt to try to overcome the Odin. You assume that normally.
I mean, they kind of
right
got through the choke point at the moment. The Odin both rounds just spamming in the wrong position.
Over by defender spawn, so the Jet can try to get ahead of it. I mean, we've seen it work successfully multiple times throughout the history of Ascent, but sometimes this happens, and it's a good spot from Xfero, in fact.
Bro, that is the freest kills he's ever had.
Coming over the roof. Bit of a chuckle out from Xfero, and now the tiles crunch. What a call from RRQ to try to counter out the tempo, but they're not going to quite make it. The 0 point
I like that they didn't commit here.
Forces them to stop in their tracks.
Yeah. I like that they didn't commit.
That's going to be stopped at least. But
as the knife comes in as well, that's like, well.
Again, I mean, they have the Blade Storm
too much after
they have
that.
Sheriff, though, on Medusa. They really got to at least get one round somewhere along the way here to start bringing back their economy, because RRQ are getting really comfortable 4 rounds in a row. They have some big guns and big pockets to spend with at this point in time, but still their advantage on this round as well. So let's see what it's going to be. You mentioned that mid-pressure. May is going to come in here and clear out a lot of the angles. It doesn't really see much.
Yeah,
they will back off.
Fortunately, couldn't quite find a target. Right here. But it draws a lot of attention, right? The smoke, you heard the hop as well, so Straya pings it out for his teammates out in mid. And now RRQ He will back it up over by the A site, just trying to go for these jump peaks in hell. Monyet gonna
30 seconds, and they're just going to get full stop by the Killjoy util. Is this a one-way smoke? Oh, okay.
The doorways. May will be given a
Honestly, the pivot over towards Heaven could save them.
Is going to hear this, but it is going to be the Knives of May who open up the back of the site.
Good luck to Monyet. Oh my god, that's a solo round, bro. That is a huge solo round.
He's just able to click on some heads, and they get in onto the A site.
That Blade Storm, can't ever count it out, and now well hidden. May looking to trade for his teammates, waiting to see if the door gets broken open. Jemkin good for it. Now they know where the jet
a few people alive.
Jemkin's waiting for it, but
four would be unbelievable. They need money.
Member popping out from hell.
Yeah. They do have so much manpower at this point in time, and just going to push on through. May is going to be punished.
Elmore wants to Hunter's Fury. He's got the cred, so he wants to get a kill or even a death.
Oh my god.
He'll actually get the kill. He's
oh my god.
Oh,
he dinked him.
He almost made it happen.
Oh my god, he dinked him.
And it starts off with May pushing into him. He gets taken out, and then the second the
well, that is not
down,
clean.
They're
saying that they needed to try and keep it clean to get the money. Everyone nearly died, dude.
From the side of DFM, and he almost got away with murder there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I believe he got the dink, or at least some damage to Cess as well. It's just through the hardwood floor. Yep. Cess takes a bit of an aim punch, but he'll still calmly
a little bit scary. Okay, so now their money's really, really low, and if they lose this, they are at bottom loss bonus. So if RRQ win this, they're up to 12, basically.
That frees up the rest of RRQ to stack like they are right now over by the A side.
Yeah, 3 of them on the A site at the moment. Xferal also going to hang around over there. What is going to be the call here from DFM this time around? They were able to get a very nice aggressive push on a B the last time with the Blade Storm. And now with your own guns, going to make something happen. The drone isn't going to see anyone in mid, as we did see Anthem just hiding behind the stairs. Yeah, now a rotation out.
DFM trying to...
Yeah, a little bit of pressure over towards A. Right, question mark. Now going towards middle.
But RQ didn't invest that much. I mean, yeah, the drone's a pretty big investment early on. They don't get a lot of information for it, but DFM also have to re-clear every single step of the way. Now forcing a lot of attention onto A. It's a pure fake, but that alarm bot, it'll let it be known. RRQ, sound the alarms. And here is the Hunter's Fury. They're all caught in this bottleneck.
Oh, that's really rough. Everybody's just trying to jump around, but it's actually Jemkin.
Oh, bro, this one's melted, man.
Through, gets the entry, Cess is taken out. Recon Dart.
You need a hero play.
Yeah,
they're not getting one. It was another good example of RRQ understanding how important the round is, though, and using all of their ults. We saw it on attack where they kind of lost one with the, I think it's the KO and the Sova. But yeah, this one was another good example. Killjoy, Sova. Knowing this one's worth 2, just put all the ults into it.
Able to support from afar, forces them all have to hop around in that market like fish in a barrel. Jemkin and Xferal taking turns cleaning up house.
What are we doing? Flaming Saint? I'll flame him. What's going on? I'll get involved. What did he do?
Now the one way. DFM trying to get ahead of it, trying to pick up the
Give me an excuse.
They'll get stopped in their tracks.
Did you say something about deadlock again?
Just to take control of A main.
They're coming in here. Flash gonna catch Jemkin. There's a lot of stuff in his face, so he's not really gonna be able to snipe much. He'll just have to back off. But that is just fine.
Nice cross-map recon though to get over towards...
Another kill here on a Neth. As that will take some pressure away from this
His mate closed the door and then he got wrecked for it.
Gonna get the headshot down, and Jemkin can't land the shot. Not expecting the aggression of Medusa's in the back there. Just gonna sheriff a guy down. Not gonna expect that.
RQ knows they need to speed up. They don't want to get caught by the flank anymore, so now they start to flood in through tree, and it's a double kill. Estrella and Xferal getting 1 each.
And Medusa gets spotted by the turret.
They're not going to spot him, but finally when the smoke does drop. Now it's all up to Medusa, but he's holding the defuse, and he can't stop it from being defused, and he gets taken down.
Yeah, it was a nice try. RRQ. Yeah, double pistol as well, and it's 9-12.
Yeah,
not a great showing.
Cleaner from RRQ compared to the
3 chances to 2-0 this.
Maybe it's the map, but either way, looking very, very solid for the Indonesian squad. trying to close things out. Now, they were at 12 points over on
Insane,
Icebox before, so...
They were, and they were getting excited then as well, which is something I wanted to mention because things were getting dicey in this round here as well. I was getting a little bit worried.
Gotta watch your word, Insane.
Monyet able to hold it down, able to clutch it there. And now on the doorstep of winning, DFM maybe not able to get their round, or rather their map pick either, which would be pretty disappointing, especially because I feel like they've had a very nice showing here in this match, but might not have much to show for it if they get 0-2'd. But what are you going to do? RRQ able to put up the better numbers tonight.
I mean, they have to get an orb, right? You would just do a default to get an orb.
No support, though.
You wouldn't swing this.
Fully has to trust in his own aim and his own abilities to get out with that tailwind. But look at this. I mean, you're trusting that off so much faith in Jemkin, right? You're trusting that if someone shows up, he's able to get the first kill. That's going to have to force DFM to rotate.
Still, question mark over towards A.
And if they don't come through there, it's a fast rotate through market over onto B site.
There's no Odin. This is actually not going to be too bad. What's the Omen Flash like? Pretty incredible. Omen Flash into Recon.
We do have the ult utilized there, trying to push on in towards this B site, just trying to force it.
He's done God's work, bro. How's he done this? He's on his own. Oh my god. Bro, that's insane. He actually did so good on site there. Yeah, I thought he'd be good for one, maybe. That was it. Okay. No pistol as well. I think this is a good sign for RRQ, I'll be honest. It doesn't look convincing, right? The actual score doesn't look convincing. The DFM on a new map, after they've done a lot of prep, is always scary. And they had some good stuff. And then Ascent, double pistol as well. But I actually think that this was not too bad from RRQ. I think people will be like, this isn't the score they expected, in terms of like they thought it would be more one-sided for RRQ, but I think it's not too bad. I think it's a good sign for them. Nats, what's up, bro? Nats, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Nats. Hope your stream was good, bro. I guess you're practicing now as well. Good luck in practice, bro.
Yeah, that's
kind of unfortunate in that respect.
Yeah, that's a rough one, right? I mean, most likely, all hopes for the playoffs getting dashed away. I mean, I'm sure there might be a couple scenarios here, but DFM, they put up a good fight, and I think if you're a fan of them, you should be excited for their upcoming matches. But for the time being, the ones with the smiles will be the ones on stage right now. It's going to be RRQ picking up their first win with this new starting five. Estrella leading the helm as the IGL, and Monyet being reunited.
Yeah, I mean, Monyet did good, man.
Well, we are done here on the cast for now. We're gonna send
Didn't really overstep, did his role, won a good amount of clutch rounds, good amount of multi-kills for impact.
There was a lot of push and pull on Ascent, but the power of friendship carries them over the finish line, and it reigns supreme.
It does. I mean, it was going pretty much exactly as expected to begin with, 6 and 6.5. I thought that was going to be the case, just given the win rates between the two teams. But RRQ then being able to just start breaking away from DFM in the second
What's on Team Secret against GE? It should be really close. This should be really, really close.
That's where we're
I think I went for Secret, but out of all of the games, this was like the one I was the most 50-50 with.
This goes to show why when we had Ewok on the, with us earlier, he was saying, I think that they're underrated, and we cannot take this team for granted. And clearly, DFM, they have been making improvements.
Big takeaway for me for this particular series altogether.
Wild Oreo, he's been looking nice though.
I think we see.
I think he looks really good.
Players from DFM as well as RRQ. There were some nasty highlights that we saw from Monyet, Xfero even, and of course on DFM side, May. He was just, again, balling, just getting multiple kills with the blades, always charging in, looking for that opening, that little bit of tear in the defense of RRQ, and just trying to see if DFM can follow up to what he has done. And it was very close, as you can see, with that 12-9 ending on the second map.
And RRQ collects another championship point, and they are going to need all those points to make sure they really get in there, especially around that middle section against the other Pacific teams. Now, Monyet, the return back to Coach Ewok seems to have proven fruitful. But before we get into that,
RRQ winning it all. I think this is a good start, man.
Walk's pretty good with the
This is a
timeout
good start.
percentage, and both
Keep it.
of
I
them
haven't
did
checked
timeout
your
once,
Discord
and
messages
you
yet,
guys
by
are
the way.
all right.
I'll have a little look today.
I was trying to go for
I've
double or
been
nothing, and-
ignoring everyone on
I'm not.
Discord. You can ask Lexi
Good job,
about it.
guys. Good prediction. That was the smart choice. I think I can't fault you there. Congratulations.
Yay.
A couple scary moments. I thought maybe that was going to get away from us, but in the end,
You sent me a book?
little-
Oh boy.
little promotion.
Wow, the viewers are already ascendant.
This is nice.
It won't last long.
I've been told it's been double or double nothing, and
Double down.
So
there's iron, and then there's freshly harvested from the soul forest is the wood rank. First of its kind.
will it even stay?
So it knows I don't belong here.
There you go.
There you go. Nailed it.
Nailed it.
A nice little basket.
That's great. Welcome to my forest wood rank. My wood rank domain. I hope some of you guys will be joining me soon. I think William and Quack are on their way there.
On the horizon.
Yeah.
Yep. It'll be okay. I think you can join me in wood rank. Someone made that. Like someone took their time to make that to put us in there. All right.
Don't rope us into this. It's only
Genji
you.
qualified for champs?
There's no
No.
we here.
Yeah.
There's
I'm
only
almost getting
there's
out.
only
Yeah, and
one
we did talk
team
about
that
this,
is
viewers, if you do hit
qualified for
Radiant
champs
for
at the
all of
moment.
us,
It's EDG.
Achilles is going to buy all of you a Reina statue, the official Riot Reina statue. Anyway, MVPs here. We had a bit of a debate. Valdez mentioned this on the caster desk as well. We did end up landing on Monyet, I believe, but
The RX are in playoffs.
you know, who were some of the other contenders?
I got overruled, it would seem. I mean, it depends on how some of the other votes came through, but I personally, across both maps, I was going for Xfero. I think that his impact, the Killjoy, I think it was really, really good. I mean, the guy
4
was
teams
just
from each
putting up
region, yeah.
Very solid numbers. He was holding down his
Should
sights
be,
the way
I mean,
to, for
it
the
should
most
be
part.
stacked.
So for
And
me,
they said they're doing no Swiss as well.
I'm a simple man.
So a normal
I see
format.
flashy highlights. I see it
Which should be pretty fun.
successful, and I already immediately think, that's my MVP. Monyet jumping around. I think I translate this correctly. Monyet Lompad, jumping monkey. He was just everywhere. Again, getting kills. Super hyperactive with his
Why is
movement,
EDG qualified
and just getting
already?
those impacts.
Just
He
champs
even got,
points. They got loads,
those
man.
nasty multi-kills, which, again, just kind of left me jaw-dropped with his kind of debut match.
So
here,
no matter
re-debut
what, they're
match with
secured
RRQ.
4th
Yeah,
place
it's kind of funny actually.
in
I
China.
feel like when he's on the Omen, he's actually monkeying around a lot more than when he is on the Raze.
Full groups
with
of double
Satchel.
elim,
Like,
yeah.
It's just
I think it's nice when
insane, his
everyone
movement with
plays
Omen, and I think this is going to
from,
be really
like,
good
round
for
one
RRQ,
as
especially
well.
with the changes coming in next week. But here, I mean, look, RRQ did struggle a
LCQ?
little bit on
No,
the first
no
map. This
LCQ.
is very promising with the second map finish here. RRQ historically has gone overtime on Ascent a lot, actually. So this is good. That did not happen today.
yeah, able to avoid that one. But for DFM, I think this is going to be a bit of a kick in the gut. You know, you play so very close on that Icebox. You end up losing it 13-15 after a couple overtime resets. Probably feeling very confident going into Ascent. And, you know, that first half, it did inspire confidence. It was looking very solid for him.
Imagine they do the pickings again.
Incredible, but
The picks
you know,
were pretty
I
fun.
think that this is still a trend in the right direction for DFM.
The
We
team's
started
picking
seeing
was
the
pretty
level up
fun.
from
I think I
players
like
that
the fact that
previously were
Masters
a
has
little bit more lackluster for them.
some different kind
in
of
kickoff, in stage
formats.
one. The level up here for Neth, Medusa, etc. You know, Anthem with some fantastic moments as well from him, especially back over on Icebox. This is the kind of thing
Okay,
you want to
chat.
be seeing here.
I'm gonna go for a little break.
Yeah, they're definitely a whole lot
I'm
cleaner.
gonna go for a little break. I'll be
altogether
back in a little bit.
as
We
team.
got
That's definitely something that
got GE
you don't really expect
with,
even though they
changed
had that
IGL
because it's such a short time, but they were able
against
to do
Team
so
Secret,
much in that period. So
which we
it's super impressive to
saw
see how far DFM
yesterday
got.
or the
Even
day
though
before.
it's a
Day
loss,
before.
It was a close game nonetheless.
Okay, I'll leave this
it
on
was,
because I
and
imagine
with
an interview's
that,
coming up.
We are gonna go to our victors, RRQ, and
Okay,
have a
I'll
chat
stick around for the
with
interview and then
one
I'll be
of
back.
our favorite RRQ players right now. Over
Who have
to
we got?
Bella.
Oh,
VCT Pacific Stage 2. Hello everyone, this is Bella, and right next to me I'm joined by RRQ's MVP of Game 2, Monyet. Hello, GG Monyet.
Thank you.
All right, this is your first game and your first win after joining RRQ. How are you feeling right now?
I'll say I'm feeling excited and it's really fun, you know, to be on stage again.
Yeah, right. And it's always fun, even more fun when you win, right?
Yeah, true.
Right. And but today's game, it wasn't like a straight shooter for you guys. You guys, kept us at the edge of our seat. So, to maintain that focus until the end, what kind of calls did you guys use or do?
I think like one point I say to my team that we need to have fun more, like after the first game. But the first game we were not really having fun at all. We are like too serious and we take the mistakes too much, And I told them to go to the second game. We just need to have fun.
Yeah, have fun, and then you guys got back to it right
Yeah.
away. Wow, that's impressive. And I can't help but ask you, the 3 initiator agent pool for Icebox, how did you guys decide to go in with the 3 initiators?
I think it was Ewok that told us first, and I kind of didn't agree at first because it's no duelist. It's pretty hard to go in. But I kind of convinced when we tried to practice the comm, like the comm actually managed to fake the opponent a lot.
So it was Ewok's idea, and then you guys kind of like adapted to it.
Yeah.
And are you satisfied?
Sorry?
Are you satisfied with the 3 initiator pool?
Yeah, I'm satisfied.
Yeah, it's all right. Okay.
all right.
And your next game, you're going to be up against Talon Esports, and you guys are both fighting for your spot at the playoffs. So any words to Talon, or what are your thoughts on the next match?
Just have fun. I think we both are a really good team, and will be a fun game also.
RRQ is dangerous when you guys have fun. All right, that was RRQ's Wanye. Good game today.
Thank
And
you.
all right, we'll be back after the break with our second match, Team Secret versus Global Esports.
Bye-bye.
PR answer? Yeah, you got to. Or you just call them out. There's only 2 ways of doing it. Okay, we'll be back in a little bit, chat.
You to be more efficient because these guys just play contact. So
okay, Team Secret, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
let's go.
Let's go.
Tara. Let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
立ちグループ100周年。私たちは愛する立川にかつてないワクワクや感動に出会う場所を作ってきました。そして今大きな夢の実現に挑戦しています。立川と世界を文化、芸術、スポーツでつなぐ。私たちが愛する立川を世界に愛される都市に。立川と世界をつなぐ。立ちグループ。
gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific Stage 2. RRQ continues on with the championship point, looking great with Monyet on their roster. But now we're going to go into match 2 of today. We see the return of Team Secret just days later, going against Global Esports.
Congratulations on your 1,000 kills. How do you feel?
I'm feeling thank you.
Congratulations.
Yo, hello guys. Welcome back. I'm gonna steal the 1,000 kill trophy, Jeremy. See you. See you. Yeah. Oh, this is good enough?
Oh my. What is happening?
I just stole Jeremy's 1,000 kill trophy, and this is our symbol to win. First win of the day. Second win is coming up.
Global Esports getting their very first trophy. Congratulations, I suppose. Now this is very interesting. We saw a glimpse of Team Secret's new roster just days ago. We have yet to see Global Esports, and while they have no roster changes, they do have some changes happening within the team.
Yeah, shifting around some roles and whatnot. But Lightning Fest, you didn't get to play too much last year. You're pretty damn far away from 1,000 kills. So this, if you're gonna take that trophy, you're gonna go nuclear in this game.
Yeah, and we definitely want to see it.
Yeah. Was he stealing it for Polving? Or I actually don't know. I haven't counted out the 1,000 kills on GE side.
You didn't count all 989 kills?
No. I don't have like a tracker on my pocket. I left it at home.
Your nerdery only goes so far. Yeah, so this happened, you know, just the other day. How are you guys feeling about Secret? Wild Oreo in the roster, and I think he's been a fantastic pickup, Asarai.
Yeah. So the thing is, I've been thinking about what if Secret actually starts to do, you know, more additions to the roster. Who is actually left in the Philippines, possibly that they can pick up? And it was Oasis Gaming's Wild Oreo. He's been in a team for such a long time. He knows a structure of competitive play inside and out, and he has, I feel like, the same level of impact as Envy. So you basically have two Envies in your team now. and
which is pretty broken.
Which is very broken. Yeah. That's it. That's all I have to say for that.
That's it. That's it. I mean, it's still a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Now we're looking at our key players, Jeremy and Polvi. Why do we need to pay attention to these two gentlemen?
I mean, these guys are going to be the tips of the spears here for their respective teams. Jeremy has been putting up some fantastic figures. I mean, he's also, very solid last year. I mean, probably still one of the fastest aces I've ever seen. That raise rush play that he had outside of Haven A lobby, I should say. The guy's always been incredibly skilled, but one of the big things that he's been able to level up, and we continue to talk about this, is his operating play. So his operator this year has been so much cleaner. It was a big concern for us because Dubstep no longer on the team. He was always the one who had to flip over to play that jet. Now Jeremy, if he's playing the race, he's still picking up the operator and he's still finding value with it. This, however, has been a spot where sometimes Polvi has had his own struggles, and it kind of feels like he's following in the footsteps of Jeremy a little bit.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see if Polvi is going to be able to start finding that really good impact with the op in hand, because when he's got the Outlaw, when he's got rifles, he's able to put up some very solid figures. And yeah, he had that nasty flick shot onto Stacks through the wall on Ascent, just kind of getting a tracking shot with the operator. But that consistency hasn't really been there. Oftentimes he's playing on an island, he's playing without assisted util, and he's just going on these hard peaks where he ends up getting punished.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that as well. I think that's one of the talking points that we've heard time and time again by GE is that they're trying to not make that happen anymore. They're trying to just kind of hone in on that teamwork, that synchronicity between the players, so that doesn't happen for Polvi. That he's not alone. He's not on that island anymore. So hopefully, coming into this one, it is going to be some more addressed.
I actually remember that moment you were talking about, Achilleos, on Haven with Jeremy. That was a super memorable moment, and I think next week when Haven comes back into the map pool, Secret's
do it all over again.
That would be cool. I'd love to see it again, especially now that you're with Wild Oreo on the roster there. Now, we saw a little bit of Team Secret and what they like to play with their kind of updated roster. Global Esports, we saw some interesting ideas for them. We saw a good performance from them on Icebox as well. What's it really going to take for them to convince us that, they are meant to be here in playoffs?
I think my biggest question is just going to be, what does the IGLing look like? Because, from everything that we've learned, Benkai is going to be back in the driver's seat here, so a bit of a step back for Russ. But what I want to see for that is, if Benkai is going to be IGLing, basically attach Russ at the hip to Polvi, because he's been the one who's playing a lot of the KO and whatnot. Have him go through, use the 0 points, scout things out so Polvi can get set up on hard angles so that you can flash him in for these peaks so if he's the operator in hand, and then allow Polvi to really find that impact that we know he can have.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree. So if you're talking about probably best utility setup for KOs here in Pacific, I think two players come into mind. It's Rossi and Russ. Basically, it's two R's, right? They're just really good being able to kind of set up for that duelist. So I definitely agree with Achilleos on this one. Excited to see how the setup is going to be for Polvi, again, coming into this game.
Well, we are going to go to our map ban picks now. And look, I want to see upgrades across the boards from both of these guys. They've definitely been labbing it out over the last couple of weeks while Master Shanghai was going on. Spin has a really fresh new haircut there.
He's always changing it up.
Yeah, it's cool.
GE opting in for the second ban, second pick. Curious if the Secret just banned the Icebox. It's been a map that they're really comfortable and familiar with in the past. I mean, it's where they took down, Liquid, granted different iterations of the team, but took down Liquid over at Lock-In. And it looks like they are willing to float it, so they're going to be banning Bind instead.
Are they going to go for the first pick, though? That's the question. Oh.
With Sunset open, I think this makes sense. This has been such a strong map overall for Secret.
Yeah.
So, opt to go for that, and I would suspect that Icebox does just come through for GE. But it's going to be Ascent.
I mean, you were talking about how, Polvi has been kind of getting better with the operator. You kind of just add that to Benkai being in the IGLing role. He's also good with the shenanigans with the Odin as well as Blaze King. So there's a lot of options that you can do with those kind of, trifecta weapons moving forward into Ascent.
We set up for Icebox as the third and final map, so I mean, for GE, I think that if they can make it to 3, they're in a pretty decent spot. But I think that aside from Sunset, the Ascent, and the Icebox, these pretty much could go I think either way, I do heavily favor Team Secret coming into this first map, but Global has had a good amount of time to sit back and study how they have been piloting this one in the past, see how Jesse Vash likes to, command his players around the map on Sunset.
Yeah.
But they've only gotten one glimpse of this current iteration on this map.
Yeah. And I'm also kind of excited to see, again, this is like my first time being on the panel with Team Secret playing, how Dummy kind of affects everything. Because the thing is, I was also watching the post-match press con when he was talking alongside Wild Oreo about why weren't they calling timeouts earlier for Team Secret. He was just talking about how, oh no, I felt like the communication was so good. They were still figuring things out on the fly, so I didn't really need to feel to call for those timeouts. So that different style of being a coach could also maybe shift things up, and GE might not be aware about it.
It would most certainly shake things up a little bit, as it normally does, right? But I think that's a fair point as well. Jesse Vash, he definitely has a lot of input in the direction of how this team plays. But yeah, I would expect the coach to have a lot of impact there. And we saw earlier, Jesse Vash's son, I think he was running around that practice room just now. Baby Vash.
Loose in the venue.
I think it's because for grade schoolers, it's vacation right now. I think it's like July or August that returns.
Does he play Valorant?
He does. He's very good.
I mean,
I
don't know if Jesse should raise his child to not play Valorant. This is like one of the guys that is going to be like, no, put the homework down, pick up the keyboard and mouse, and sit down and play.
Learn your lineups.
You'll try to learn 5 IPs just like me.
Yeah.
Be a pro in 5 IPs.
That's a lot of pressure because I mean, I grew up like my dad liked playing video games, but my dad was not a multi, title champion.
Yeah.
Across different
multiple
esports.
titles. Yeah.
So it does come with a little bit of additional pressure.
Yeah, definitely. Now with the Ascent pick, with the Icebox picks, you guys mentioned this earlier. Achilles was mentioning this earlier. I do think these are interesting picks. Global Esports have come really close on both of these maps. It could go either way. With that, I want to bring up our predictions because, Kilios, you've predicted Global.
I think that this will come as a surprise to no one because I've just strictly stated that I'm no longer predicting Secret. So even if I thought that Secret was going to be winning this map, I'm going to go for Global Esports. The more I'm just surprised that I'm not alone is kind of the biggest thing I think for me. But paper thin, my ride or die, opting to go for Global Esports as well.
Paper Thin doesn't love you very much. I don't know if that's why. I don't know if that's why. Maybe Clinton can explain itself. But yeah, okay. So is this your real? Is this your real prediction, or is this the I will never pick Secret prediction?
Can I both?
Yeah, it can be both.
It's a little bit of both.
Yeah.
I think that Global, they've had a lot of time to sit back and try to cook things up, and I think overall we have been seeing growth from the majority of the teams that weren't over in Shanghai because they've had all of this time to make adjustments to the roster. Yes, Global not changing up players, but changing up, who's going to be IGLing. I think that they have had a lot of time to sit back, flesh things out, and get ready for this matchup in particular because they knew that Secret was also going to be playing ahead of them. So I think that in combination with all the time that they've had to prepare, I think that, they should be able to get something done here. But also, I'm not predicting Secret.
So this is interesting, okay, because all of us are predicting in a very strange way. I have, Razzie told me to pick all Secret this stage too, and that's why I'm going the other way, because Razzie told me to.
Yeah,
and you say, Asarai, you're always like, well, I have to pick Secret. So what's your real prediction?
It's still Secret.
Okay.
I can't say anything else. Secret.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's your case?
But okay, so just jokes aside, I do feel like this is I feel like the strongest that we have seen Secret in, because the matches that we've seen from stage 1, some of them felt like it was, when they had some awesome matches, it felt great, but at the same time you knew that if something went awry in their plans, it'll just all crumble, come crumbling down. Cookie
Right.
Jokes,
Achilles, Paper Thin,
but
going
this
for
one,
GE.
it feels like it's a lot more.
I respect.
Like
This is a.
It
should be a close one.
They can fall down, but they can push back, something like that. It feels like they have that opportunity to. I don't know how to kind of point this. I'm so sorry. I feel like this composition or this roster specifically has the capability to just kind of bounce back a lot
rebound,
more.
yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah, basically what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Thank you so much.
I was still thinking about cookies.
One of the other big questions that I have is, because in the past, we've talked about this ad nauseum.
Who did I predict?
Season,
I went for Team Secret on this one, but yeah, again, out of all of there were 6 games in Pacific this week. Out of all of them, this is the one I'm the least confident in.
Here for Global Esports, do we still see them have those stumbles?
The GE with a bit of time could be pretty good.
So we'll see.
Yeah, we will see. I would love to see how they're going to play this out today. If this is going to be consistent going into their second time playing this weekend. And we're going to see the very first showing of
Sunset,
Global
Ascent,
Esports,
Icebox.
this stage 2, especially with the IGL changes.
Yeah, not bad. I guess GE...
Team Secret.
I guess GE knew Icebox would be there no matter what. Instead of picking it, they just went for Ascent. They've been liking Icebox really.
Sounding itchy, sticky, swishy, watch me bank a score. Up in the boat, I'm in the zone, yeah, yeah. Go to the fire, the breath. King of the jungle and beat my chest. They say I'm posing the threat. Just like a puppet,
And welcoming Global Esports and Team Secret onto our stage 2, a stage greeted by the undefeated anthem of Pacific. Team Secret is looking really good this stage 2. Global Esports, I know they want to prove to Pacific what they're made of, and they've obviously been working a lot with their coach to figure out what works best. And I know Binks is running around the stadium right now trying to convert everyone into a Global Esports fan, including we got to have a quick chat with him earlier on this. All right, how you guys feeling? How you guys feeling going into this match 2?
I'm feeling great, at least for the side of Team Secret. I know the kind of trajectory that both of the new acquired players have gone through. 2GE and him not just being able to play too much with RRQ. And think about this for Malt Oreo. He was with Oasis Gaming. They lost against the other top PH team, which was now Esports, the team that went through Ascension. So he didn't get that chance to get into Pacific that way, and now gets picked up by Team Secret. So there's a lot of kind of opportunities for him to try to prove himself now that he's gotten that chance to, come into the big stage.
I need to see some improvement here from the side of Global Esports as they go into the Sunset. They knew that Secret was going to pick this if they floated the map. They allowed it to go through. The last 2 times they have played this map, it has been a slaughter at their opponent's hands. 4-13 versus Paper X.
I believe in GE.
Versus Zeta Division.
I believe they can win this
They
game.
got 1 win on
I don't think they can get to like a
VCT
champs or anything.
So far,
But
that was versus Bleed all the way back at kickoff. So I'm curious to see what improvements they have, what compositions they have up their sleeve to try to get the win.
I mean, if this trend for Team Secret on Sunset does continue, it's going to be up to Global Esports being able to pick themselves up and reset. But let's see if that even happens. We're going to go on Sunset, our very first map of match.
Stop lying. No, they did. They can win this.
Thank you very much, analysts, for breaking that all down. And it is Team Secret up against Global Esports. They were talking about how they do their predictions. I predict the team that I think is going to win, Joe.
Yeah,
that's how I do it.
Running through all the hoops and everything. You were asking me why did I predict RRQ now? Because I think they were going to win, and that turned out correct. Now, I will say, again, I can't speak for Clinton, for Paperthin, but honestly, if we hadn't seen Secret's first match, I think I would have favored GE just ever so slightly, right? I think they were in a very good direction, heading in a very good direction at the end of stage 1. I mean, Russ and Lightning Fast have been firing on all cylinders, and Povey was getting a bit more calm towards the end there, so I'm looking forward to see what they've cooked up now that Benkai is the main IGL. And okay, boy, did they cook, because they are picking up that,
okay, they just go for a jet.
That we've been seeing more
Double initiate a jet.
After Gen G here in Pacific. But the big change that I'm seeing is that
Blaze King on,
is now moving over to the Sentinel. He's now the full-time lurker here for GE, and Benkai now going initiate. Right into the thick of things for the info as he takes on the primary IGL role.
Yeah, it's pretty cool to see.
That makes sense if you want to IGL more. Most people lean towards Initiator or Smokes.
They want to make some big changes going into stage 2. They want to mix up some roles, maybe some agents that the players are playing, and it's nice to see. If it's not working, why not go ahead and change some stuff? And we will see some of our teams doing just that as we do move on to Sunset here. Very curious to see how this first
So
map is going to go.
the
right?
jet
Because
comps
this,
normally rely
this is really where the tone gets started. Our first map on the last one,
on
Icebox
defense.
was very, very close.
But on attack, there's some pretty cool stuff you can do.
And DFM, what will this one look
So,
like?
Yeah, I mean, GE, Achilleos mentioned it.
but I think that makes sense. Povey's
Probably's
been heavy leading on op
at
anyway.
Stage 1, 5 rounds total throughout Stage 1 on this map across two matches. See if they can fare a little
Right.
better.
Team
considering that
Secret
this has been
on
their
defense,
go-to pick
DE
for
on
the majority
attack.
of VCT Pacific this year.
DLG look with a bit of a
Russ
break.
fully able to focus on setting up Povey, Benkai there to kind of get information proactively as the Sova. I mean, again, on paper, GE should be looking better. It's a matter of how much prep have you done against Team Secret's version of Sunset.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, there's a lot of teams you got to prep for here in Stage 2, and a map that you haven't had a lot of success on. I would assume that they have put a lot of time into it, right, to try to shore it up, because at some point you're going to have to
Shock
play
to
it,
break the trip.
and you are going to have to play it against Team Secret here.
It's nice. So
that's gonna break
any
the
kind
tripwire.
of flank potential can now happen, or they've got to be scared of it.
Already, Povey trying to get in there, but he doesn't quite land the
Boy,
shots. I mean, he
that
gets a bit of
recon.
damage, but he's kind of in there alone, and now
Yeah,
trying to
no
push
one
it
shot
slowly
the
behind
recon.
Benkai, but he's going to be taken out.
That
No
annihilated
skills
them.
From Jesse Bash, just lining them up as they just kind of sneak in one by one, and that's
Okay,
gonna
I
be
mean,
the end of that. 4
Jesse
kills
Vash here,
over
that
to the
recon
side of
was
Jesse Bash.
everything.
And the round
It even
here
hit the
with
guys
Team
over
Secret.
towards B main. Hit some
Jesse
lovely shots on top of it as well.
Very cleanly. They're on the pistol. I mean, GE kind of all getting distracted by the two members of Team Secret that were coming in through market. Povey, he was trying to jiggle back and forth, but eventually gets pinged there on the recon, and that's just very unfortunate. And then
Yeah,
the
the
rest
recon
of GE,
hit
they're kind
so
of all focused
many,
in saying,
bro.
hey, there's multiple members on market, trying to make sure that they're able to stave that off, but no one there to trade for the spike being dropped over by Benkai on main.
Okay,
And
allowed
Team
one
Secret
death, they
off
pick
to a
out a
smooth
judge
start
as
now.
well.
A judge amongst the buy here
Yeah,
for
the judge
Antico.
scares me a little bit against Anticos,
Yeah,
but
you would assume this should be pretty.
it's like the
smooth
one
sailing
gun
here in the
that,
second
if it
round.
gets into the
Side
enemy's
Team
hands,
Secret.
it's like,
That push on
I
the
don't know,
B.
it can be
Don't
devastating.
always see that from
Majority of the
attackers
time,
either,
once
trying
you've got it, you've taken so much map
do that
control
focus around
that
doesn't
it's
quite
just
work out
in a
for the
great
side
position
of GE.
anyway.
So where are they going to go from here? As they are grouping up in mid for now in the courtyard, and now actually moving over towards B once again.
Yeah, a little bit of perhaps missed call here by Secret. Looked like 2GE setting up the smoke to make sure that there's no mid to B pinch, but the door had already been closed, so you will have to wait for that cooldown as you do have to use one continuously for the one-way. And GE kind of correctly reads that. They see we're going to move forward. Does get pulled all the way back, and that's all the time Envy needs to step right on board. 4, never mind, just 3.
Some
Zorio
strong
cleans
agents getting their ults early. Jesse halfway, Envy halfway. Yeah, no shock dart for the normal grip.
2-0 now for Team Secret. Only 2G going. Actually, I guess,
No limits. I'm doing good, bro. How you doing?
there after the play, but
Thank you for asking.
just lines up
Yeah, I'm
and lines up
doing good,
kills
mate.
here at the end of it all.
Yeah, it's nice to get
so,
nice to get a
okay,
few days
yeah,
off.
it's
Like,
the
I like.
eco round, etc. But I would love to see GE be a bit more
Increase the volume
systematic
slightly.
about clearing out some of the Cypher util, right? You can't just take everything
Do it
for
like
granted.
that.
And with that
Be a bit
said,
better.
Team Secret will immediately switch up their positions. Shock dart lineups right off the bat. Trying to clear it out. I believe the
Yeah,
first
I mean,
one
he had one for
clearing
each.
Shock darts over by A main. The second one, of course, the go-to to clear out B main.
They're just gonna slowly push into B here. We do have Wild Oreo. He's gonna hear this. I mean, he's just staying on the site. They haven't cleared him out. He
has no
gets some
idea.
information. And now he's got some
Stun was
support as
incredible.
well. Wild Oreo just
Yeah,
gonna
stun was
swing
incredible.
the corner. He's gonna get the kill to start us off. Benkai and the crew was just waiting for him to swing that, and they do take him down.
Yeah, but the spike is stranded all the way deep in the site, so GE has to fight through this to make sure they can recover this round.
Yeah, Envy does drop there. As Povey and the crew just trying to stay on the site, trying to get this spike down, and it looks like they should be able to.
Can Jeremy get anything when the smoke
Povey,
goes?
who will plant it now. Just see Vash taking a bunch of damage himself. Will be swung on here once again, but he does survive.
Oh, they did an
So,
extra jet
pretty
smoke
decent
on top
spot
of it.
now
That was
from the
nice.
side
It was a
of
good jet
GE. Up a
smoke.
member, they have to plant
It
down
might
as
just
well.
be the spam fest.
Yeah, I mean, the round absolutely should be going GE's way, but Jeremy, he's sneaking in. No audio made. Let's sound the numbers. run low on GE.
Oh, and he gets double swung there.
Yeah, the timing on the double swing here was really nice. Okay, yeah, this was a nice round from GE though. The extra jet smoke over towards market to make sure that they couldn't get shot on the side was big as well.
Right? But at the very least, you're not dropping too many weapons, which is the bulk of your investment. So should be able to stabilize in terms of firepower. Again, Russ being a bit too far out of the team, but like you mentioned, the rest of the team very, very good about their spacing, making sure that they're having advantageous fights. Benkai trying to make sure that the rest of the team still is able to get into the swing of things. Obviously, taking on that IGL role. He strictly mentioned that when he first joined GE, he was looking to try to avoid that mantle that he used to have to hold on Paper X as we see Jeremy.
Oh god. This is a weird one. Do they smoke this to try and avoid like a recon or something, I guess?
Very short story about Benkai and IGL.
To also make sure it's not a one-way. But they ended up all just like sending it out of their own smoke.
They barely even noticed. Yeah, I mean, they just kind of line up for this one. Jeremy peeks into them. They're coming through the smoke and...
Yeah, I mean, I get it. The boombot's not gonna hit you. Wow.
Yep. Team gets over there, finishes the job. 3-1 Team Secret.
They all, like Jeremy was just in the most perfect position, looking at the most perfect angle. That was the issue with this.
Another guy here.
Like the triple swing, it was nice timing.
So not a lot of
so nice that they kind of all lined up a little
bit.
bit.
They do move in the courtyard pretty quickly.
Yeah, and you already heard the stinger as well.
But yeah, you get the idea, right? It was so it was for the, I guess for the boombot, and then if the boombot hits, they flash. They wanted to smoke so the boombot wouldn't hit them.
Yeah, now they're just pushing into them. Team Secret, they want to challenge them in courtyard, and Russ will pick up one. He was one of the guys who had a Vandal, but only gets one kill of value. Meanwhile, Benkai just over here in B by himself. Calling the shots, but now he is down.
A couple of fast rounds in here. Couple of really fast rounds. The GE timeout before this big buy round.
Team Secret as well.
Yeah, Secret just seems very, very well aware of what GE is attempting, and GE does seem a little slow on their decisions, right? It always seems like they're taking things a little bit too step by step, saying, okay, we got like B main, should we get ready to go into the site? And that gives all the time for Team Secret to position themselves around it.
A lot of dry peaks at the moment,
Obviously, we saw
considering
RRQ
their
have a slow
comp.
start earlier today. See if GE can pick things up a little bit sooner for themselves. Now trying to take mid control once again, which isn't a bad shout. I mean, mid is practically main for the attackers here on Sunset. You have a lot more advantages. Control that first, try to draw out the weaker default. And that's going to draw out the Hunter's Fury. And during all of this, a main fully cleared as well by Team Secret.
Yeah.
I mean, GE will take this.
Cleared. A lot of action in courtyard. Bit of damage. Pulvy here on 45 health. And some spam now coming down as that KO ult's going to be popped here as they do make their move in onto B and clearing it out. But Pulvy just shows his head, and that's all that Jesse Vash needs.
Man.
He picks up another
Jesse
one
Vash
on
is
Russ,
annihilating them, bro. Guys are 8-1.
So maybe get that res
But the ping's good here for the spam.
As they do have the smoke up. Lightning Fast will be at least able to do that.
Not really,
but it was not
they
the
managed
cleanest entry
they
here.
managed to get the
Onto the
omen.
B site.
Oh, and they're all going to get tagged, and Vash is
Bro,
ahead of it.
how many kills is he on? He's on 9,
Jesse
10.
Vash 10-1 and 2 so far.
And his shock darts are hitting people.
Well,
oh my god, he's wrecking them.
I mean, they are getting rolled right now. Team Secret.
He's on for the kill record.
So strong, and as you mentioned, Jesse Vash is putting up the big numbers.
Yeah, one of the big themes worldwide this year has been that you can't really have the excuse anymore that you're IGLing, right? The best teams in the world have IGL, Zek, and Frag. And as soon as people started saying that, Jesse said, oh, well, I remember how to do that. And here he is.
Oh, I had forgotten there for a moment.
Game changers? Yeah, it should be.
Wanted to let the
should be
youngsters
watching
have
that.
a little bit of time to shine earlier, but now he's putting up the numbers here
October?
at stage 2.
Yeah, for sure.
Forces a very early timeout here from GE as they only have one on the board.
Yeah, maybe Jesse's like, well, you know, I got my kid here watching. I gotta put up the big numbers. You know,
yeah.
I gotta make sure that Dad's a good influence.
Yeah, can you imagine if you're like, hey, you gotta go, you know, train in the shooting range again, and your kid goes, yeah, but didn't you also have that game with 0 kills? Like, didn't you also not do anything in stage 1 in that one map? Don't want that, so you gotta show a good example.
Yeah,
here.
he is wrecking
is
them.
doing. Also, I mean, hasn't had to do any crazy calls, but having very
Everything
good
over
reads
towards
based
B
off
looks
of
like
the,
it's on lock. So
step-by-step utility coming
you
out
would
from
imagine you
GE.
start seeing a pivot over towards A right now.
Okay,
I
the
was reading
coaching
his lips.
staff.
Can you get me some water?
Yeah, both
they
of
gotta clear out their comms,
all
too.
the coaches
Yeah.
looking tired here.
Well, I suppose they're done talking to the players, so it's water time. Always stay hydrated.
That is important. Helps you think a little bit clearer as well.
Okay, Benkai has his own ult. Jesse, after using his ult halfway as
overall,
well.
they haven't had many opportunities at all to
When you
do
going
anything
for?
crazy.
Yeah, he's always been the first one in, and it's kind of been like either he just gets picked off immediately before anyone can follow up, or he's kind of just going in alone, trying to entry, and the follow-up's a little bit slower. So
Okay, still going
perhaps
over
just need to
towards
be a
B
little
though,
bit
maybe because
crisper
the
on
A was a
these
little bit
entries.
too
I wouldn't say
obvious.
it's only, you know,
Does
Boldy's
Jesse
fault or
Vash
anything
just kill
like
3 of them
like
again?
that. Absolutely not. So let's see if GE can put it together.
Okay, so trying to work the map a bit wider. Blaze King going very deep alone. I'm surprised he's this far in, this early in the round. But trying to force GE to show their hand just a bit. He's trying to draw out any sort of reaction, whether it's from
I mean, he
Boba
has.
or
Look at
maybe
B.
back of sight on A.
Yeah. And all we get is just one ping in courtyard.
Like, this has been a nice
They're
overall
like,
round
yeah,
from
could be
GE.
there.
Show a lot of pressure over towards middle.
For now,
They
I
pull
mean,
the B
they still
rotates
have
over
a couple
there,
of guys
and B's a lot
looking
weaker.
towards that direction, but now going to reset back.
Problem is, did
and
they
looking
wait too
towards
long
B.
before hitting? Feels
Yeah,
like
but now Team Secret, they can reposition here, right? I mean, we already see that Envy's here as the breach. He's got the
Envy
rolling
has
thunder
breach
as well.
ult.
GE needs
Breach
to watch
ult.
out.
But the damage is coming in. Lightning Fast is going to open
Oh,
it up,
God.
but Envy coming around the left side is going to get the one, but Russ
Oh.
does get a kill himself.
Oh my god.
Rolling Thunder is thrown
What's
in.
going on?
Blaze King
He got
on the
another
back
kill
side
here.
is going to be able to
There's
take
no
down
way
Envy.
he got another kill during all of that.
From the
Dude, everyone's
retake, we do
popping
have
so
Jeremy
many
on the
ults.
showstopper is going to be able to take out Russ. He's on 13 health.
And that's the spike all the way right at the doorstep.
Big 1v1.
Seconds.
Oh,
he's
the
just gonna go for the
confidence.
kill. He just takes him down. He's
He
like, no, I don't-
re-swings when there's like,
I
what,
don't even
15
think
seconds,
about
10
that. I don't think
seconds?
Just go kill, right?
Yeah.
And he does
Yeah, that's the
exactly
confidence
that.
right
Barely
there.
Pulls that round
And
forward here
GE,
for
I like
Team
their
Secret.
overall plan, but I do
Very
think it was a
messy, quite
little
frankly.
bit
I mean, even for Envy, right,
late.
goes a little bit
We
too
kinda
far
waited for
ahead.
the
Now, I believe
Cypher.
he was working off of the fact that I think it was
Come
Jesse
join them before doing
who was
anything.
trying to back him up from Boba. Jesse dies a little bit earlier, so Envy has to use the Rolling Thunder just to stay alive. But trades back and forth to GE. Last one alive. Happy about that one. Had a quiet start in their first match, but slowly trying to put up his own numbers here.
Yeah. Only one death. He's playing the Omens. Doing pretty well. Everything's going well for the side. Oh, boy. As they do peek in there and they say, you guys have been going B a lot. Let's get aggressive onto them. They only have Sheriffs at this point in time.
And then it's the trap back in mid. Every time that GE is on weaker weapons, you know that you can hold the longer ranges across mid. If you see them coming.
Oh. They're just going to take some long angles here as Colby not going to land that shot. Russ
Hello,
does get
Flash
one.
wrecked him here
That
as
might
well.
be the only one as they swarm
Bro, this
on
looks
in.
way
Team
too easy
Secret
for Team
moving
Secret.
as a squad. Blaze King 36 health and a dream.
Yeah, just the Sheriff. I can't imagine that he's going to do too much. I mean, Oreo's low, but he's not ready for it. And Wild Oreo will
I tell you
pick
what,
up that kill.
in terms of GE at the moment, like my main thing, it doesn't look like they're
Lots of value gone over, and
like.
listen,
If we look at these
yes,
two
it's their
rounds,
pick on Sunset.
stuck
They've
over
liked
towards
Sunset.
mid,
They've
like
looked
it's
very
not
good on it
convincing
all
what they're
throughout the
doing.
year.
Stuck over
But
towards
it's
middle here,
also
just loads of people out in the
very
open, not
predictable,
expecting the
right, that the
angle.
Sunset's gonna come
Round
out in this
before,
draft.
those people waiting
So
in B
I would
main.
love to see
Like, I just
GE
want to see them
have some
commit
more
more.
variety in their calls, something else. They haven't touched the A site once other than that spray down from Jeremy.
Yeah.
So finally they're going to turn their heads to it, but it's just in time for Team Secret to say, huh, it has been a while that you've tried to get into the A site.
Okay, I mean this will do it.
And you see the fault line come in. It's
Fast
going to delay
A,
this
at least
system.
with
There's
map
4
control.
guys from Team Secret ready to go at A. If this push does come in.
Does feel like Jesse is just
Utility at the
everywhere
right.
they want to go though.
I mean, they're going to let them enter into the site. Just cut down the first couple. And
Yeah,
then
I
it
mean
might
look
just
at
be a
Team Secret
flood in.
now.
The thing is
They
A
shut down
short.
B so
It's
heavy,
covered with
shut
that
down mid
tripwire
so
and the
heavy.
one-way. So you
4
know
people
that they
over
have to come
towards
with their
A.
elbow if it's a hit onto A. And on top of that, look at the minimap. Jesse Vash still watching mid with the drone as well. You've got the high-low on A. Door closed on Market. Cam set up for B site. I mean, Secret has no reason to move out of this position.
Yeah, I think that GE kind of get that sense as well. They're like, this This doesn't feel right. Let's just rotate out of here and go B again. And let's see if Team Secret get this read as well, and if they can rotate on time. Because for right now, we do just have the Cypher on that B site.
Yeah, this has been kind of nice though. Question mark right over towards site.
A little bit quicker.
They tuck over towards B main as well, so the rotate just stays here. Yeah, this is by far the best chance that GE have had.
0 point to clear it out, but do they take
That's
out
a free
Wild Oreo?
site.
Because otherwise, he is going to be an absolute menace against the flank and the main forces.
Yeah, we do see a lot of coverage here in courtyard as well. A couple of guys holding this crossfire. Lightning Fast going to get the first. Wild Oreo does peek on him, but Blaze King not.
Yeah, and it's a plant for B main as well.
Planted, so big opportunity here for Blaze King to get this flank.
Needs to go huge, needs to get a timing. I think Wild Oreo somewhat writing this off, but Envy's ready for it. Blaze King takes him out, and now Secret starting to rush into the site because they don't want to have to deal with this flank any longer.
They're going to flood the site here. There's not a lot of time. They're going to tap the spike. The double peek does come in.
Oh, no way. They still didn't win this one.
Wild Oreo going to get that final kill.
Oh, that's crazy. And maybe Blaze King went a bit too early, but he was also kind of sick from Wild Oreo, right? I'm pretty sure the camera went in and he hid behind the camera knowing that this guy was going to speed up if he didn't see anyone from the camera. So he hid from the camera and then just got a free kill. Pretty sure that's right. Yeah, hit from the camera and this guy doesn't expect him. Yeah.
Locks down Market.
That was a big round from him. He played that smart.
He's got a big smile on too. I mean, you can see it's all smiles there from Team Secret. No reason to be otherwise. And that was another round that was kind of close. I mean, credit to Global Esports. They found an angle. They got in onto the site. The read from Team Secret seemed, you know, perhaps a little bit slow, but they do get over there, and they do eventually clear it out.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's any one person, but whether it's Blaze King or whether it's the main forces, they do have to be a little bit more proactive, right? Blaze King, he's made some incredible things happen, you know, in his own positions as an anchor, as a lurker on his past teams. But he hasn't really been able to prove much of it this year, and now that he's on the Sentinel role, he has a little bit more free agency to do that.
Well, let's see if Jeremy can line this
God,
up.
I thought it was going to be a double. It looks so close to a double.
Drop boom bop. Back away. It actually holds on to that.
Yeah, I mean, he
doesn't even need it.
Just going to say, okay, backup's going to take their time clearing out the flank. The drone pushes Blaze King far out. So even if he does come around on the lurk, it's going to take a lot of time. We'll see if Secret has a timer in their head because they're looking pretty quick with the fault line.
Didn't hit.
Oh, well, that's going to be Polly not able to hit the shot. Wild Oreo once again, crisp, hits the headshot, takes the retake. Blaze King desperate to try to get this one going.
Yeah.
Does take
Every single time they're like double lurking as well, so they know that. Like I understand what G's going for. Like they've definitely done some prep as well, because right, they had the round where they're trying to avoid the boom bot. I don't think it's the best idea, but they still had a plan around it. And then they know that they like to fight one site, retake the other, so they're just trying to find the site that they retake, and then have double lurk on top of it.
Pop back up again. As we see all 5 members of
getting
Secret
a little
very
bit
quick on their
annihilated.
reactions, and why wouldn't they be? I mean, they know where to be looking. The information is so clear to them that they have the comfort of only being focused on one angle each.
Yeah, this is very true. It does feel like as a squad, everybody's really locked in and playing as a team. Here comes Jeremy. He's just going to pick up a quick one on a Blaze King.
Okay, GG needs to just chill out here.
Takes him down. Now he's going to sit
I mean, Jeremy's dead, right?
Courtyard and hold this angle.
Yeah, the drone is going to find him, but there's the coverage from 2GE as well. Quick trades from GE, finally trying to get some semblance of control, but it's not over just yet. They'll still need to fight through 2 remaining members, the 2 new guys.
Holdie is taken out, and Wild Oreo good for 2.
Yeah, and he knows the HPs are low, and they line up. Oh, God.
Oh, no!
2GE's getting back-to-back 1v2, man. He's had 2 1v2s so far.
Oh, that's rough.
I'll be honest, I'm flabbergasted.
Yeah, the comms to come in for the double swing here, and then one wide. Well, I mean, they both double wide swing.
There's not too much room to work with there, sure, but both of them going straight for the wide swing.
Yeah.
And it started off so well for them.
They both went for the widest, the wide.
Oh,
no.
Perfect unison.
Double wide.
It did seem like one of
Double
them was
wide
trying
with
to see
1.5
if
HP.
maybe he crept into mid, so maybe just thinking of the separate things. But now it's a fast push out of A. Team Secret just not giving any
Bro, this guy's
time
farming him
for
as
GE
well.
to catch their
11-3.
breath.
And we have the Hunter's Fury. We'll see if it catches anyone. Looks like no for now. Jesse Bash confidently just going to peek into them. From tiles.
He gets pinged throughout that by the Cypher ult as well. No fear right now. And the drone going to continue to push them back. Gives room for 2GE to now continue the chase on the flank. Wild Oreo, he's holding
Yeah,
far
and he
back
can just
to make
hold
sure
this the
that there's
whole
no
time, and then when they
wraparound by
plant the
Blaze
spike, he
King.
can just TP over.
Very step by Secret.
Sova kind of wants to let them know that he's rotated, though.
Yes, it's very methodical. Although a couple of these rounds have been
a little
bit more firepower, a little bit more
Sure.
fiery. And GE, they kind of just have to commit to this. Let's see how they do get in. They're trying to clear out Wild Oreo, who is spotted. Doesn't seem to care. Has to take the trade. Blaze King will take him down.
Okay, 2GE breaks the trip behind,
GE
so they know
have
where one is,
opportunity,
and they
still
saw
got
the
30
recon
seconds as
shot
well.
from a bit far
See if you
back.
can try to fish them
They
out.
kind of have a rough idea where they are.
Surely it's a fake initially to try to bait them out. You got to keep that 2v2, the numbers.
Just trying to get the read spotted, but the two of them stick together. And now it's up to Jesse Vash. He has been so clutch at the beginning and gets the wrap on the right.
Whoa.
Gets the one, has a shorty. And the
No
tie
way, bro.
to Jesse Vash. Another big round.
How, man? How are they winning these
Absolute
rounds?
outplay by the veteran of Team Secret.
How are they winning
Just
these
running
rounds, bro?
laps around
Jesse
them.
Vash and 2GE are doing mad things.
Well,
wow.
it's halftime, 11-1. And
11
to finish
to
it off
1,
like that,
bro.
might be seeing if the pistol round goes their way. Potential for 13-1, and that is a scoreline, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was
Esports have
a
experienced
brutal
with.
half, man.
Yes, that's the most unfortunate part. And I mean, look at that. Just given the record that Secret has so far, a 98% chance to win. No big surprise there, given that it's 11-1. I mean, regardless of record, 11-1, you would imagine that it's very skewed. But obviously,
Got the
not
2%.
a single smile,
Yeah.
not a grin on the side of
A
GE.
generous
There
2%.
isn't much to be happy about.
Crazy.
You know, if it was like a
Did they lose 3
maybe
1v2s?
if some of the rounds are close, you got someone saying, hey,
It might have been
still get
more,
back
right?
into it. But
At
right
least
now,
3 that I know of.
surely the players themselves feeling that they've been stumped the entire time on their first outing here in Stage 2.
Yeah, you talked about first outings, you know, Stage 1, going up against Zeta. Now you're in here, and I feel like it does kind of get into your head a little bit as we watch this once again. Gets the first kill.
Dude, how is it not traded,
Shorty as
man?
well.
How is that not
Here's the
traded
jump,
there?
knows that he's still trying to wrap around him. And I love the fact that he thinks about wrapping
Yeah, they're
around
getting
left, and
away
then
with-
as soon as he
getting
hears the
away
first
murder
whistle,
with
he
some of
says,
that
okay,
stuff, man.
now they've checked already the right side. I'm clear to wrap back around.
Like these,
Lots of focus
I mean,
as we do
honestly,
see
everyone,
GE buying up
they're all doing
4
great.
Ghosts and a sheriff.
But some of the
Look at the
rounds,
side of Secret, looking to cause chaos.
dude,
We
I
got
think there might
Frenzy
be,
on
I think there might
Jeremy.
be
It's
more
boss mode with the half
1v2s
armor
than
as
what
well,
I'm
double
thinking.
blast back. They are sending him in.
What was the round that Wild
Sometimes you just
Oreo
gotta
won?
Send Jeremy. And
I
see
think it
what
might be
happens.
4
Yeah, I
1v2s,
think
chat.
They do have a decent amount of success with that. You see that the percentage win rate in pistol rounds actually does
It was
go in
4
favor of
1v2s?
Global Esports,
Yeah, that's
so
what I think it
Very
is.
slightly, but here comes Jeremy.
Oh, there's the paranoia as well. He hasn't been tagged.
Oh my god, Yuto.
Throw in the paint cells first, and it goes
Yeah,
down.
it's a big
Wild
crunch
Oreo
over
does
towards
trade it back
market.
on a rust,
They create a bit of pressure here, but the
that's
3
not
just
quite
know
the
they're so
value
heavy over
from the
towards
Jeremy
market
poke
that
they
they
were
can take site
expecting.
for free.
Yeah, that's a
Go
lot
from
of
GE
investment
to
taken
go
out.
deal
They
with
even
the player
spot
over
Wild
towards
Oreo that he's
middle.
far out in mid. So now holding Boba and market GE. Position's not bad, but
Wait,
look at
weird.
the lurk
They
left by
insert one over
Secret. They don't
towards
actually go
B,
for the plant.
and then they rotate
They're waiting for
back
2
to A or
GE just to
market.
cause chaos on the rotate. Give them information to see if
This is
ever
giant.
GE leaving the site.
Did they tap spike during this? They did,
Might get
right?
First contact here in mid as down will go to GE. Blaze King is ready for this. He is going to hit the headshot, and this is being shut down
Okay.
with flying colors here.
This
for the
guy's
side
been
of GE. It's
unbelievable,
only
so I'm not gonna
Jesse
count him
Vash
out.
Left. He has been clutch, but this is going to be difficult.
Yeah, I mean, any other round, any other weapon, you say, okay, hold your breath, it's Jesse Vash, but classic no
Dude, I'm
armor,
still in for
no
this.
other util on a single recon. You have to imagine the 1v3 is looking nigh impossible. GE, all they need to do is
What are
gather
you doing,
together.
bro?
He's going to send it on the bounce and start to wrap around. Jesse Vash still trying to create whatever chances he has.
You gotta hope they make a mistake. You isolate someone, pick up a ghost maybe, but they're not gonna do that. GE move in as a 3-man unit, and they do pick up the round. So a second one on the board here. Blaze King with a 4K in the pistol. And you gotta start somewhere.
All right. GE, they've gotten past the Nightmare of Zeta Division. Now they have to get by 4 rounds to get past the Nightmare of Paper X. That was a 13-4 score line.
Starts with a pistol.
Try to get a bit more, try to bring a new look to their own Sunset here.
Yep. See, it's pretty elementary there.
Calling out the age. Come on, Blaze King. He is absolutely stomping on you guys.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
Not sure if you're doing that at this one.
Yeah, I mean, Blaze King's also, you know, on the a little bit more experienced side, has been around for a little while. He was part of the veteran episode in our content
He's
piece
literally
Stage
melting
1,
them.
So obviously a little jest there.
Yeah. It's always good to keep spirits high as well, you know?
Yes, oh, absolutely.
Kind of getting crushed, you got to make some jokes and kind of make it through and have some fun, make it onto the next map.
Now we do see some investment in the form of Frenzy and 2 Sheriffs from Secret. Looking to give themselves a chance, and these guys are
3
nasty
people
with
here
their
for
shots. We've seen it already
GE.
throughout
Got
this
double
map.
kill trips. Cameras watching all the market
Push
in the
through
middle.
on the flash. But yeah, here's the thing. Secret kind of needs control of backside because he can't just spam through from afar with the pistols.
Well, they're trying, and I guess Jesse Vash got a kill. As, you know, Wild Oreo is looking for the one-taps, but he's just going to be outlawed down pretty simply. Russ also going to pick up a kill, and that'll be the end of that.
Yeah, they'll take that. They heavy bought into it, so every death mattered. There are a few people that were kind of like a little bit low. Got 3 armor rebuys, 1 gun rebuy, not too bad for the bonus. Considering the score, I would expect Blaze King to just buy out.
Like, at some point, you have to just say, okay, well, let's just play it safe, and we're all going to die anyway. But hey, the determination is there. You have a massive lead anyway. So might as well try to see if you can do any more damage, cause a little bit of impatience.
You think of the B main smoke on the left side for a retake? Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of G
And
fans would hope
force them
so.
to only swing one angle. You talk about this like this one that leans heavier here, right?
Still in the hands of Povey, but we do have 3 members with half armor because of the pistol buys on that eco.
Yeah. You saw the amount invested as a team, very similar, around that 19,000 mark. And let's see what it's going to be here for Team Secret. They did go
3 people that he can one-shot. Who swings the corner fast?
Over towards A they
Raze,
go. It is
Omen,
Polvy,
heavy armor.
still waiting with the Outlaw.
Now, Jeremy does have full armor, so
There's
he's
the
willing
Raze.
to take
Goes
the
down to
first
10
hit.
though, they'll
Does
take that.
get it, but he'll survive, and that's what matters for now for Team Secret.
Polvy's still waiting for this one, waiting for the push. Ready to dash the Wild Oreo here out in courtyard. He's going to take 1, make it 2. The long-range Vandal trades go his way.
Bro got both,
That
man.
is the cue to go into the site. You know you've already dwindled down the numbers, and that's going to allow Wild Oreo to also group with the team, right? As long as you get the site control, you can all group as 5 instead of having to rely
Wild
on the
Oreo's a
flank. You're
beast,
even gonna send
dude.
Jesse Bash
Confirmed.
full health to go
Confirmed
back
beast.
around. The post plant, pretty impeccable, everyone. Covering each other's backs and hiding Jeremy with the lower health into the site.
That guy has to eventually push. They take him down. It is going to be a second member, Blaze King, but he elects to back away.
So rifles picked up by GE.
Yeah, clean round from them.
And
I mean, they
get
went
it,
for the
right?
double
The
swing over
numbers
towards
game
middle, but
will tell you that
ended
this
up kind of
2v5
just
with
being
Povey at
2
48
1v1s.
HP, it's not going your way. Save whatever value you can. But also, you are about to give up map point. Yeah. I mean, you're going to buy
Bombing
up
them
the
as
next
well.
round anyway.
It feels like people in Team Secret
have
has taken turns to get multi kills.
I guess the chances they've decided are too
game.
low, which is not wrong,
Okay,
objectively
9
speaking.
chances to just end this.
They were maybe less than the percentage that they had to win the map that we saw at the halftime, and it's very high, guys. So starts off with Wild Oreo here.
Bro,
Mid, he gets a
he
very nice
dinked
couple of
him like
trades.
what? They
Ends
dinked
up
him with
low
the
health,
second
but
bullet, and then no one hit anything else on top.
yeah, he's very happy with the way things went.
Yeah, a little bit of leisure on the side.
that
of Team
had to
Secret.
get traded though,
9
man.
rounds in the lead. Looking to close things out. Do still have the rifles coming out from GE, so can they make a miracle run happen? We've seen some crazy things already in the opening weekend of Stage 2 out here in VCT Pacific.
Certainly have. But 12-3. Let's see, they've got some guns. They still have a round to go. Gonna clear out the frontier of B. Will they commit to this site is the question.
Yeah, if anyone gets tagged from this, it's Sova ult.
Or will they?
Gotta be careful.
The trip, though, is really just hidden to try to make sure that there's no wraparound onto the site. And GE, they're pretty confident that
drone.
this is going to be a B hit.
They dodge the drone. BlazeKing goes close.
For the retake. Waiting for the Hunter's Fury. It doesn't get attacked just yet.
Will be spotted. Also a kill.
BlazeKing did really good on this run, though. Like, really good.
Take it down. He's just lining them up
Right, yeah, I mean, he played that great.
Right, peeking left.
Yeah, he dodged the drone the whole time, took the space back after the drone had gone as well.
Let's see if he can do just that. He picks up one and immediately goes down lightning fast.
We'll count it down.
So it's going to take one.
It was a lovely round from BlazeKing. Even before the kills, just movement-wise, what he did was nice.
If it wasn't 12-4, we would say that's a pretty good round for GE. Trying to bring things back, not losing too much on their investment. Really good setups from BlazeKing. And again, this is where
Gabriel, I spoke about it a little bit earlier. I said it's good. I like it.
As well, alongside his
Most teams would probably adopt it. I think it has to lean one side anyway.
Side on his own, weave in and out of his own utility and the map itself.
That's so good, dude.
So Team Secret being a little bit rudely reminded of the strength that BlazeKing has. And they will have to start to consider that
into TP.
closing out the map is of utmost importance. You don't have too much leisure.
Yeah, let's see how they want to handle this. Got a couple of guys in tiles, some pressure through mid.
Crunch over towards middle. Good to put an Omen flash into it. Ooh, that was nice. So tag into.
So just like that. BlazeKing also looking through market, trying to see what he can see, trying to stop this push from actually happening. And it won't.
I'm curious to see in the next round if Secret's going to recognize that this much prep out in mid, you know, that much focus over by market in the previous round.
Okay, lightning fast lets up the angle,
side is weak.
and now there's like a bit of a timing.
It's not like they have confident info, but they might be able to
speaking of timing, just walk down middle. Yeah, and that just means that the other two should go. They disrespect the smoke at side.
His teammates, they're an elbow, trying to make something happen here.
Ooh, that's a waste of an Omen flash.
To plans, but now Polvi around the corner is going to put an end to that.
Not as bad as I thought. Seems they followed it up with the map control.
With his friend Russ, able to take that one down, and now Envy in a lot of trouble. Doesn't see anything, and Russ picks up 4.
7. When does the coach get involved?
Yeah, and GE will set a new record for themselves on Sunset here in VCT
Patch,
Pacific
right?
in Stage 1 and 2. Going for
Thank
the
you so much for the 4 months, bro. Thank you for the tier 1. Thank you for that, mate.
The Des mentioned they came out quite prepared back at kickoff. We'll see if they can continue it, right? Obviously, it looks very tough for them to win the map now, given the round difference, but if they can continue to shut them down, again, the big question is all right, so Secret identifies it. They say A-side has to be where they're weak, right? We've seen too many members prepared for a fight in mid. We've seen them prepared in market. Their default has to be weak on A. Secret will start to try to capitalize on that.
Yeah, and it definitely is. Particularly good lightning fast here. Just gonna get out there lightning fast and peek him, take down the spike, and really be a thorn in the side here of Team Secret.
Bro. Yeah, they kind of annihilated this round. So sick. Can he get out? It's huge round.
But the crazy
they look way better on defense.
Lurk on elbow. That's gonna be a tough one to read. Russ has a suspicion, but I'd be very surprised if they actually.
Oh no!
Oh no!
Oh, I shouldn't have complimented him.
For him, he hits the first shot, does drop the second immediately, just get flanked. So it's only a 1-for-1. Meanwhile, Wild Oreo also did go down elsewhere. Polvi finally putting up some numbers now, able to stack a bunch of kills so far.
Tucci left to his own devices. He's already proven that individually he deserves a spot on a starting roster. But how much of that is going to be good against 3 members of GE?
30 seconds left.
Gun wasn't out.
Yeah, he's going to TP out of there. He's got 23 seconds. I mean, there's still time to play with. Wants to come out and peek them, but make some noise immediately. He's going to go down. Russ with the headshot. So now
6.
3,
It's, I mean,
4.
it's getting a
3
little bit
rounds in a row,
lower.
I should say, for GE, making it interesting.
Yeah, we're seeing Team Secret even individually start to get a little shaken up, right? Jeremy
F wasn't down to an eco as well.
Double kill, just a transfer with the Phantom. Kind of freaks out on the first whiff and then says, okay, I'm going to settle for 1 kill. Tries to go for the repeat, gets taken out. 2 GE, a couple blunders there as well. Envy, a little bit rough on the swing out from the fault line.
He's already
And for the first time, perhaps in stage 2, we're starting to really see the cracks show up on Team Secret. That once you force them to break out of their default, it's a lot of reliance on that individual.
That's gonna one-shot literally everyone.
I don't know if a timeout's gonna fix it, or maybe it's just that 1 round and they're able to regroup together as players. But we'll have to wait and see as they stay grouped on B site.
Let's see how this push looks like. They don't have a lot of firepower in this round. Just gonna throw some utility forward. Back away with a couple of members looking to go towards courtyard. And again, it's just Polvi out there towards A. Everybody else is very much stacked on B. Waiting for this push that seems almost predictable at this point from Team Secret.
Yeah, and they've left mid open as well. Just want the information. If it ends up being a mid to A push, then Polvi's gonna keep moving forward with that outlaw of his. Lightning fast repositioning.
Actually, not too bad at the moment. Team Secret.
And Jeremy does get in there, but not really able to do too much damage after all. Finally does take out Lightning Fast, though, who did look to push here, but now Jesse Fast is going to be taken down. Benkai gets one of his own, and the stack is working out for them pretty well. 2G does pick up one.
Not too bad in the end. Benkai did really good to keep that one under control. I also feel like Blaze King is really locking down B.
You also have to consider that
he's playing the same pulse, but I mean, it hasn't been. And maybe they're talking about the fact that he keeps playing the same pulse, but
to be the case
hasn't been exploited yet.
Getting paused up top. So we'll see. Probably a mix of both, right? Cooling off Global Esports, trying to calm down your own players. But Dummy will have to regroup with the team.
Also the timeout.
Rely a little bit too much on their.
They're getting a little bit scared. At least the coach is a little bit scared.
In their favor.
Yeah. It's very easy, especially when you're dominating the other team, to just get, you know, just a little bit feeling like you're just going to win. It's just going to happen, but then you forget to check some corners, you forget to check some of the boxes, cross the T's, dot the I's, and it gets a little bit sloppy, and immediately the enemy team starts getting some momentum. And now Global Esports with 6 rounds out of 7 in this one half, looking much better from the defensive side of things.
I mean, if they continue the streak, it's going to be absolutely dominating for them to try to take this to overtime. But now suddenly you only need like 1 or 2 crucial rounds, right? And then economically you should be able to bounce all the way back to a tie. So Team Secret, you've got ults online. I mean, absolutely powerful ones as well. Rolling Thunder and Showstopper really going to lead the charge here. It's going to be a 5-man stack, and it looks like that's exactly it. Use the initial utility to take control up to the site, and then you'll have the Rolling Thunder to break it open right as Polvi purchases that operator.
And he is here, and he is going to take out Jeremy. So much
kind
for
of
a strong push.
We're
going to go down as well. Some spray. He takes a tiny bit of damage.
Kind of ruined their plan of just going fast here.
It's not just Polvi on the side either. Like, they have 3 guys over here on A. They are ready for this push.
Yeah, and you
Jump
can't
bug,
hit all 3 of them
almost
with the Rolling
wrecked
Thunder
him.
no matter what angle you try.
Nice reposition, but they should expect him at one of these.
Use maybe some of his standard util. You've still got the fault line. You've still got a flashpoint for Envy.
Polvi's just ready for it. Not quite going to hit the shot,
Gates his
though.
teammate in, though.
As we do have one guy getting into G.
Yeah, the bait and switch. And Polvi's going to repeat this to make sure that Lightning Fast is safe. So if they still want to come to A site, Team Secret, they have to have absolute focus to clear this corner. But for the time being, the pop flash from Russ. He's good for 2. Gets the flick.
That's immediately going to take all the wind out of the sails now. We do see 2. GE gets 1. But immediately sniped down, and it's only Envy and Polvi.
Hey, very nice as well. Good flash from Russ. Nice shots from him.
That's
Dude,
now 8
4
rounds to
from
Global
9.
Esports.
It's over half now.
Remember when this was 11-1?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This is getting dicey.
The good news is that
Team Secret didn't use their ultimates. So
this is exactly what I was going to
kill
say.
Here on the eco, or if they save it up for the next round. But the other problem could also be said that because they didn't use it on this turn, they may actually only get 1 chance to use it, right? You're not going to have to recycle through those points.
Yeah, I like the fact that in the 4v5,
before it goes to overtime,
they haven't like committed.
So Secret,
they know that the win condition is just finding the right round to use all these ults on. They didn't want to just overuse it in the 4v5.
You get so many opportunities to get the final round. They gotta believe in themselves as well, Team Secret still, that they should at some point get one round after the way the beginning of this map did go. So they make their way into main, and they're in onto the site, actually. Jeremy in behind them, as it's not totally cleared out.
Dude, Jeremy absolutely sent it. Okay, now this is the round they're using the ults for. They go 1-2. Do they get anything for it? They get nothing for their ults.
Gonna be spotted. Jeremy
Enkai can't get past the trip, right?
The drone. Jeremy's gonna push it.
Oh,
that's
boy.
an easy kill, and it's just Blaze King.
Well, good luck to Blaze
The
King.
ultimate's coming out in spades for Team Secret. Literally all of them being used up to secure this map, it seems.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I mean, eventually you get a decent spot where you can set it up, and you just send all those ults in. You gotta believe it's gonna work. If this didn't work, then I would actually believe that Global Esports are forcing overtime. So it's looking pretty
time's
likely.
too
Blaze
late on
King
this
has
one.
to send it, but look at this. I mean, we have fault line ready. We've got paint shells, so they're just aiming everything in its general direction.
Okay,
And that's
nicely done from Secret.
Take down the map
Honestly, they just needed more to play with. They had to get a better half than this.
13-8.
Yeah, I mean, Secret
And shout out
obviously,
to Team Secret just not using all their ults at
You can
once.
smile about it, but
As
let's
well,
be
like
honest,
on
you
the
gotta
earlier
love one
rounds.
half. This is a map that
Other teams might have been like so tunnel vision that they got to use them in that. But
Well, okay, Jeremy actually tops off the
yeah, they needed way more rounds.
For GE, I mean, they continue to show absolute mental fortitude, but took a little while to get warmed up in the beginning today, so hopefully they can continue the current momentum
How we
to
get
their
him
own
one on
map
your
pick.
attack?
We'll see how it goes for the second map, but first let's go to our analysts to break down the first map.
Jeremy getting his 1,000 kills. Welcome to the club. Team Secret winning Sunset, but Global was not going to go down without a fight. That was crazy. There was a moment we were here at match point.
Wait, what's Kilios want to say?
I think it was William. He was like, "Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if they come back at this point?" And then it started happening.
You know something.
It was a little nutty.
What? Secret. What's wrong? What's happening? Because this is now like twice in a row, an opening map where they get this huge lead and then they just start giving it away.
Yeah.
This cannot be happening.
Yeah.
This is not something that can happen if you want to be a team that's going to go to champs, if you want to be a team that's going to make it to the playoffs. But they still get the win. They don't allow for the full comeback to come through like they did versus Bleed.
Yeah.
That's the big positive here. They were eventually able to put their feet down, get it in a Thrifty as well, to be able to close out the map. But the fact that it's on Sunset, that's what's the most concerning, because this has been such a clean map for them so far this season. Good tenacity overall for Global is kind of the best thing you could say, to be able to fight back, to even be able to get up to 8. But that first half was abysmal. It's something you just do not want to be seeing.
Yep.
1 in 5 post plants. Not
Follow
great.
up on that.
Two things, I think. One for Secret, one for
One clutches, bro. How do they measure their
Secret, I think
clutches?
one of the biggest
I
issues
swear
that
there were
had
4
when they were
1v2s.
struggling against GE here was it felt that they were playing too slow and trying to see what GE was planning rather than just trying to send it. But to be fair, on GE's side, as my second point, GE, once they started getting that second pistol and then started just scaling in the rounds, it felt like they were dictating the pace a whole lot more.
The
This is what
drone
we were
on
kinda
the last
expecting
round,
with
it
players like
was
Cole, who were shutting down Jeremy
wasn't
a
the
lot
best
on the second
decision. He
half,
thought he was
as well as
he
Russ
thought he was
that
far
actually
away.
just, having great calls plus just great reaction
But I mean,
against what
the focus
TS
should be
was
like
doing. I think he was
more on
doing
attack,
some
really.
kind of predict flash reads, getting 2 kills.
Like they did
and
not
really
look
disrupted what
decisive
Team
on
Secret
attack
was
in
doing,
a lot of
again,
the rounds that we
primarily in that
saw.
second half.
Well, I mean, you boys.
Okay,
kinda
Chad, let me
nailed
spam
it
some
here.
ads. We got
Sunset
Ascent,
is a
right?
secret map,
Yeah, we got
and
Ascent coming up.
This is a score line that is not
Ascent and then
surprising.
Icebox.
It's
And in
just
theory,
how it
G
came
should,
about.
well,
Yeah.
at least from
I
what
mean,
we've
this
seen,
looks
I
like
feel
it
like
should
G
have
should
been,
have a good
you know,
chance at
a 13-1. They should have
Icebox.
just
It's
likely
just if
been
they
able to
can
close
win
out
Ascent.
Maybe
Sorry, didn't mean to-
13-3. You know, you drop the pistol, you drop the eco round in that
everything.
second half, and then you get into the bonus, and then boom.
Okay, I'll be back in a little
close
bit,
it
chat.
out. But for it to have ended up being as close as it was is shocking to say the least, and I got to give a lot of credit for that over to Blaze King, because he seemed like he was the one who was really starting to get everybody else rallied up. We heard him talking. He was saying, like, guys, we're losing to a Sova who's 30 years old. It's starting to say, like, this is unacceptable for us, which is funny, but also it's Jesse Bash. you know, the man, he's still so damn good. But it seemed like he was the one who kind of was sounding that rallying cry, and then we started seeing the step-ups there. Russ in particular as well, very much coming alive. Holby with some really nice moments with the operator. That's something that we wanted to see, and we did get glimpses of that. But for Global, this is one of those things where you just have to kind of wash away this first map, forget it even happened, get ready to go into the next map, and then just have a bit of a hotter start.
Yeah, true. I mean, to be fair as well for Global, this is their first game in a while, at least on stage. So maybe there is that kind of settling nerves. I know, again, it's already stage 2. They're not supposed to have that as a Pacific team, but it may happen. It feels like they had some right calls on what they wanted to do. The problem is they just can't get that rhythm. Maybe it's also, you know, we're talking about during the pre-show or before this match, that they are under the helm of a new IGL, so maybe Benkai is still kind of tweaking things against Team Secret specifically, or at least with the rest of GE here, so that could be also a cause as to why GE are somewhat struggling to, you know, rally things in or reel things in.
You know, that's actually a really fair point. You know, warming up on stage, it's been evidently a thing. Gen G, you know, they've gotten the most reps in on stage globally. We were just talking about this yesterday. And even over in Shanghai, all the 4 teams that did not need to play in that Switch stage, they all bombed out. And sometimes, you know, maybe being on stage and just playing officially is more important than only scrimming. Now, we were talking about this going to Ascent. While Sunset is definitely a secret map, Global definitely started getting a bit of momentum there. Global is not too bad at Ascent. They've come really close, even in their losses, just like DFM actually. And Secret needs to keep it together if they want to close this out in a 2-0 fashion.
No, they do. And I mean, this is still, I think, a fairly bold pick from the side of Global Esports, because while Secret did choke away this map versus Bleed 2 days ago, they, again, had that super strong start. And I think that the odds of that happening once more are very unlikely. So Global need to have a really strong plan coming into this one. I mean, you see that defense side win rate right there. It tells you everything that happened versus Bleed. That 10-2 that ended up getting away from them. So, and that's not something that you can rely on if you're Global. So they're going to be feeling very confident about their own game strategy coming into Ascent, but I need to see it put to action, and I need to see it starting a lot earlier if I want to believe in this squad.
Yeah, at least for me, I feel like this is the map to be able to do that. We have seen again how good Russ is on that KO, and we've seen how good KOs can truly be here on Ascent. Maybe that's the thing that, you know, really kind of fleshes things over for Global Esports. But yeah, it's going to be a very tall task to go up against Team Secret that has such a good way to start things with. Start is the keyword here.
I am curious, though, with Benkai now switching to the IGL role. On Ascent, a lot of the times he was the guy, you know, the last man standing, and needed to clutch a lot of those rounds previously in Stage 1. But now that he's doing the calling, curious how to see how things are going to shift. Now we got a game. We got to guess and gain. I'm currently wood rank, but maybe I'll get out of it today in one go. Wow, there's even like a graphic for it. The question is, which player records 20 kills first in map 2? Envy or Russ, or both of them fail? That's an interesting question. Even with on the Secret side, you know, Envy might not get that many kills because his teammates are getting all those kills first. So it's a tough one. I see most of you guys have voted for Envy, but closely after, people are predicting that neither hit 20.
What does Envy play here again? He goes as the Sover. Oh no, that's obviously Gashibash.
Yeah.
What am I even thinking?
Have you ever seen anyone in Secret
over
play
his
Sova
dead
over
body?
To be fair, for a brief stint before he did join Secret, Envy was known as a pretty good Sova player as well. But of course, the ever immortal Sova player Jesse Bash. How am I gonna go about this?
This one is difficult because
if we pick fail, right, and that's correct, that means double up?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then double down? Okay.
So I could fall as low as silver.
Oh man.
You could fall to iron.
Yeah. You know what? I'm taking the risk.
Oh.
Yeah.
Welcome to the fun side.
It's okay.
Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe what's the risk? What do you consider the risk?
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles.
Ah, there we go.
Okay. What else do we have?
I'm going to go for Envy. I think that he can make it happen. You're both going for fails.
I put neither. Fail seemed a little harsh.
Well, yeah,
it's failed to get 20 kills.
So, so your decision is also
but still
fail,
win.
technically.
Yeah,
okay.
technically still a fail.
In that minor objective.
But why do you think Envy's gonna go for get 20?
He had a bit of a quiet first map. He was down near the bottom for the team, and I feel like after that, he's just gonna come out here and he's just gonna pop the hell off.
All right.
Yeah.
So I guess, yeah, I just think that maybe he's just gonna have a roaring finish, and also. If my memory serves, I think he was doing really well in the series versus Bleed prior to them, losing it all. So I don't know. I'm just gonna go with Envy.
All right, we're doing it, guys. Let's see what happens. If Wingman gets this right, you guys are going to no, actually no, because it's not maturity. They're going to Immortal. If most of you guys did double or nothing, you could have gone to Radiant.
Oh.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, what was I even
Benkai
thinking?
switching off the Killjoy onto Sova. Blaze King on the Killjoy instead.
Yeah, it seems like he's just been practicing the Sova quite a bit. So, I mean, we saw Blaze King. They're playing the Cypher on Sunset. Looks like they're just going to keep him on the Sentinel role. And Benkai is going to be playing the Sova back-to-back.
I mean, there's nothing else I could honestly say. It's just the same comp that we've seen forever for Team Secret, and it's all the same players there. So nothing really out of sync.
It's gonna be a battle of the Uncle Sovas.
Okay, normal stuff. Blaze King, Benkai, switch and roll.
He's not Jesse Vash Uncle, but he's getting there.
Tito Gaming.
Tito
That's
Gaming.
Uncle in Filipino.
I just look back at the stats from their Ascent versus Bleed, and Envy did only get 14 kills. Meanwhile, Zest, the opposing KO.
How did RRQ look with Monyet? Pretty good, man.
Get ready.
Feeling good about this.
Kind of like what they showed.
I did check fail, but technically not fail. It's just gonna spread out the kills a lot more between Secret, so that's my guess.
No, I still believe he had a little bit of a rough sunset. He's gonna come out. He's gonna fry.
Okay.
Well, only time will tell. We are gonna go straight into this game too. Let's go over to our casters, Mr. Valdez and Mr. Chobra.
Thank you, analysts, for that breakdown. As Will
Right, Team Secret on defense, GE on attack,
put up the big
Raid
numbers.
Boss.
We are here
Ovi
on
Raid
Ascent.
Boss.
This is Global
Where's he
Esports'
going?
choice. And, based on that comeback and
Gets dropped.
here on Ascent, maybe
dropped
this
the
goes
ghost,
the
buys
distance, and
armor.
maybe it goes to a point where a lot of players are nearing 20 kills if we have a lot of rounds.
Anchi, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank
likely,
you. Hope your stream is
just
good.
given that it seems like GE needed to warm up a little bit on stage, they have been favoring this Ascent even throughout stage 1. A lot of early aggression. Polvi, you have been pinged.
Whoa.
Okay, takes a lot of damage for
Well,
that.
He at least pulls the rotate, angled the Omen Flash out of them.
And it buys a
So
lot
the
of time,
the overall plan of the fake worked pretty well. 4 people and an Omen Flash and a recon.
Let's see how it goes. Wild Oreo here under hell. There's a lot of guys up in heaven. Wild Oreo does get the 1, and Russ trades that one back. So Spike still not in just yet, but they do have the man advantage. A bunch of low health bars, though, on the side of GE. Let's see if they can get this plant down. Yes, they will.
They'll have to watch out. The door's broken early. Russ not quite hearing
Russ.
it. Leaves us back open, and now
Surely
down to
someone.
a 3v3.
Oh, guys, not like
Maybe
this.
that's a couple already. Getting it here done in the pistol round, and Hovey's still up. He is going to stop the defuse from coming down. Spam,
What's he meant to do? Just hope that he
He's
spams?
pretty low himself as the smoke will drop. He's just trying to poke onto them, just trying to get the 1 taps, but he's so low and he will be taken out by Indy, who picks
It's
up
too hard,
3
man.
kills
Bro, they messed
in
up
the
on site.
first round.
Who would have thought Polvi, who takes just an absolute beating on the B side, is actually the last one alive, trying to do whatever he can to clutch up that pistol. But GE, the movement around the map was good. I think the
Yeah, I mean, the overall plan was good.
Killjoy
The
util, right,
overall
waiting
plan
for the
was good.
nanoswarms to finish, not rushing in, keeping
But
their
yeah,
eyes
so
trained on
that
Evan. That
just
was
being
all
out in the
good.
open here.
But then
Someone shooting from the door from far away, so they didn't think they had to like panic too much.
And then they just don't hear the door break in time. Russ getting taken out means that they are even in numbers but lower in health.
Yeah, and then they had what, 2 main?
Favoring
They had 2 main that got smoked off.
Fair enough.
To end up just being a 3v2 on site.
Coming towards A, which it does look like we are seeing a bunch of members here from GE going through A, but a couple on catwalk. Going in through tree as the spray does come down lightning fast, does get a classic kill.
Yeah, look, these guys on short.
That's just going to be the one watching here, but
Hold
already
up.
a kill going to Blaze King as
Hold
well,
up.
and another one from Benkai. What's going on here? They're not checking their corners as they do make in onto A. And he's not going to be able to get more than just the one.
I mean, they've lost a lot of 1v2s.
Oreo in a 1v3 here in the anti-eco. He gets one, he picks up.
God,
No, he goes down.
That actually got close.
And Global Esports
56, 34. Alright, so they went for a free pass and face over towards A, and they took so much damage. And then while that was happening, the comms were pretty good.
But as you
Got a
mentioned,
lot of distance up
Secret
towards short.
getting a bit haphazard, thinking that they can just steamroll through with the superior firepower.
Bro, and
assuming that it's a
Envy is
five-man
not
stack on
ready
A,
for them
a
to
poor
be up
assumption.
short.
They'll learn their lesson the hard way.
Heard someone screaming in the back. Let's go. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
and
big
two of them
round,
get an
right?
upgrade, so
Oh,
they're in a great
absolutely.
position right now. Jesse
Brings
buys a
that
hero
momentum in
gun,
your
has no
favor.
armor.
You're on the attacker side. You
And they'll have to go in 3 pass and aggro. They go 3
That'd
pass and
feel
aggro
great.
again.
Now Team Secret, there is a surprise Guardian, a Hero Guardian in the hands of Jesse Vash. He'll choose to go for the half armor in the next round, but wants to make sure that they can do something, because if you're giving up, you know, a bit of a round win streak early on Ascent,
And that's a gun now, so these guys on A need to relax.
that's not going to be
And that
great.
is
Unfortunately,
mental.
GE
I get it.
with the buddy system.
He's had a lot of them over towards A, and he thinks this is a
Leave
free
a buddy
gun, but
alone. Although generally Killjoy is just
should probably let
very sad,
the
lonely
person
over
without
there
the
by
gun make a
herself.
big gamble like this. Shout
we're
out to
gonna
Polvi, just throws the other gun at the map.
Oreo
It's an
pushing
upgrade.
through here, but Polvi is so ready
Yeah,
for
he
this.
did great,
Easily
yeah.
gonna take him down.
Yeah, Povey tossing that weapon away as well, or Wild Oreo getting a bit confused as he's trying to pick it up in the smoke. Jeremy, does he sneak through? Kind of the only option he has with the Classic, and Lightning Fast waits for it. GE, the focus is now online after that first map. Povey drops it. Guardian in the hands of Envy. Okay, they're going to give it to 2G, who has more health. Well,
Oh.
back to Envy.
Yeah. I was gonna say, here they come. They're gonna start the comeback, but it's not looking very likely from here. And he's just gonna hold. Is he? Oh, he's
Yeah,
going
he's going
back.
to try to do some damage. You can buy
Given
next.
time, I think he's still just going to look for the exits, but wanted to make it sound like he was leaving. He's not going to be able to pick up
Right.
anymore.
I mean, it was
And that's 3
there was a
rifles
chance
carried
for it.
over
I
GE.
understand
Mind
why
you, obviously,
Jesse's
they
going
won the
aggro, right? They
thrifty on
called
the
numbers
eco,
here.
so
They
it's not like
only
this is a
pretty much
bonus
didn't
or
know where
anything.
one
I look
person
at
was.
the snowball already.
And most
in
people
the
do a 4-1
economy. They can
default.
buy whatever they want for the next 2-3 rounds.
Yeah, Blaze King had like 7,100. Had to buy though. Nice try from Jeremy, but yeah, there's not much to do in this one. Some Guardian.
He played Fracture and
action.
unrated. Dude,
Guardians,
that'll
but
come back
not
next,
meant to
surely.
be. So,
Fracture
pretty good
pal.
about their spot here on the attacker side of Ascent. Already 2 rounds. Comes Team Secret.
Fast
Bro,
aggression from Secret.
So much aggression.
Bit of a very
They want to
early
fight A
tempo
main
change as the
every
defending
single
team.
round.
Normally it would catch people off guard, but GE, they decide, okay, we
Well, there's
really
a
put
nice
them on
shot
their
come
back
to the
foot.
Sova.
This is a round they
Means the
absolutely
drones
have
don't
to
get
win
to
if
check
they want to
anywhere.
regain control. So they wait, they go back to their old slow selves, and works out in their favor. I mean, that's a lot of util use, right? None of the Sova util now available. The Paranoia gone as well for 2GE.
That's got to feel pretty rough. They have 3 guys over there towards A, at least, where it does look like GE are setting up. As another one-way does come through, just buying more time, more utility usage. And here comes Polvi, who
Like this, though, the
started
fact
off
they broke the
very
turret
quiet.
over
He was at, like,
towards
0 and
B.
6 at the beginning of the
Now creates the
first
pressure.
map, but then
So they
eventually he
can
was starting to put up some
see
numbers.
people over towards middle. The very well-timed
See if he
knife.
can do that here once
Just dueling.
again. Peeking over the top, here comes Benkai, but ooh, he's not able to hit that shot. Jeremy
Oh.
good for 1. Jesse Bass himself a quick headshot.
Polvi
but
could
Polvi
maybe win
does
the
get
round.
in and picks up 2GE. He's continuing to push now,
Oh,
takes
hold
down
up.
Envy.
Yeah.
That's a couple now for Polvi.
These are huge kills because Polvi can basically keep them tied up, and the remaining members can double up as a team. Aldorio, is he going to go for the timing here? That would mean that they lose out in numbers, so they might be better off really hunting down Polvi. They know that he's all alone somewhere on the A site.
Oh my god, he's doing
Polvi's
unreal.
just going to keep hunting himself.
Yeah. He's just out here a lone wolf. 1 by 1, the dominoes fall. Oh, he's
He
going
did
to be taken down by
fantastic,
Jeremy. So that does make this a 2v2, but they have a setup here on B, including a nice little turret.
Oh, smoke to make
buy
this a
some
wall, mate.
time,
Oh, that
but
was nice,
Jeremy's just
though.
going to go over the top here and run straight in onto the site. Gonna tap this spike as well, and it's gonna be all up to him. Not a lot of time here. Knows there's one guy in Boathouse, wants to clear out lightning fast first, sees the barrel, gets the one.
This is a good round, man. This was a lot down to just Paul V though, really.
And look for the exit
He hit a
kill.
lot
Might
of
be able to
shots.
take down Blaze King. No, he's just on the run. So that will once again go to Global Esports, as Blaze King does not get out, in fact.
Yeah, a little bit late. Had to make sure that he doesn't get picked off by Jeremy. But obviously we saw the cred situation earlier. I don't think GE's going to mind too much. Having to reinvest. And Polvi, in stage 1, there was a similar round where he
the
goes in
Metro
alone
is kind
to
of
tree,
stale.
realizes he
Just
has
wait
to
for the
break
update,
site
man.
open. Is an absolute
Like
menace. Does it again.
The duelist changes
Something
gives
about
people
this
some
guy
options.
going all the way through tree. Feels a lot more fluid in his movement, in his aim as well. And now GE continuing to try to shut down the economy of Team Secret, who once again are relying on just 2 soul rifles.
It's not a great spot for them, but Polvi's continuing to put up the numbers. Just continuing to snipe them down. Brings out the Outlaw. He's looking for more. Will they try to push into this?
Yeah, they're going to go walking.
Here, and you've still
They're
got
going to go
Blaze
into
King
this.
covering his other angle as well, over by
Oh.
main. Oh, what in the world?
Okay.
Very nice long range.
Bro, that's
Bulldog
so
headshot.
crazy to take that.
Jesse Vash here, he does read that someone would swing into him, but he does get taken out, so Reed doesn't do much. Turret's blocking his way. Blaze King is going to push in onto the B site and open this one up for the team.
This should, all things considered, be a pretty smooth round, but you do have the 2 rifles still for Secret. There is a null command. I can't imagine you invest the ultimate
And
here.
they kind of need to start doing some damage as well to the econ. But they
Make
shouldn't
their
really
way
go
in.
for the
AB is
rounds, but they
just
should just try and lock them
by a
in.
thread after that spray down.
Well, they're going for the round though.
So Jeremy does have a nice angle here. 2G gets one. Jeremy is in as well. And all of a sudden, this becomes a big problem. They know where Russ is. He's just going to put down a Cloudburst and try to get halfway at least. He's going to get the halfway. They get the kill, and another one goes to Jeremy. And Team Secret,
How have they lost this?
2v4. They take the site and the win.
So this retake
They have a guy on B
becomes
main.
possible with the fact
They have
that
3
Secret
site.
approach the switch very early, right? So they're right at the doorsteps on their retake. Forces GE to have to take much more
That's
passive
on me.
positions in the post plant. Lightning Fast still worried about a
Bro,
flank.
I
He's
don't
nowhere
even know
be
what to
seen.
think about that.
And then they're actually ahead of the pop flash.
Flash is nice.
Russ throws a flash to make it seem like they're going to try to delay them at switch, but Jeremy's already way ahead. The rest of the team all trying to get prepared for the anti, and none of them are watching each other's back.
Yeah, that was...
It got pretty hectic there.
That was not
and,
great.
Yeah, as you mentioned,
Okay,
the fact that they
a
were able
little
to
bit
charge
of
in and avoid
a
lot of
big
the
win
utilities
for Team
kinda
Secret. The good
caught
news
them
is
off
for
guard,
GE
maybe
is they didn't get any
assumed
gun
that Team
upgrades.
Secret would take
They only had
slower
2 anyway
down
going
members,
into that.
That was not the call.
Got a lot of ults into this round. They can
so it
full
works out for
reset them, and these
And now Team
2
Secret in a
wouldn't be able to
pretty
buy.
decent spot. They have 4 ultimates available. They're very close to a lockdown as well. So we get 3 for the side of GE, but definitely just going to take some momentum away from Global Esports, who were looking to run away with the beginning of this map, although Polvi still has the hot hands. Isn't even necessarily overheating. In he goes looking for more, but immediately going to be taken down by Envy.
Yeah, and he
that
manages
might
to
have
dodge
been
it
a
all as
slight
well.
overheat that we were watching
I mean,
out
I
for, but all
think-
things considered, I mean, the setup was there with the paranoia as well. The Huntress Fury
Polvi was so
was a
sure
good
that he went
pinch,
to
just
short
that
and didn't
Envy's
push
too
forwards.
quick, stays alive.
Still though,
Holds
they
on
get
to
the
tree
site.
control. Now Blaze King still on the lurk. The
They
timing
get the
of this
site. They have no
regrouping with
omen
the
for the
team.
omen flash. No
Rendezvous
block over
with the
towards
rest of
B
the squad
main.
is
Like
gonna
it's
be
wow.
very crucial. And Team Secret once again, they're ahead of it. They're fast.
Bro, how they getting wrecked
They're
from
in.
doors
Benkai
so
does
often.
pick up a kill. Russ still hanging out.
Keep an
in
eye on
main.
Blaze King. Should have a kill
Gonna have to
here.
clear a lot of angles, but now Benkai's going to go
Blaze King?
down. Down there in hell, it looks like Blaze King. Nice little spray down through the door. Going to open this one up. It's him and Russ to try to get it. They try to clear it,
There's
but
no
they
way.
can't take out the Odin. It's going to be up to Jeremy.
Damn, bro.
There's too much to deal with, including
What
the
is
turret.
this game?
That will be
How
Blaze
are
King
they the
holding
kills that
down
are
the
going
site.
down?
Oh, Blaze King making sure that he keeps up his movement after he
Good
places
luck
his
with the
turret,
Odin
'cause
over
it's a
towards
nice
short
attempt by Jesse
giant.
Vash to punish that animation where you still have to bring the gun
And that's
back
the reset.
out. Povey, good opening kill. Obviously, again, Envy just quick on the swivel after he gets paranoid. But Blaze King this time not making the same mistake
Oh my
that
God,
Lightning
Jesse,
Fast
bro.
did the previous round, where you're too late on the backup. As soon as you hear the retake
Yeah,
happen,
we got
he's
people
ready
that
to
can't
pounce
buy,
on
so we
the
get
pinch.
double hero gun. You got knives as well for Jeremy.
Yeah,
Gets
so
armor
now,
with
once
it.
again, I was talking about, oh, they've
Make
got
sure he has
some
enough
ultimates,
for
they have
op
some
next round.
Momentum going their way. GE immediately stumped them.
Dude, 4?
And Team Secret are
4-2 is a nice start.
At this point in time. So looking pretty good for GE. I mean, from the attacker side, it is their map choice, but starting very early on in this one. Perhaps it was just it's getting the nerves out, you know, warming up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, RRQ talked about it in their press conference as well after their match win earlier in the night, where they had to shake the rust off a little bit. You know, some of the comps still a little shaky. Now, of course, that squad also went through a roster shuffle, but GE, the Desk touched on it. Been a while since they've stepped on the big stage. Had to sit and watch Master Shanghai from home. Now coming back into this situation, trying to make a run towards that potential champion soul spot.
Okay, Insta clearer middle as well. Looks like they're gonna go and stack over towards B. It's just
now Blaze King
are they even gonna get there in time?
So let's see how this one is going to go.
Jesse, only person on site at the moment.
Well, surely use one of them. Yeah, the null command's going to be used. Deny that Blade Storm. Do they
Bro,
clear
classic back of
Boathouse?
sight. Can he get one?
They're wary of it.
No.
After that, they will. They're going to take him down. Hold the spray.
And the KO
Through the
ult was
chokes.
nice because the Knights just can't do anything.
While going to go through the whole clip. Oreo trying to sneak on in. He's going to be taken down. 2GE. No hope for him either.
Hey, they're looking good, man. Five is a nice half. You would take 5 at the beginning. And now we have loads of opportunities to get more than 5. They're in a great spot.
Cleaner by the round for Global Esports. Everyone's starting to hit their shots as well. Polvi leading with 11. He talked about it, needed a bit of warm-up earlier on Sunset, but now helping lead the charge. Sometimes he's opening things up on his own, gets given a little freedom, and other times he's with the team, and there's that viewing party over in India cheering for GE.
That must have been a rough place to be for the first
they would like nothing more
map.
than to give back in their opening match of stage 2.
Absolutely.
And a nice
you
now.
can feel the energy. It's definitely gotten
Whoa.
much higher from earlier in the night, I would assume, as there is some big spots here, though.
Okay, they gotta respect this.
Darts thrown in. It's gonna.
There is a gap
stay
at the
alive,
back.
that
Gap at the
lockdown
back
for now.
because they do it behind the box so it can't get
As in goes
spammed.
Polvi, in onto the side.
And
Just
yeah,
has
Jesse's just
isolated
not
the
expecting
boathouse,
the
nowhere for him to
dash
go.
over the top.
He's gonna be taken down.
So that's how they deal with this one, just out in his drone.
Too quick to try to cancel it out. All 5 members alive for Global Esports. They've got the Odin as well. And they're actually going to all stay in the site. You've got that turret watching your back and B main. Should still be activated. Nano swarms to buy time. Paranoia as well. Jeremy's past it, though, with the operator.
Yeah, Jeremy with the operator in this round. Giving them a hope in this one, but Russ in the corner. The Paranoia coming out, but Jeremy does pick up another one. Rush trades on a 2G. There's not a lot of time here. He sees the jiggle. That's a third one for Jeremy, and now a chance here. Blaze King is going to go down. It's 4 to the side of Jeremy as Envy gets Benkai at the same time.
How are they doing these retakes?
Team Secret going to take the round.
I'm not sure at what point the panic started to pile on for GE. You knew they had
It was
it
a
on.
weird.
You
It was a
knew
weird
the retake couldn't
afterplant.
be that
Really
fast.
weird
There was no reason for
afterplant.
you to
Double
go out and
elbow.
meet them halfway. I mean, the
Like
Paranoia
sorry,
comes
double
out, right,
lane.
and kind of pins
One
Russ.
logs.
He's stuck right under the door. He still gets one. He holds close.
Like this was the guy
wisely
that I
so.
guess was sight.
Oh wow, that's
Yeah, I mean,
before
they
the Paranoia hits
just got him
as
before. That's a
well.
great shot, bro.
But they make this choice to try to just combat it. They think they're going to have the spam through the wall, and they get absolutely punished.
Both of the retakes on B have surprised me, to be honest. I'm not sure. GE, I mean, G, you've got to look back at them.
To the side of Team Secret. I mean, that was not really supposed to be theirs. It was a very nice setup to the side of Global Esports, and as long as 4 people don't get operated down, you're in a pretty good spot. Oh, Polvi! Oh, that's just going to be spotted and headshotted.
What is going on, man? These are some crazy rounds.
And you know that Jet has to
Holy,
peek out, and he
he's
still
actually
stays alive after getting a
just...
kill.
He's doubled his kills in 2
Russ.
rounds, right? And I mean, he's already on
Jeremy
6.
Getting back online with the operator, something we kept focusing on in stage 1, and he's proven it already tons of times. And here to remind us that he is holding on to that main duelist spot here in Team Secret.
Yeah, it's able to get that operator, and immediately the rounds begin to look a bit different. As they are able to play very well around Jeremy, just going and killing them.
Okay.
So they're going to put a smoke down on top of this
Smoke
one.
covers the edge of the alarm bot. No one's actually spotted it. Not sure anyone's heard it. No one's heard it.
A
Oh.
pinch from Market.
Okay, someone may have heard it
Not a
because
collab,
that
but
is
still a kill, and Jeremy
the
on
most
for 3. He jiggle
insane
peeks it
timing.
again.
Hits some
Almost
nice shots
finds
as
the
well.
board. It's gotta be Jesse
Jeremy,
Bash with the
7
backup.
kills in 2 rounds.
They had the surround on them. They had a pretty good read. They were coming
Yeah,
down
Wild
there.
Oreo
and
picks up the op for him because
he's just going to be able to
I mean,
hold on to that operator as well.
he can do
after just
anything
getting
close
so
to
much
that every
value
round. It's incredible.
with this weapon, and it just feels
What
like
is
they're
that?
not really able to handle it right now as he gets a kill here in
Bro,
mid.
insta
After Wild Oreo
puts
gets
the
kill from
Oreo out
smoke,
there.
and Jeremy, they're just all down in his sights.
Insta sprays the
Very
Oreo on the
confident. You
wall.
can tell that he's feeling it with that operator, constantly going back for the peaks, knowing
How is there an
that
Oreo
his teammates
spray
will
in the
be there
game?
to pick up the trades. So he now tops the entire server with 14 kills. Colby still looking good with the 12. Meanwhile, we talked about how, Russ and Lightning Fast, these guys were carrying the bulk of the kills in stage 1. A little bit quiet here on Ascent for Global Esports.
Such a random thing to have in there.
Quiet for now as Polly
Okay,
trying
so
to push
they
through,
go
but there
for, so
were
that
a
looks
couple of
dumb
guys
here, but
watching
I mean,
tree
this is like just a normal set
And
strat
now
where
the
you
man
make
advantage,
it
they
look
let
like an
them
A
flood
rush and
in.
everyone focuses over
Paranoia
towards A and then you walk
is
up short.
utilized. Potentially delay this push, but now some vision given in the Odin.
We
Gonna
call
spray
that
out
a
through Jesse Bash.
we normally
Very
call
much
that a
enjoying
BBL
staying on the
and
Sova
EME.
and playing with the Odin on this map.
Yeah, and the spike still doesn't make it through once again,
Just
right? Global
pressure
Esports,
over
they seem
towards
to do
A,
the same
everyone
where
focuses on
they
A,
have a
walk up
very
short
clear
and do an
first
early
and second
dash.
line of attack, and I don't think that's a bad thing, but the first line of attack has to go in, not only get kills, but basically clear every single util before the rest of the team is willing to enter
No
and
way.
go for the plan. Using the Hunter's Fury to try to create more space. They heard a tag, but that's just the bait and switch. It's 2GE.
3v5.
Ready for the pinch outside
So
of A
overall-
short.
Jeremy, he's getting there. He's
Guys,
dashing
don't be
forward. He
giving me a
wants the kills. It's a flawless
3v5 Sova
4-team
all.
secret as they're right back on the board. It was looking rough for them. I mean, Global Esports started off this map
You're
fantastically,
5-5.
but
You're
the
doing
last 3
so
rounds,
fine. You don't need to do a
very-
3v5 Sova
Very
all.
big wins, I could say. 4-team secret.
Yeah, I mean, right back into the swing of things. A pulsar flawless for them to really make them forget the first couple rounds. Now, I'm curious if GE will use a timeout. Okay, they will. Right on
Yeah,
time.
I mean,
I
I'm
was
going
going to
timeout
say,
after that.
it
Relax
almost seems like
yourselves,
you have
just
5 rounds.
just try and
it's
win
not
one
bad
round.
for the half, right? We're on attack. So maybe we just let it pass, but perhaps they say, no, I think we can make this a better half for ourselves, and also perhaps not liking what you're hearing in the comms as well. Multiple reasons that you could be calling a timeout. So Global Esports, spinning big time, is sharing their findings with the players on stage.
Yeah, good to take some time, just calm down, say, hey, you guys have done well so far. You have 5 rounds already. You're in a good spot. Keep the confidence up. You guys are warmed up now. You are outplaying them. Just continue with what you were doing. And obviously, then get into some deeper strategy discussion before getting into this one. Only 2 rounds
Surprised
here
with a wild
in
Oreo
the
pick.
first
I mean,
half
he
left over.
looks good, man. I know he's
We'll
not
see how they
fragging out
close it
heavy,
out
but
after
I'm
their
still
timeout.
impressed with him.
Look at what the default setup is here for.
I'm surprised they changed their
Global.
team
Just gonna
so
be
much
pretty
during a
standard.
split.
Now, obviously, they know the
They
operator
kind of did the
is
opposite to
still in the
EMEA.
hands of
Like, I
Team
would have liked a
Secret.
few
So
teams in
Global
EMEA to
Esports,
maybe
their
mix it up,
first
especially the teams that are
homework
like
will be figuring out where
can't
it
qualify
is, and
the
then
playoffs.
deciding what the next move is. A lot
They
of
went
times, obviously, you
really
want to try to
bold. Team
avoid it.
Secret changed a
But if
lot.
you're going to take over the operator, you're going to have to clear out mid first, no matter which site it is.
Yeah. That guy gonna check a bunch of angles there right inside the doorway. The arch. And now it's Jesse's turn to send that in. As we know, Jeremy's over here looking at B main as, Blaze King. Careful now.
I want to say that if he's going to peek, okay, he's not. But if he's going to peek, it almost seemed like he was going to peek after the execute happened over on A to try to catch someone on the rotate, because I can't imagine that you're relying on Blaze King to make something happen on his own against. Oh my gosh, he does it! What?
I mean, Jeremy just on
Well, that's
scoped
one
right
way
as
to
well.
deal with the operator. Just go kill him. Yeah, just peek him and headshot him real quick, and the job's done.
Wow.
Okay.
Why not get more?
Yeah, might as well.
What I mean, that's a hero round, straight up. Colby, don't do it.
Well, you've only got one
Yeah,
left.
just
now,
wait for your
Colby,
team, you're all
what's the
good.
choice here? Wait for his teammates.
Lovely.
30 seconds left.
Fast, gonna get that
Okay,
job.
it was a
and
nice timeout because
he says,
this,
okay,
I mean, not that
just,
the timeout was just, bro, Blaze King, just go kill
well, now
everyone.
they know.
But it was nice to actually
Oh,
see
you're
him play
picking up
together.
the operator, are you?
Now, I
they're
said it
hunting
before, I mean,
heavy.
there's only 2 rounds left in
Doesn't
this
matter.
half,
They don't
and I think
actually.
they have the funds
There's
to
no
find
point in
another
hunting
operator
here.
for the final round,
Who
but
should be
it's
hunting?
still
Maybe Ross.
potentially
Ross
a huge
can
round
go
and a
die.
flawless for the side of Global Esports.
Blaze
so
King could be alright.
still gonna be feeling
Getting a
good for
death as
them.
well. Post
Okay,
result.
so sending the jet
Sure.
in, I'm fine with that. One other person, I'm fine with that. You know, Blaze
Doesn't really
King gets
matter
closer
about
to
the op though.
lockdown,
So
but I
much
wasn't
money
gonna get
here.
scared if they all went for it.
Wait,
because
they
like
get
you
out the
said,
attack op?
It's not like you're denying that operator from coming out in the last round of the half.
Could have just let him have it. One guy in the middle there has 9,000 creds. I mean, just
Chat.
swings
Relax
just barely
yourselves.
past the crosshair
He's
and
in
hits
for
the
his
one
ult.
tap, and then lines up a couple more.
It's just another day in the office for Blaze King.
Yeah. It's like, what? Me? I'm just playing the game. So, very even map at this point still. It does feel very good for Global Esports. Their map pick, you know. They're doing very well
drone
on the attacker
above.
side. Jeremy
Teammate
wants
shoots
to get
the-
aggressive, but Polvi says,
Wait,
you know what?
Jeremy's been
You can still have an
annihilated
operator,
2
but I've
rounds
got
in a
one of
row.
my own.
Yeah, that's why they wanted to hunt it down, bringing that operator for themselves. And Polvi getting the right read, right? You see that the drone is getting picked off from further behind with a rifle. Usually that's a sign of the operator being planted somewhere nearby. Gets the pre-fire, turret spots Envy. He's in a little bit of trouble.
Oh, nice try from Wild
that's good
Oreo. I mean, he
trades.
gets the one, but trying to just use that distraction. And now, big push through B main. They're making their way in. Jesse Vash is alone.
The nice one
Clear
flash
him
from
out just
2G
yet.
though.
See when he wants to go for the
Oh.
peek as they are pushing
Bro,
through the
Polvi
spawn
is-
here. 2G does go down. Polvi with 3 kills.
But nobody on site just yet. They don't know where the remaining 2 members are. Are they on site? Are they coming in for backup? What's the choice here? Jesse Vash holding close. He can't get the spray onto either of them.
Yeah,
Now
it
it's
looked like
just
one of
Envy
those
with
awkward
22
draws.
HP.
Look at the
22
HPs.
HP. And that
Dude,
guy
look at the
waits,
HPs. This is very
delays.
doable.
It is still a kill to Envy.
You would imagine
But
Envy gets spammed,
Lance coming
but
down, and in a pretty good spot. He's going to give away his position as well. Gonna try to delay the plant. But
oh
yeah,
my!
it's not quite gonna happen. He
Imagine
does
that
get
didn't
the
go in
kill,
like that. It was a lovely
but,
nade.
Yeah, he does get taken
Yeah,
out
this
at
one
the
got
end of
close
day,
in the end.
Things are getting a little spicy
Seven?
there in
Seven's
the
a
end, but
legit
still,
half, man.
a round win to Global Esports.
Yeah, both of them were pretty low on global, so I was a little concerned when that fragment went out.
Ardis,
but
hello, hello.
good move
How we
from
doing?
Lightning
25
Fast.
months.
Gets the read
Thank you
that,
so much
okay,
for the
that's
tier 1.
animation coming out
Ardis,
for
you
Envy.
streaming again today? What's
And
going
now,
on?
Global Esports leading 7-5
Thank you streaming so much.
on their attacking half. Remember the stat that the desk showed us before the map started. Team Secret, absolute dominant defense.
3 days off. Ardis, I've got you down for
0
pick'ems.
rounds
Winning
on the
both
attacking
games. You're
side.
taking 3 days off.
And you see it right there. They've only played Ascent that one time this year, and it has not looked convincing in this upcoming half.
It has not, no.
Track starts today.
You would've
Okay.
said- like we said
Maybe
before,
throw
you
like
know,
an extra
maybe
VOD reviewer
sunset a
in
map
there or
that,
something, man.
let's
3
say,
days?
Global Esports didn't have a lot of
You
success
gotta
on. They should've
allow
put a
it?
lot of
Okay,
time
okay.
in to try to show
Travel
that up,
day?
because you're gonna have to
Alright,
play it at
alright.
some point. I would assume that Team
Sure.
Secret in a similar
Maybe
vein
maybe
would say,
put
hey,
like
our
an
attacker
extra game
side
of Prac in
does
there or
not seem
something.
to be that clean on this map. So let's try to figure that out and put some extra time into scrimming it, into practicing it. Polvi starts
This
off
Kaya,
with
thank
the
you so much for the
sniper
5 months.
duel
Thank you, thank
win,
you.
and picks up 3 kills on that round to give them the lead.
Yeah,
All
that was a
Navi
flick.
are
It
top
looks like he was
500.
actually
Getting hinged shots on
predicting
match
that
day,
was
you
gonna
don't know.
peek out
Okay,
from the right
that's
side.
good. That's a good
So
sign
great
at least.
shot. We've seen plenty of those reactions from Polvi whenever he has a scope. But now on the pistol round, all goes for GE. It's going to be a 4-man stack, reading, trying to get ahead of the tendencies of Team Secret on their pistols off of that one map we've seen so far here in Pacific. They won't be
Did I watch
wrong
Ardis watch I
beginning
rated?
of
Yeah,
the
of course,
round.
dude.
Two
Dude,
and a
I'm
half
an
armors, though.
Ardis watcher, man.
Secret
Don't
once
don't
again,
worry about
similar to
me.
Sunset, trying
If
to
I'm
cause
not
some
raiding
chaos,
raiding
trying to
Ardis,
get
I'm watching Ardis.
into the site to start the fight.
Now we do have Benkai trying
If
to
there
push
wasn't
out here
games on, I'd
towards
turn off my
Catwalk.
stream and watch him.
In the smoke for now. Push comes through mid. Benkai's waiting for it, but will he be spotted?
The
Flash comes in,
lovely
but
flash
Rush
on
with
top
the
of
quick
this.
one. Envy does get the kill, but in mid, this is going the way of Team Secret as well. As they do push in. Blaze King in market. He is going to be isolated and taken down. Team Secret in a fantastic
Here we
spot
go.
now to take down this
1v.
pistol 4v2.
Honestly, backside both.
Yeah, GE,
They
stayed
were only
quiet
thinking
to
maybe
try to
one's
bait them
here.
into the side,
Oh, they
and
thought no
will
one's
make
here.
it work. The spike gets dropped. That's 2 kills. Now Lightning Fast all alone. He needs to try to dwindle the
3
numbers.
bullets.
He's not quite able
3
to get
bullets.
much damage.
1
so
bullet.
now he's
Can't
gonna
do it.
chip away
Ooh.
at Envy. He's doing a little dance around Boathouse, but he's He's not quite able to make it happen. Making things very entertaining, though. Envy will pick up a kill.
There's a nice try.
Yeah, does his best. Tries to
course,
force him to
artists,
spread
of course,
out
of
again.
course.
Try to get
When
the
you become
1v1,
full
but
content
it's
and
just
you got
too
the big boy raids.
A little bit of that chaos
I'll be
coming
waiting.
through on your screens. And Envy actually, I mean, both of them kind of using, both teams I should say, using baits and switches on both sides. Obviously mid, the pop flash coming out ahead from Russ, that was a good move, but Envy waiting for the pinch. So the reads, the prep, the anti coming in across the board.
So we got to remember that this is a
Team
double
Secret.
pistol on this map. 1-1 for the first map, double pistol here.
Wherever they can, maximizing that full armor as well.
Yep. 2G just gonna stay.
The
on
mods
ghost for
when
himself,
artist raids
but
with 20k
set
viewers,
them up
that's
attention.
actually true.
And let's see how they
That's
do attack
actually
this. For
true,
now, they're
man.
just gonna play it very slow. They're just gonna wait and see if anybody on the side of Global Esports. will push
Honestly,
out. As we know, there is a big
the mod,
stack
if
over
artist
towards
ever
the
raids with anything over
Three members just looking right through the
anything
door,
over 5k, you guys
waiting,
can just
praying
accept
that
it,
they push
man.
into them.
So as
Either
soon
insta
as
put
there's
it to sub
any
modes
util
or
use
just
on aiming,
walk away
if
from your
ever,
PC.
That pop
Would
flash
just
comes out
accept
from
it.
Russ, and it's 3 people peeking. A bit of a mistiming there from Secret. Yeah, so they heard it, so they want to go for the reclear, and
Unhinged
that should give
streamer,
a bit of an
unhinged
inkling to
viewers,
Secret
pretty much.
that there's a reclear in A main. They're waiting for the rotate to happen. Secret wants to make sure that they pounce on Global Esports wherever they're weakest.
Oh, there's so many guys there in
I think-
3.
Do they
And Jeremy,
know?
they're not quite going to clear
Whoa.
up, but eventually Oreo comes in. I was worried because we were
3
watching
headshots.
from the sights of Jeremy, but either way, it is going to be Oreo picking up looking for the ace.
30 seconds left.
Quite know that Russ is right there in the smoke.
Now, nobody's planning the spike. You do still want to get whatever you can here if you're a Secret. All of them trying to go on the hunt, but I think you're okay to leave this. Okay, they're going to get, they actually want to get the lockdown as soon as possible, getting him the guaranteed point.
Alright,
with
they're
the
allowed
spike
a
plant.
def. They got a def.
And if
Let's
they
see
didn't
what they're going to be
find
buying
their
on this
opponent,
one.
he might have
Wild
gone on the hunt
Oreo
as
with
well
the with the
So
eco
7-7
kills,
at
pretty
this point,
close
it's
to his
really
ult. I
anybody's
kind of want to
game.
see a replay.
You might expect
In theory, on the
Esports to take
minimap,
the
it's
next round,
impressive.
but we'll see how that one does go. Paranoia comes through, and they just peek in, and with
Oh.
the firepower, just able to line it
Wait,
up.
the
Wild
first
Oreo
two is sick.
looking as good as ever.
2G there with the cover. Only 2 points away from his lockdown. So Secret poised to try to make something happen. And Polvi now
Instant reaction, double
the
like double
outlaw.
one tap.
with half armor. Now, there's not much, you know, of the in the weaker sense of armor on the side of Secret.
Ah,
Not sure if
this.
this is just a bit of a misread
Ardilla,
on the
bro.
econ, or if he just wants to make sure he can
Thank
still
you
save
so
up
much,
for an
artist.
off as
Thank
soon
you,
as
thank you.
possible.
Chat, you know what to do. The slug oiler. He's here.
In there, and all that's gonna give
Thank you
some
so
nice
much,
vision.
artist. Thank you for the
Does a
10
bit of
gifted, bro.
damage to
Thank
a
you so
couple of
much,
those
man.
members. Wild Oreo down to 59 health after
If you
that
got gifted,
spray.
make sure you say thank you to him as well. Thank you for doing that, artist.
Still got the alarm bot
Damn,
in as
bro.
well.
The
So
Navi
Global
salary.
Esports,
That's
they
crazy.
should look to re-clear B main. There comes the drone. Right, you've already kind of traded util. You want to see is Secret poised
Big
for
love,
anything
man.
on this
Thank you
side,
so
but
much, bro.
Secret, they haven't actually
Thank you so
left
much.
this part of the map. So they'll wait for the
Appreciate
drone
you a lot,
to
man.
come out. They'll trade it out.
Odily as well, getting involved with
Now
the Prime.
regain
Thank you so much for
control
the 3
again.
months.
So a lot of
The
back and
NRG
forth
money,
pushing
that's
and
actually
pulling. The only
true. The
difference this
NRG
time is
money's
Global
still
Esports, They don't
lasting.
gain control of A main once they've given up the
It's got
B
a
site,
good amount
so
of years.
They are looking basically being
That's true.
forced into playing a bit of a retake no matter which side it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Did see the one guy suppress the tree, and now the push does come through. In through
Okay,
mid, the alarm bot
full retake.
going off. Blaze King just trying to spam through, see if he can tag anyone.
Oh, bro, that's going to be a hard
Still
retake.
not through yet, just trying to clear out, make sure that that B site is empty.
They at least get a little
As we
bit of
know,
chip
it
damage,
is,
so we're
and
starting to
Team
get some
Secret should
people
be
that
able
will
to
get
this
one
plan
shot
down.
from this outlaw.
Let's see what this retake looks like for the side of Global Esports.
Pop flash with the alarm bot. Notifies
Yeah,
that
and
the
Ross
door
takes
has
the
been
outlaw,
closed.
Polvi switches so that he can dash in. Still has his dash.
Ooh, Jeremy kind of in an awkward
Dash should
spot.
be
He is
checking
gonna
this.
be taken down by
Polvi
the
should be
Odin.
jumping out and checking
As
this.
now the fragment going to be
Yeah,
forcing
perfect.
them out.
Oh
And
my god,
it's going to be
what a shock.
Ken to go down to it. Or to take down
Whoa.
Wild Oreo with the shock dart, and now pushing on through, but 2G holding his ground. It's not going to be good
That was
enough.
a nice
As
retake,
Jesse goes
bro. The
down
fair
at
play.
the
That
same time.
was
3
cool.
members remain
Good
for
util.
Global
Polvi did
Esports.
great.
Yeah,
Nice
you
shot over towards
should
lane.
be
Good
able
dash
to
as well.
upgrade. Yeah, from that outlaw to another rifle, you still keep the value weapon of the Odin. It's not bad. You lose a lot of armor still. You will have to reinvest.
Should be
into the
okay
next
with
round,
2 on the bonus.
But you're getting the round win. You still got 3 members alive, and you keep the Odin. That's a big one. And we're starting to see a lot better team play here from Global Esports, right? Breaking the door open and then still having a double swing ready. Things like that. Yeah, makes a huge difference in the trades.
He's having a great time. Seems to be enjoying the situation. Global Esports probably feeling much better after, you know, making Sunset close and then now moving into this map where they feel very comfortable and are looking quite strong.
Okay, big buy rounds, especially when we look at the people that can't buy next.
Jeremy looking for the peek, and it is going to be Jeremy who does take down 2. Polvi able to take down the first guy who swung, but not Jeremy. And now an opportunity for them to make it in onto A, but the door open here, and Russ is going to hit that headshot. Pop flash comes out, and Envy just barely going to win that trade.
Yeah, the flash goes a little deep as well, so Envy.
Uh-oh.
A little bit of time. Okay, he's going to stay alive to be able to go for the anti-flash. Shock darts to try to finish off the kill. Benkai knows he got a tag onto that KO. They can't quite finish off the target. 2-man retake. GE, they've got creds. They need to go for this if they want to try to continue a snowball here.
Yeah, they gotta go for it, really.
Definitely do. Blaze King and Tree. All the
great
comes out. He's going to clear it out. Some good information that Blaze King is still, in fact, over there. Benkai going to go alone. Not going to get much value. Gets taken out by Jesse Vash's Odin in the Sova v Sova battle. Blaze King gets 1. There's a very low health.
Envy's pretty
here on
low.
the site as well.
That was a nice try.
Hit that headshot
That was a
Blaze
nice
King.
try.
If Blaze King hit that,
yeah, Jeremy just did
quick
great. The draws over towards A main kind of decided it.
From him.
Oh, absolutely. Just because Envy down to 5 HP at the end of that round. So surely Blaze King, if he gets a kill, he's just going to swivel and hold the spray, knowing that the call comes through. But
Whoa.
Jeremy, wow.
Oh, wow, man.
That's a transfer if I've ever seen one.
Nice one.
Just a quiet little nice one there.
Like,
for
both
Jeremy.
of them played
He does have
anti-flash,
some crazy
basically.
Plays. I mean, we've seen it even last year, going all the way back to 2023.
Absolutely. Over here once again. He's got Marshall just trying to tap the head of anyone who wants to peek. And they did peek, but no head taps this time.
And now, knowing that the Marshall is there, Team Secret, I'm going to adjust things just a tad bit, right? Yeah, not going for any dry peeks alone at long range, sticking as a double team, making sure that, okay, we don't want to give away that nasty kill over to the Marshall, suddenly dwindle our numbers and not get control of the map. It's a step-by-step approach by Secret. You know, smoke in mid, start to creep up all the way up to the line of scrimmage across.
Like this double stack over towards A main, though.
Over, and this time, GE, their reaction is to dig deep back into wine, right? Things like A main where you can say, okay, well, if it comes A, we still have, you know, 2 ways of attack. If it's going to go to B, we still can go for a quick wraparound on the flank. You've got some options.
Wild Oreo just poking in, making a lot of noise, putting his alarm bot down, trying to force people to watch him, to look at him. Wild Oreo did get that kill over at B, but now the push is coming through Tree.
Oh no, he messed up heavy after it.
As meanwhile, Russ and Lightning Fast.
Yeah, though, the double body shot, though.
Action.
And it came into play here.
Making things interesting. Envy gonna have to shut this down. As he is here on the site, but it is 2v3 for them. I mean, they have the firepower advantage.
Oh my god, he gets tagged as well.
Coming out from the side of Global Esports, a chance for
10
them.
seconds, they got a plant.
1 HP now is Envy.
Bro, they can't win this, surely. No way.
Shots now from Wild Oreo, though, and Benkai, oh, he cannot punish Envy on 1 health.
Standing ahead.
Gee, they were so close. But Envy just never has to peek. Wild Oreo needs to get that first contact.
No
Envy
way, dude. Benkai had to go from heaven, surely, when they were planting. I think they were so worried that I mean, they were just so worried that they were fake planting and that they were all going to die from elimination.
14 kills, 6 away from that guess and gain, yeah.
Dude, there's so many rounds right now where if you paused it,
I said, like, as long as it goes to a lot of rounds,
you would be like, do you have to win this round? There's 3 of them. There's actually 3 of them on this map. That if you screenshot it, maybe 5 seconds before the B retake, or at least like this round here on A, I would say G should be winning that pretty heavy percentage.
And he just lines them both up.
Yeah, Oreo's been an absolute menace. Even in their first match against Bleed, whenever he has to go through one of these, 1v2 situations, he's very, very quick. And he's very patient. We see this with a lot of these younger players.
Compilation part 2 of the cast, bro. It's a whole YouTube clip from just this
it's much more
one
about
game.
The team executes the comms, things like that. that they feel
I think
a
I've
little bit
cast G
rough
3
on.
times in this map.
Some funny business over there.
But those rounds have been mental.
Envy looking to poke in here, but Lightning Fast just lines up too.
Yeah, a ton of it.
Jeremy.
Yeah, tried to go for the chase a little bit too early on the trigger.
Not quite it. Lightning Fast, man. That is it. As now 2GE, okay, trying to make things interesting himself. 1v3 now. Picks up the 2. Does not have the spike. And he's going to spot Blaze King's shoulder, but it doesn't matter. Global Esports going to tide things up
GE
once
look
again.
way better on this map so far. Like, I
it
feel
was
like
in
Team
his head
Secret
that
have
he used his
won
ultimate to pick up the
double
spike,
pistol,
try to create an
double
advantageous
pistol,
plan and an angle,
2
but
miracle retakes
not
on
gonna have
B,
the
if I'm
opportunity
honest,
to
where
use
GE
it. So
misplayed
Blaze King
it.
now 1 point
This
away
A
from the
round as
lockdown.
well.
Still
Like,
ults
I can't believe
across
this
the
is
board on
9-9.
both teams. And I imagine with the way that the previous couple rounds have gone, it's got to be in consideration for Secret to try to go for a fast attack with these ultimates.
One tap, guys. One tap, one tap.
Maybe onto that B side, something that they haven't done too much of. But for now, it's going to be that same 2-3 default. Trying to see what the reaction is from Global.
Yeah. Let's see what the reaction is after all. Polvi here.
Weird that so most teams would do like a protocol, right? Of knife hits, then you flash to save your flash.
Just playing
These
it
guys
carefully,
just normal
playing it slowly.
flash,
Gonna pick up the orb here.
and then save their knife.
Russ
Is
looking
it
to get
because
some
some of the
extra
ults? I'm
information,
not
is
sure.
poking his head out of tree.
They've been doing it the whole attack, really.
He'll back away for now.
Yeah, the information game is pretty strong up until that smoke came out for Global Esports. You still have that alarm bot in mid as well. Hopefully Blaze King able to stay hidden, but now they hear it. They hear that it's an Odin as well. So you know the Silva's holding for any sort of B push. That's going to convince Secret that they want to send the spike over to A.
They've got alarm bot up over towards middle. Are getting early-ish info on B, so they can 3-pass and stack on A.
We'll see if he gets utilized at some point here. There's the Hunter's Fury as they use the Bell Command as well. But Colby gonna lock down Jeremy.
Yeah, that was a straight-up util dump. So overall,
So they're gonna get a couple of picks here. Some Hunter's Fury action once again, but they're just gonna back
they're
out
running
after
back.
that play.
Yeah, Wild Oreo trying to buy the attention, make sure that he's here to support 2G, who has TP'd across with his ultimate. Benkai holding it.
No way.
It's not going to be good enough as he still goes for the run
Still
and gun
alive?
with the stinger.
He's still alive.
3 HP.
3 HP, come on. And he got a stinger kill.
Can the Odin really not get that angle?
Fire. He's
No
gonna
way.
shove a gun
No
and
way.
get out.
Okay, now he's dead.
Oh, but now they're trapped.
Yeah, that's...
Whoa.
Oh, no, he's able to get out. And Jesse
No
gets
way
one.
he gets the
He
last
picks up
kill.
another kill. How does he...
That's
squeezed the
incredible.
value out of that
I actually
round.
don't think I've ever
Like
seen
squeezing
anything
juice from
close
an
to that.
orange.
He should have been dead
Truly wild.
ages ago.
I don't know how. I don't know where that fragment went. It had to have missed or something, or maybe he
I
poked
think
with
it
his
hit
head.
and he just got out of there.
This is some level of miracles back to back to back for Wild Oreo.
That was incredible. I would watch his POV again
That
the
kill
whole
will give
time.
it to him, but yeah, they just move out of it
Get
in
it.
time.
The volley was good.
And he knows exactly what happened just now. He shouldn't be alive there. And after a round like that, Global Esports, they want to cool things off. They want to regroup. Make sure that Wild Oreo is
insane
someone
though,
that they
dude.
need to start keeping tabs on. I mean, no matter the weapon he has, whether it's a stinger or a vandal, it doesn't matter.
He said, "How did I live that?" Oh, really?
Getting value on
I
these
mean,
lures.
yeah, man.
Yeah,
It's
the
that
guy
was
just
mental.
Finds a way, it feels like.
That was
It's so
insane.
difficult to deal with players like that. He's just very consistently getting value in many, many different spots. Sometimes he's picking up 3Ks, sometimes just in the corner, and you just can't kill him, as we saw there. So, second timeout here for the side of Global Esports. Still none taken by Team Secret from what I can remember. And
Use hand warm as a
10-9.
coach? Yeah,
Another
I
close
did.
Map, but Team
First of
Secret
all,
have come out
Iceland was
here
pretty
with,
cold.
with a pretty good
Second of
plan, I'd say,
all,
from the attacker's side.
I fidget, man.
Well, you
gotta be
still
holding
got
something.
one more chance with the
I'm a
operator.
fidgeter.
Global Esports are going to buy up, but after this one,
Okay, well, this
the
was just a
funds
giant
will
round,
run
though, if you look at all the
dry, and
ults
they
that
won't
he
have
used.
too many chances, as that means Team Secret will go up to 11.
Berlin
And
was
now
cold? Yeah, it
this
actually
is
was cold
where,
as well,
despite
snowing.
not having all the ultimates they would like, Team Secret, they are now stacked up.
But it wasn't that cold in the venue, to be fair.
One push matter. Oh, lightning fast. Oh boy, you are playing with fire. This is a little too close. but
Guys,
it's one.
not like this, surely.
Does get the one.
Okay,
The
the
push
fact he
follows
only
up.
gets
Nicely
one,
done
that's
by Team Secret
giant.
to push through and make sure they eliminate
Smoke for
that
smokes,
judge as soon
though.
as they possibly can. Fragment going to be thrown down. And Jeremy's sticking around though. He's
Big
going to
Joe
make his
for
way into
Polvi.
Cloudburst, and now Russ is going to be pushed back here. Polvi
Giant
gets
kill.
a huge kill. Looking for a bit more going into tree to support his bro. But here comes Team Secret, able to get that lockdown down on the site.
Yeah, that's a big
okay, we
lockdown
used
from
double.
both sides, but
No
look at
plant
Jesse
on this
Vash
one.
on the map.
They
He's
got
already
nothing
on the
to
move,
stop the.
trying to go for the flank nice and early.
Ah man, look at the
Oh, boy.
HPs.
Wow, some detains on both sides. Russ, he's got a call for help, but no one is there to help him.
Jesse has to
Vash
own
clears
this
out tree
round.
again. Team Secret just might have one more
Because
opening
everyone
to
is
get into
so
the site.
low HP.
They may just, but 3 very healthy members here on the side of Global Esports.
Got a recon.
30 seconds
Let's see how this is going to look. They're going to peek on through as a team. Blaze King left behind the box. Will they check in? The rest of the team
there's a big
comes in.
HP
Jeremy
gun.
does get one, but Blaze King is here on the site. Wild Oreo, though,
Not again.
makes it a 1v1. Oh, jumping around is Benkai. And it's just going to come down to... He's getting in there and he
way.
picks up the headshot. Wild
Benkai, not
Oreo.
again. The
He
drone.
does it again.
The drone,
Again.
bro.
Again, it's against Benkai. Again, it's Benkai using the
Drone.
drone.
Bro,
too
Wild
close to
Oreo is a
wall.
mentalist.
Thinks
I
he's
know
safe
his
because
kid's
he's up in
crazy
heaven, but
good.
Wild Oreo, what
His
a
instant decision
in that
making
split
to do
second
this was
quickly
sick
jump in
as
the
well,
box
though.
Just enough to get the headshot.
Player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Look at him.
Benkai
As
has
soon
to
as he
be
hears
kicking
the
himself
drone.
for this move right here.
Just like, sure, man.
Oh.
Just doesn't imagine.
Hey,
that
he's
he
actually
would-
a beast,
he would
bro.
dare
I'm
to
impressed
run
with him.
across onto the box. Not many players would.
Yeah, that's why. I mean, this player is just playing against the grain, the flow of the game.
God, forces him
sometimes,
down
what
to
you
an
would
eco.
expect.
God, GE have some devastating
GE
rounds
is
in
just
this map.
able to
The
punish
VOD review
in a
for
big
this
way.
map would take about
I mean,
3 hours.
That's a close round.
Going
you know,
through everything
what
that
if
went
Global
wrong.
Esports wins that, then it's 10-10. It's anybody's game. Maybe we get into overtimes, but 11-9. And not much firepower here for Global Esports. It's going to be pretty rough for them, I'd say, in this position.
Yeah, that timeout, it was one where they needed to get the win. Polvi's been good with the op, but the Marshall not as hot. And already this round starting to seem to slip away from them, and potentially with it, the entire match.
They have made it very close as Benkai, okay, some damage put in, but immediately just going to be headshot down by the Oreo himself from the Wild. Oh, nice little angle.
Wild
from
Oreo,
Jeremy,
it's
gonna
such a
take down
stupid
Blaze King
name,
as
man.
well. And he's just waiting. He's waiting for people to push into him, seemingly knowing, and yeah, lightning fast will actually be able to take him down with that Sheriff, so the rest of the team will have to push on in, but not before 2GE picks up another kill.
Yeah, 2G denies that rifle pickup as well, so that's a big one, because with a rifle, maybe there was some hope for
Can't
an
believe
attempt,
they
but
managed to get
now
it to
at
this.
match
Okay,
point
3.
For Team Secret. No more timeouts for Global Esports. Just the 5 players on stage to try to figure out how they can pull this rabbit out of the hat. Oh, man, what is...
Yeah, I mean, he is wild.
players
Yeah, he's
just
not
have
wrong.
that read
Dude, I like that
there.
he's embraced it,
I
though.
know
The fact that
exactly
he
at
somehow
what
found the
speed.
Oreo spray in
They don't
Valorant,
think
that's
it, they just have
crazy.
that instinct,
Probably
right?
got,
And
he's
yeah,
probably the only
it's
one that uses the
incredible to
Oreo
watch
spray.
sometimes.
Well, this is a setup. I mean, this is one heck of a trap setup here from Jeremy. If that operator tries to push out of B main, he's there to punish it.
Yeah.
Free ads, yeah, it's actually a banging ad.
As we can see, this Polvi towards tree, Russ is going to already take a bunch of damage. 2GE
What's the Oreo spray, bro?
taking him down.
When
taking
he
some health.
look at this guy if he gets a kill, he sprays it sometimes.
2-on-2 default.
No
here
joke,
from
it's an
Global
Oreo.
Esports as well, right? No aggressive space taken, but just contending for main control across both A and B. And then a very aggressive operator angle here on A short.
Let's see it, Polvi. Is he? Oh, okay, he's going to see something, and it's a drone, as you mentioned. He has to back out. And we got Wild Oreo in mid once again.
Oh no.
Looking to create some havoc. Oh, 2G just
Yeah,
right
I
peeking
kind
in
of just read it
onto A,
well.
able to get a
Maybe
free
they knew
kill
the
here,
rotate of the
essentially.
op.
Polvi is on the back. And the peek outs from
They're
Impy
so
are just
sure that the op is
perfectly
heaven there.
avoiding Polvi's crosshair here,
Shot.
but Polvi is going to be able to finally get that kill onto Inby just barely.
Yeah, nice and patient from Polvi. Doesn't get baited by the jiggle, but the fact of the matter is you've lost mid control. So now on the B side. Benkai and Blaze King. They
When does
have to
Benkai
make
get his
sure
recon
that they're
back?
getting
That's the
kills
question.
right before
Oh
the
man,
entry
15
happens. Blaze
seconds.
King
He's
needs
got to
to do
get
some
at
damage
least
out of
one.
the smoke. Benkai
Ooh.
all alone, but he's crispy.
Jesus.
Redeems himself in the previous
Some
round.
sick
Gets 2 headshots
shots,
in a row.
dude.
Yeah,
That
sometimes
was
you just need
fast.
Benkai. And gonna trade a couple back there. Will be
Oh,
going
not
down,
this
but
guy.
now Russ up against
Yeah,
Oreo.
leg it, Russ,
Oreo
man.
has been so clutch,
Get
but
out of there.
Does not matter.
He's gonna
Not
one-shot
enough
you.
time. And so it is just
Okay,
going to be
3 down to
round
2.
going the way of global esports.
One of my
I'm
worst
gonna
twos, but we'll leave
assume
it.
that Polvi wasn't quite sure if there was enough time for the spike plant, and obviously you don't want to take that risk and then suddenly have to go into a 1v2 that Wild Oreo has been winning a lot of.
Oh, did you
in
see the
this
Oreo
match.
spray?
So he goes in, sacrifices himself.
Yeah, it's crazy,
Ideally,
right?
obviously wanted to get the kill, but the operator saved over. Rifles still bought up by Global Esports. They've still got 2 big mountains to climb, because after this round, even if they win it, the lockdown comes online for Wild Oreo. And look at this. No sprint. Audio cut by Team Secret. Wow.
It's
Ready
such
to
a good
pounce
call. How is A site
right
just
as
fully
execute
empty?
happens.
Yep, stirring down some smokes and running onto the site. And here they go. Jesse Vash gonna get in. He has the spike.
Oh man.
Could plant it immediately if you'd like, and yes, he will.
No
Gonna get that
backup
one
gun
down.
for
It's just gonna
Jeremy.
be a straight up 5v5 retake. The blades not quite going to connect. Paranoia coming in, and Russ up top gets flashed a little bit. As Benkai takes down one, so does Russ. But now these classic shots not hitting. But we do have Wild Oreo again.
He's so
is able
good.
to put 3 together.
He's just been insane,
Blaze
bro.
King
Even his
now,
turret's getting
1v2.
involved.
Wild Oreo hears him. They know for sure his position. The crossfire's there, and it's going to be
Wild
Envy
Oreo,
to clean
bro.
it up.
Wild
Team Secret
Oreo. What
will
a
be
god.
able to close out a 2-0 match.
Guy's actually a talent. Fair play.
Continuing to be in excellent position to not only make playoffs,
Chat,
but
this
try
VOD
to make
review
a
for
run
GE is going to be a
Champions
painful one.
Wow. Big stuff from Team Secret. There were some issues, I'd say. I mean, with the first map, right, they probably should have just closed it out earlier, but they can put that behind them. They get the win. It's a 2-0, and they say, okay, we'll move on with this win and feel happy about it. Global Esports, nice try today. Some really good pressure towards the end of Sunset and then towards the beginning of Ascent, but not quite able to get those last bunch of rounds. There were so many close rounds that, unfortunately for Global Esports, Wild Oreo just kind of stole away from them multiple times.
Dude, he actually stole
them,
them,
man.
man.
Pickup by Secret. Wild Oreo is absolutely a menace. I mean, we're seeing just very similar scenes from him that Envy put up when he first joined VCT Pacific last year.
Yeah,
just
it's true.
holding his
There might be
ground
2 of them
in
now.
1v2s, 1v3s.
Envy
and now
got
with
help.
Envy and Jeremy as well. 2G
Yeah.
starting to put up a
Scary.
lot more impact as well. This
Jeremy had some nice
squad
off rounds
is
as well,
looking
which
like they
looks
finally
good for the
might
future.
Make a reappearance at the international stage.
I wouldn't be too surprised.
Who do you want me to raid
We'll have
today? You want me to
watch
raid
and wait
Lofa?
to
Yeah, we
see
can
how
raid
far they
Lofa
can go.
today.
But guys,
That
we're
sounds
done here
fun.
on the cast. Let's go over to the analyst desk to finish off the day.
I like watching
Thank you so much,
I like watching
gentlemen.
Lofa
and it's
play.
a Scorio
I saw
for
him say
Team
that he wasn't
Secret in
raging
a 2-0
anymore though.
today to
That
close
tell me
out
that's
the
not
very
the truth.
first week of stage 2.
What a monstrous performance from him in particular. Absolutely dominant across this entire map, but those last several rounds.
I need to
he
see
was the
this guy
one,
rage, man.
You know, just
Oh,
keeping them
sick.
in that lead, getting them up to match point, and then taking them across the finish line.
It is the truth. There's no way this guy's not raging, bro.
I'd say for
There's no way
both
he's not
teams, you know,
raging, man.
honestly,
This guy
competitive
rages
here
more
from
than
GE,
anyone I
a
watch.
really hot start, a solid finish on the half, being able to get 7 rounds on that attacking side, but just not able to bring it to fruition, not able to find that win to extend this
You
all the
heard
way to the third
raiding?
final map.
He is raging.
Well, he's
Oh,
got a
okay.
lot of
He is still
flavors,
raging,
you
well, then we're all
We
good.
get the flavor that he's
Then
able
yeah,
to
we'll
support,
raid him,
but this time when they needed him the most, he truly did step up and just got
Chat, let's raid him now.
into
I wanna
clutch
go
mode.
gym.
Just
I wanna go
every
gym.
single round, every single
Lofar
time, he
HS.
drops
Thank you so much
3
everyone for watching.
Ks
Thank you,
when
thank
he's
you.
the only one
Am I
left
ignoring
standing,
Fio?
and
Wait, what did I
that is
say?
something to be said when GE was putting up a very stellar fight.
Yeah, what do you
at the
got
start
for
of
me?
Ascent. It looked like Team Secret was very much at odds at how to deal with
Can a
Polvi
jet
and
dashing
how
through A
menacing
main check both
his
left and right?
intro
Yeah,
was.
if your
You saw
sense is
just
high
Smash
enough.
getting caught, and then on the flip side, he started
His
hitting
sense is
some
high enough.
insane shots or some
He
really
got it.
crucial shots with the operator, and that kind of just compounded on itself. And again, while Oreo
Okay,
felt like
thank
he
you
did
so
a
much
lot
everyone. Thank
to
you, thank
really
you. So
keep
tomorrow,
Team Secret ahead
chat,
of
tomorrow,
the,
no
of the two
Pacific,
teams.
EMEA starts.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's a large.
There's only
part
one
to
game.
him that
There's only
this
one
ended up
game.
closing out the
Whatever
wager, 'cause
time
it almost
8
didn't.
p.m.
It was a
CEST
big
is
back
in
and
your
forth,
time.
just
That's when
like,
it starts.
the
Okay,
second half
there's
of
one
the
game.
first map.
And then
you know what? I think this is a good
EMEA
sign.
starts
Global, constantly improving.
back up 2
You know,
games the day
always,
after.
every day. It's
Right.
good for them. Now, we have our own results to talk
2 a.m.
about.
for you? Okay, I'll see you there then.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you. Say hi to Lofa for me. Let's
Because there were so
chat.
many rounds, he got
Let's see how long it takes
kills.
him to rage. Because
Ross
I'm telling
got
you,
10 kills.
I don't even think we need to
17
wait
rounds
around.
10 doesn't round
Actually,
up
he'll be a
damage.
little bit happy that he got raided.
I
reckon
think
second round in, he rages.
You know.
Okay. All right, I'll see you all in a little bit.
Viewers,
Peace,
what do
peace,
you
peace.
think?
Oreo didn't pop off as hard as he did, you'd have a couple more rounds played, maybe even an overtime.
Yeah.
YouTube, thank you so much, guys. Thank you,
That's
thank you.
actually
I'll
the
see you
problem.
tomorrow,
I
okay?
mean, his teammates
Appreciate you all.
do just
Just have
fantastic.
it happen, everybody.
At some point,
Yeah?
was
Are
that
we all up ranked?
You guys can get your 2x, and then I just, me and the viewers just go. Boop.
Oh.